The crazed serial killer wildly swung his axe, massacring the innocent crowd. Despite the victims' desperate pleas, he managed to take the lives of 20 people. With a face deformed by a wicked smile, this butcher was inherently a monster devoid of humanity. Yet today, that perpetrator was released to the public's astonishment, citing a lack of behavioral capacity due to the side effects of medication. The angry crowd screamed, demanding justice for the deceased, constantly cursing the one they considered a demon in human skin. Behind that shocking release was a man nonchalantly pushing a wheelchair amidst the media's pursuit. He introduced himself as Byeon Ho-gil, the arrogant lawyer who smugly declared he would answer all questions about the trial on behalf of this frail chairman. Reporters and victims' relatives constantly pressed closer, interrogating why a man of the law would heartlessly defend that crazed killer. Despite the recording devices pointed provocatively right at his face, Byeon Ho-gil maintained a mysterious smile on his lips. Amidst a hail of rocks and harsh insults, the lawyer calmly asserted that his mission was to prevent the creation of any more innocent victims. But when egg yolk ran down his face, his eyes suddenly hardened along with a cold threat about the fate of those who dare to anger a lawyer. Byeon Ho-gil nonchalantly pushed the wheelchair through the furiously screaming crowd, even as they cursed him for being an accomplice to the crime and called him a killer lawyer. This was originally a horrifying case that even the largest law firms had to shake their heads in decline. But the reason why someone like him dared to get involved remained a mystery. Right after escaping the encirclement of public opinion, the luxurious supercar sped down the street as if wanting to shake off all the harsh criticism behind it. Inside the car, the killer suddenly shed his frail facade to laugh triumphantly, mocking the crowd outside as stupid pigs for being so easily fooled by his pitiful act. The fat chairman did not forget to promise to reward Byeon Ho-gil with beautiful women for entertainment, leading the lawyer to flatteringly reply that his generosity was as massive as his potbelly. However, the atmosphere suddenly dropped when the chairman changed to a serious tone to express his curiosity about a crucial issue in the recent trial. He stared intently at his savior and pressed him on how the lawyer managed to block countless seemingly undeniable pieces of incriminating evidence. In response to that doubt, Byeon Ho-gil merely smirked and calmly affirmed that no incriminating evidence had ever existed in the first place. Seeing the chairman still dumbfounded, he nonchalantly added that how could he answer for things that were never present, implicitly hinting at his own masterful manipulation. A terrifying silence enveloped the cramped space in the car as both scheming men began to see through each other's true nature. The chairman laughed heartily at Byeon Ho-gil's sharpness, and did not hesitate to invite him to join his legal team in the near future. Responding with a bright, flattering smile, the lawyer wished the chairman a good night's sleep and promised he would return to visit him soon. Night fell, covering the hidden corners of the city, where young girls were wondering why that man's physique had become more muscular after getting out of prison. The butcher nonchalantly enjoyed himself with 2 beauties, smugly bragging that he had trained hard in prison just waiting for the day to reunite with beauties like this. Just as the party was peaking, one girl suddenly shivered, sensing someone lurking outside, but the chairman just brushed it off and urged her to quickly return to bed. However, the girl's eyes suddenly stopped in terror as she noticed the silhouette of a stranger looming right behind the curtain. Byeon Ho-gil unexpectedly appeared with a friendly smile as if taking a stroll, nonchalantly praising the chairman for being so diligent in enjoying himself even late at night. The killer's lipstick-smeared face suddenly drained of blood. He was shocked, wondering how the lawyer could sneak all the way up here when this was the 34th floor. Despite the trembling chairman asserting that their deal was over, Ho-gil leisurely placed his backpack on the table and declared he had returned for a new commission. In the face of the sheer panic of the old man desperately grabbing a blanket to cover himself, the lawyer coldly stated that there was still one extremely important thing he had forgotten to mention. Byeon Ho-gil slowly put on his specialized black gloves while asserting that this job was no longer a commission meant for a lawyer. The chairman replied disdainfully that although he didn't know what was happening, this lawyer had definitely messed with the wrong person. The sharp, cold katana gradually left its sheath with the threat that dogs should only eat dog food if they don't want to bring disaster upon themselves by touching human things. Park's skills were gradually revealed as a former Yamatagami member with Shimonoseki-style swordsmanship reaching the 9th dan, full of murderous intent. Facing the blade at his neck, Ho-gil maintained an unusually calm demeanor and softly called out to the chairman in a defiant tone. He pushed up his glasses to reveal sharp eyes under the light, and began to repeat a famous proverb in the professional assassin underworld. While nonchalantly rummaging for something in his backpack, he evaluated that those who are only good at using swords are only ranked third-rate anyway. Park began to feel uneasy and pressed for the true identity of the man opposite him upon hearing him demean those who are proficient with all weapons as only deserving to be second-rate. Cold sweat began to pour as the killer suddenly remembered a terrifying anecdote about someone who could take lives using only octopus tentacles. Byeon Ho-gil flashed a spooky smile and affirmed that true masters could turn anything in this world into a deadly weapon. Chairman Park screamed, challenging the self-proclaimed first-rate master to charge at him and see whether his blade or the octopus would be faster. In response to that aggressive attitude, Byeon Ho-gil just smiled softly and asked Park what the hell he was rambling about. He suddenly pulled out a powerful shotgun and nonchalantly admitted that he was actually just a mediocre third-rate guy. Witnessing that blatantly unfair scene, Park dropped his sword in horror and begged Ho-gil to put the weapon down to talk like a true lawyer. Ho-gil calmly raised the gun and explained that he was both a lawyer protecting justice and, at the same time, a cold-blooded assassin. He smirked with eyes full of murderous intent as he proclaimed himself a killer lawyer, a bizarre but powerful title in the dark. The story of the parallel existence of these two identities started with a mysterious organization operating right in the heart of this bustling city. It hid under the name Glory Club, a volunteer charity club dedicated to calling on people to share love and help lonely elderly people. The club members always appeared with cheerful facades to hand out flyers serving humanity, but few knew the truly terrifying face behind the scenes, because hiding behind that noble title, Glory Club was actually an assassin training camp providing ruthless murder services right in the middle of pouring rainy nights. Byeon Ho-gil was originally just a low-level hired hand in Glory Club's assassin hierarchy. But one day he suddenly came up with an idea to change his life. Amidst a chaotic escape from a fierce pursuit, he bitterly realized that even if he dedicated his whole life, his limited talent would only help him climb to rank B. Lying flat on the ground with a battered body, he silently lamented his own limitations, and no longer wanted to continue this profession where death was always imminent. Even when he was almost wrongfully stuffed into a body bag, he managed to spring up, screaming to assert he was still alive, giving the cleanup crew a hell of a scare. Riding leisurely on a tram through the city streets, the mediocre assassin once dreamed of becoming a sushi chef thanks to his knife skills, but then quickly got discouraged. Amidst the flashy billboards of beautiful women, he remained engrossed in searching for a real way out for his own bleak future. His gaze suddenly stopped at a giant billboard inviting people to join the legal field. A crazy idea about becoming a lawyer suddenly flashed in his mind. Although he was still a bit skeptical and thought it was just a scam by course sellers, his desire to change his life urged him to throw himself into the challenge. Unbelievably, the once despised assassin suddenly donned an elegant suit and dazedly realized he had actually laid his hands on the prestigious degree. With a still dazed look on his face, the future lawyer was amazed to discover that he possessed an incredibly terrifying innate talent that had been buried all along: supreme academic intellect. Studying to be a lawyer turned out to be much easier than assassin training. He felt truly exhilarated, needing only to use a pen instead of risking his life. Using all his hard-earned blood money to open his own law firm, Byeon Ho-gil fantasized about a wealthy future when all the money in the country would soon be his. However, reality splashed him with cold water when, for 5 whole months, there wasn't a single client, leaving him deeply in debt and forced to cower like a loser. While desperately standing on a bridge railing looking for a place to end his life, he suddenly received a phone call along with an unexpectedly massive commission offer. His destination was the gray and gloomy prison under a sky full of dark clouds, the place holding the most notorious outlaws. Led by the prison guard into the interrogation room, Ho-gil carried his leather briefcase with a totally serious expression, preparing to face his special client. That was Joe Duchan, the new generation mob boss with a massive physique and a rap sheet of 18 prior convictions that made all other lawyers shake their heads in dismay. As soon as he saw the lawyer's face, the criminal displayed an insolent attitude, demanding to know why the other was late and challenging whether he really wanted to make money. Faced with that arrogance, Byeon Ho-gil coldly demanded that the other party take back his words immediately, causing the atmosphere in the room to suddenly become extremely tense. He warned in a low voice that since becoming a lawyer, he only had enough patience to let things slide 3 times, prompting the mob boss to curiously ask about the outcome if a fourth time occurred. Jo Duchan smirked with contempt, blatantly calling the lawyer in front of him a pathetic loser and challenging what the other guy could do to him. Instantly, a sharp object tore through the air, piercing straight into the gangster's hand, causing fresh blood to splatter in sheer terror. Ho-gil lunged forward at lightning speed, tightly gripping the butcher boss's neck with one hand and pinning him down on the table with terrifying strength. The lawyer's eyes suddenly rolled back in sheer madness, hissing through his teeth that all his life he had been too used to snapping the necks of small fry like him. Choked to the point of suffocation, Jo Duchan could only stammer pleas for forgiveness, promising that from now on he would always know to keep his mouth shut in front of the boss. Ho-gil's cold gaze seemed to pierce through the other's soul. He growled, interrogating this brat on why he dared to speak so insolently to an elder. Snapping back to reality at the interrogation table, the boss still maintained his arrogantly defiant expression as he interrogated what exactly this lawyer was plotting. Duchan laughed out loud with disdain. He continued to provoke the other to just charge, and if he was so tough, even challenging him to draw a weapon for a duel. Byeon Ho-gil immediately changed his attitude. He scratched his head and laughed it off, acting timid, and affirmed that a person who had never even harmed an ant like him wouldn't dare to fight. He feigned complaining about the difficulty of the case, claiming that even if the judge's ancestors were reincarnated, it would be hard to save this criminal from behind the heavy iron bars. The case details were far too clear, as security cameras captured the entire scene of Jo Duchan causing the accident and then nonchalantly dragging the victim's body away to dispose of it in the dead of night. Yet that brazen boss still spat and bossily ordered the lawyer to find any way to exploit the law to get him out at all costs. Byeon Ho-gil thought to himself that the only chance right now was to persuade the victim's family to agree to sign a settlement form to reduce the sentence. But even Jo Duchan had to admit a harsh truth that nobody would be stupid enough to forgive the person who killed their loved one. The lawyer's footsteps were heavy as he walked along the poor alleys. He suddenly realized that his current life was no different from when he was going on assassination missions full of danger. Exhausted, he leaned against a trash-filled wall and wondered if he should turn back, knowing full well that no one would settle with the murderer of their parents. But then the survival instinct from 15 years on the battlefield urged him to move forward. He was determined to overcome all obstacles to get that settlement stamp at any cost. Just after meeting at the door, the young man Ji-hoo coldly kicked him out, leaving the lawyer frozen in front of the other's decisive attitude. Ho-gil hastily fell to his knees on the floor, begging Ji-hoo to take a little time to listen to this proposal because he affirmed this was not a bad life-changing opportunity. He held up the agreement with a look of utter amazement, shouting about the massive compensation amount of up to 1 billion won that an ordinary person would take a lifetime to save. Ho-gil looked at the commemorative photo of Ji-hoo and his father, then clicked his tongue to show sympathy for this great loss, but still reminded the young man that the living must go on living. He groveled on the floor and pleaded with Ji-hoo to quickly sign his name to receive the massive sum of 1 billion won flowing straight into his account. But the boy suddenly asked him in return if he were in his shoes. The sudden question stunned the lawyer. Ji-hoo pressed if he would have the heart to put pen to paper and sign that agreement. Choking back tears rolling down his cheeks, Ji-hoo questioned how he could forgive the evil perpetrator who heartlessly took his father's life and then threw his body into the cold river. Ho-gil's eyes suddenly became empty. He was completely speechless in the face of the poor teenager's resolve and absolute agony. Suddenly a loud crash shook the entire room. The door was kicked open amidst the aggressive shouting of Kim Ji-hoo's name by strangers. Two burly thugs, Woo Tae-sik and his accomplice, stormed in to collect a debt, causing Ho-gil, who was kneeling on the ground, to realize in astonishment that a familiar debt collection scenario was playing out right before his eyes. The hulking henchman gripped Ji-hoo's neck threateningly and forced him to either take out his house deposit to pay the debt, or go work for them to pay it off immediately. Seeing the situation turn chaotic, Ho-gil awkwardly stood up and tried to intervene with peaceful words, causing the thugs to turn around and demand the identity of this stranger. Instantly, the lawyer dropped his serious demeanor. He threw his hands up, laughed timidly, and asserted that he was just a passing lawyer completely unrelated to this matter. Ho-gil walked away calmly with a wry smile, despite the thugs mocking him as a psychopathic pervert pretending to be a lawyer. The teenager Ji-hoo could only stand silently, staring in astonishment at the back of the strange man who had just appeared and hurriedly left. Upon reaching the main road, Ho-gil immediately took out his phone to report to Duchan that the victim's family still refused to open their hearts despite his best efforts to persuade them. He nonchalantly hailed a taxi and confidently assured the person screaming on the other end of the line that opening hearts had always been his specialty. Inside the gloomy room, the two lackeys of the Wangchungil gang began to reveal their true colors as ruthless predators driving their prey into a corner. Falling into despair, Ji-hoo tremblingly grabbed a kitchen knife to defend himself against the terrifying threat of the bulky men approaching. The thug casually locked the room's door and challenged the boy to go ahead and stab his fat belly if he had the courage to become a murderer. With his giant physique, the gangster crushed Ji-hoo's will to resist and arrogantly declared he would teach him a lesson in manners before those who hold the power of life and death. He ruthlessly grabbed the teenager's hair and raised his sinewy hand, threatening that the price for daring to defy adults was death. In the midst of this critical situation, Ho-gil's face suddenly appeared behind the window, and he gently apologized for accidentally leaving the settlement agreement right there. The gangsters frowned in annoyance seeing the weird lawyer still lingering outside the window. They loudly shooed him away and demanded he get lost immediately. However, Ho-gil calmly reached his hand through the iron bars, pointing at the agreement on the floor and asking the thugs to pick it up for him to keep the room clean. Despite the warning about the danger, the lawyer deliberately squeezed through the narrow gap, causing the thug to angrily yell and ask why he was crawling in here like an insect. Suddenly, a sharp sword slash tore through the air and pierced straight into the bulky man's arm, causing fresh blood to splatter amidst the absolute shock of those present. The gangster clutched his bloody arm, unable to believe that the weak kid dared to swing a knife to attack him, while Ji-hoo gritted his teeth and demanded the bastards get out. Without giving the teenager a chance to react, a lightning-fast kick immediately landed, sending Ji-hoo flying onto the floor, only able to clutch his body in pain. The butcher loomed forward like a mountain, declaring he would beat this kid to death to teach him a lesson, while Ji-hoo could only weakly threaten to call the police. With a cruel, disdainful smile, he asserted that no one could step in here to rescue a pathetic loser like him. At that exact moment, the iron window bars suddenly shattered as Ho-gil launched himself inside like a fierce beast, delivering a powerful kick aimed straight at the boss's head. The heavy kick completely deformed the gangster's face under a rain of broken glass shards, officially starting the bloody purge of the assassin lawyer. Ji-hoo stared in shock at the back of the lawyer who had just saved his life, as the opponent's powerful kick still left the surrounding air vibrating. Byeon Ho-gil's lightning-fast kick sent the bulky thug flying to the floor, creating a powerful aftershock that shattered the arrogance of the debt-collecting gangsters. Standing calmly in the middle of the chaotic room, the lawyer clearly began explaining the crime of illegal trespassing under the criminal code and stated the prison sentence for this act. He continued quoting Article 9 of the Debt Collection Act regarding the act of causing fear to debtors, forcing Tae-sik, who was trembling with anger, to fall silent before the irrefutable logic. Infuriated by being lectured, the gangster lunged forward with a knife to sneak attack from behind, even as Ho-gil leisurely read out the fine amount of up to 30 million won. But in the blink of an eye, the assassin lawyer spun around and delivered a deadly counterattack, leaving the attacker unable to even catch a glimpse of his silhouette. The bulky accomplice roared madly, ordering Tae-sik to hold the lawyer tightly, while Ho-gil coldly announced the 3-year prison sentence awaiting them. Taking advantage of the moment the lawyer was protecting the boy, the butcher swung his knife straight at his head and challenged him to see how he would react to this finishing blow. With an extremely decisive movement, Ho-gil executed a spinning God-tier kick that hit the mark, crushing the giant's will to fight in just a single breath. He ended the purge with a fatal chop to the opponent's neck, proving to the thugs what the true power of a hidden master assassin looked like. Quoting Article 276 of the Criminal Code on illegal confinement, Ho-gil's eyes flashed with a deadly light as if wanting to tear apart the enemy's soul. He threw a heavy hook punch that sent the gangster flying far away, while coldly declaring a 7 million won fine for their despicable behavior. Followed by a straight punch right in the middle of the bulky man's face, Ho-gil emphasized the 5-year prison sentence hanging over the heads of those who dared to cause trouble. Ending the combo with a ruthless stomp on the opponent's chest, the assassin lawyer sealed the deal with 2 authoritative words: prison sentence. He stood proudly in the middle of the ruined room, his aura exuding the complete dominance of someone who commands both the law and violence. Ji-hoo looked up with eyes widened in shock. He couldn't believe this strange man could be so incredibly strong. Ho-gil lightly rubbed his freshly tousled hair and complained that his expensive hairstyle had been ruined by these thugs. Looking at the gangsters lying scattered at his feet, the lawyer sarcastically remarked that their threats against him were no different from soothing lullabies. He casually took the defeated man's wallet and declared he would only take this much as a deduction from the 42 million won fine they had to bear. Byeon Ho-gil smugly spread the stack of cash in his hand, provoking the opponents to seek him out if they wanted legal advice after the recent action movie scene. Ho-gil handed a stack of 50,000 won bills to Ji-hoo and urged the kid to take it as a bit of money to manage his upcoming life. He instructed Ji-hoo to take good care of his father's funeral arrangements and live the rest of his life well, while he would clean up this trash and hand them over to the police. Suddenly, Ji-hoo shouted, calling him Mr. making Ho-gil freeze. He annoyedly turned his head and snapped that he really didn't like that old-sounding title at all. Faced with the highly skeptical question of whether he was truly a lawyer, Ho-gil flared up, yelling to affirm his prestigious legal standing. He awkwardly explained that he was both a lawyer but also had other dark sides, while once again emphasizing that he was absolutely not a Mr. But when Ji-hoo stubbornly repeated the word Mr., the lawyer could only cover his face in helplessness before the teenager's unmanageable stubbornness. The atmosphere suddenly went dead silent when Ji-hoo abruptly declared he wanted to hire him, leaving Ho-gil stunned and bewildered, unable to believe his ears. The teenager's trembling hands reverently held out a meager stack of small bills. It was all of his last savings that he wanted to use to bet on him. Ji-hoo looked straight into his opponent's eyes with extreme resentment, and demanded that he kill Jo Du-chan, the man who had heartlessly murdered his father. Ho-gil hastily raised his hand to refuse and advised him to go to the police for things like this because he was a righteous lawyer, then immediately turned and walked away. Ji-hoo stood silently with the small bills in his hand, looking with sad eyes at the savior who was preparing to leave after having just refused an assassination offer. Ho-gil awkwardly tried to climb through the iron window bars but stopped because he realized that action was truly shameful in front of a child. He pretended to scratch his head and casually walked out through the main door, telling himself that getting a little lost in life once in a while was no big deal. Suddenly, the lawyer froze as if struck by lightning when a ruthlessly lucrative business idea began to spark in his cunning brain. His eyes lit up when he realized a perfect scenario to extort money from both sides by fully utilizing his dual identities as a lawyer and an assassin. According to the plan, first, he would receive defense fees from Jo Du-chan by helping him escape punishment through signing the settlement agreement. Then he would take on a new commission from Ji-hoo to take the life of that very culprit using the exact compensation money he had just brought back for the boy. The prospect of receiving a massive double fee made Ho-gil's face contort with extreme excitement over an unprecedentedly lucrative gig. Returning to reality, the young man Ji-hoo still stood there in silence, placing his last hope in the sweat-soaked stack of small bills. Byeon Ho-gil smiled smugly as he handed a handkerchief to Ji-hoo, loudly promising to cleanly send that culprit to the afterlife on his behalf. Byeon Ho-gil flashed a confident smile as he handed over the handkerchief, boldly affirming that he himself would be the one to neatly send that bastard to the underworld. Later, Ji-hoo stood bewildered in the middle of a dilapidated street, secretly doubting whether this shabby place was truly the address of the law office the man had mentioned. The teenager looked up at the building covered with signs for loan sharks and disguised massage parlors, unable to stop worrying that this looked more like a criminal lair than a place where justice was served. Venturing into the dark hallway, Ji-hoo walked while reassuring himself by thinking of his late father, even though deep down he still didn't believe a lawyer could actually commit murder. Just as he stopped in front of the office door, dry thuds and tragic screams echoing out made the boy freeze, feeling a premonition that something terrible was happening. Hearing desperate pleas for life mixed with ruthless curses from inside, Ji-hoo shuddered, wanting to flee and cut ties with this crazy lawyer immediately. A cold voice suddenly rang out, overpowering all other sounds, threatening that if the person inside maintained their stubborn attitude, the outcome would be extremely tragic. The declaration about tearing the opponent apart and selling them piece by piece made Ji-hoo turn pale as he witnessed the true nature hidden behind the sign of lawyer Byeon Ho-gil. The teenager gritted his teeth bitterly for misjudging the person, realizing that the man was clearly just a money-hungry thug and no different from other cold-blooded criminals. A heavy collision made the signboard shake violently amid a faint cloud of dust, officially crushing any fragile hope for a righteous savior. Ji-hoo raised his phone connected to the 112 emergency number, shouting and demanding that all violent acts stop immediately if they didn't want the police to intervene. But then his eyes widened in astonishment when he witnessed an unimaginable scene taking place right inside the law office. Inside the messy room, Ho-gil was frantically throwing punches at an old TV while screaming and questioning what crime he had committed to be treated like a mental patient. Ji-woo forced a smile and put his phone away. He sarcastically remarked that the recent action was like a TV assault and quietly asked if the lawyer planned to use those fists on him. Ho-gil quickly retracted his crazy demeanor to invite Ji-woo to sit down. He attentively handed over a glass of water and affirmed that a VIP client like him deserved to be treated well. Holding a cup of cheap instant coffee in his hand, the teenager felt confused hearing the lawyer brag that he had specially brewed 2 packets to add more luxury, while Ho-gil himself casually sipped an expensive brand-name coffee and boasted that a bitter taste was not good for students, which was why he chose something sweet for him. The atmosphere suddenly turned cold as the lawyer pushed up his glasses, turned off the lights, and in a deep voice announced that it was time to seriously begin the plan to eliminate Jo Do-chan. His eyes flashed with a dangerous light as he reminded Ji-woo that the biggest problem right now was to find a way to get Jo Do-chan released first, because the crimes committed by that gang boss were too obvious, and all the criminal details had been thoroughly exposed by the investigating agency. The accident scene appeared haunting as the killer casually dragged the victim, showing that this was clearly a calculated murder, and not just a mere accident. Byeon Ho-gil loudly declared that with such ironclad evidence, that bastard had absolutely no chance of being set free. Seeing Ji-woo looking impatient, the sly lawyer leaned in close and asked if the kid wanted to know the secret to turning around a seemingly impossible situation. Immediately after, he forcefully slammed his hand down on the thick pile of files to establish dominance, making Ji-woo drop his jaw in amazement at his thorough preparation, as all the preliminary investigation documents had already been fully collected in advance. The teenager began to look at him differently, and urged him to quickly go save Jo Do-chan, but Ho-gil just chuckled and told him to learn to control his emotions. However, the lawyer suddenly scratched his head and pulled his ears in helplessness upon realizing that even if a settlement agreement was reached, it couldn't stop the impending criminal sentence, because the CCTV footage had completely recorded the entire crime process, from drunk driving to disposing of the corpse, in an undeniable way. He gritted his teeth in furious frustration thinking of the prospect that his lucrative double-fee plan was on the verge of total collapse. Regarding Ji-woo's question about whether he would break in to destroy evidence like in the movies, the lawyer calmly affirmed that he was a man of the law, not an undercover spy. Ho-gil suddenly widened his eyes in sheer amazement at a sudden idea, causing the teenager Ji-woo next to him to curiously ask what had happened. He excitedly grabbed Ji-woo's hands and yelled in praise that the kid was truly a genius for suggesting a method to turn the tables. In front of the majestic courthouse gates, the notice declaring insufficient evidence for conviction shone brightly, officially marking a turning point that completely reversed the case's situation. Amidst a shower of rotten eggs and harsh insults from the angry crowd, the lawyer still casually offered a fake apologetic smile, while the murderous criminal stood right behind him. Jo Do-chan smirked with a wickedly triumphant smile, arrogantly declaring that even the judge had to admit he hadn't committed any crime. The victim's relatives screamed in despair as the perfect evidence suddenly vanished mysteriously. They frantically cursed the lawyer as a heartless devil. Ho-gil casually let egg yolks run down his forehead. He smiled, admitting that all the crowd's criticisms were true, and emphasized that the power of evidence in court was incredibly terrifying. He looked up at the towering courthouse, telling himself that this country always strictly adhered to legal principles, but in reality, that was a loophole for manipulative people to bend the law. A mysterious and ruthless smile spread across the lawyer's face as he affirmed a truth that as long as the evidence is wiped clean, the culprit will always walk free. Through the perfect combination of supreme assassination skills and sophisticated legal knowledge, the assassin lawyer officially began his purge of justice in his own unique way. In stark contrast to his previous flat denials, Byeon Ho-gil casually broke into the police station in the middle of the night to destroy evidence. For the seasoned assassin, this was as easy as flipping his hand. The assassin lawyer gave a slight, triumphant smirk as every chess piece was under his absolute control. The next morning, Ho-gil appeared with a bright smile at the prosecutor's office to meet Han Jong-ui, the young prosecutor who was directly handling Jo Do-chan's case file. This was an elite prosecutor who had just returned from the U.S. with noble ideals of upholding the law, someone whose very name was enough to make Ho-gil feel annoyed. Han Jong-ui glared, warning the cunning lawyer not to forget that one day he, too, would be punished by the law, but the only response he got was a mocking and defiant attitude. Ho-gil sarcastically bid farewell to the prosecutor and leisurely walked away. In his mind, he had already devised a plan to turn the tables in court. The cry of "Mr." echoed throughout the poor neighborhood as Ji-hoo frantically ran to the office seeking answers about the upcoming plans. The teenager excitedly reported the news that prosecutors were resigning one by one after clashing with him, while eagerly asking when the revenge plan would truly begin. Fury and impatience made Ji-hoo grab Ho-gil's shoulders tightly and scream. He wanted to immediately see the death of the one who heartlessly murdered his father. Ho-gil calmly used one finger to push the agitated teenager away. He demanded Ji-hoo step back and maintain a minimum level of calmness before entering the life-and-death game of chess. Ho-gil unexpectedly asked Ji-hoo if he liked movies with plot twists, leaving the teenager slightly bewildered. He opened the CCTV footage of the accident and asserted that there was a shocking detail Ji-hoo must witness, even though it involved his father's death. With a deeply meaningful smile, the assassin lawyer forced the boy to overcome his fear to find the true clue that had been hidden all along. The blurry footage revealed the scene of a horrific late-night collision with debris scattered across the cold road. The video continued to play in silence, capturing the moment the offending vehicle sat isolated at the scene like a piece of silent, undeciphered evidence. Ji-hoo wondered aloud that he had watched this footage too many times but saw nothing unusual. Ho-gil then asked him to focus on a technical detail. He began explaining the operational mechanics of a car, which he considered the most crucial key to exposing the true face of the culprit. Ho-gil analyzed that the suspension spring system under the chassis would automatically adjust its height subtly based on the total weight it was bearing in the cabin. He pointed at the screen and told Ji-hoo to look very closely at the text on the signboard because the most important part of the turnaround plan started here. Upon noticing the anomaly hidden behind those faint letters, Ji-hoo's eyes suddenly widened in horror at an unbelievable truth. The text originally obscured on the sign suddenly became visible when the car's clearance height changed, an undeniable piece of physical evidence clearly appearing on the screen. Ji-hoo was shocked to realize that strange shift. The lawyer immediately affirmed that the weight on the seats had changed right after the moment the accident occurred. A shocking hypothesis was proposed. Ho-gil confidently declared that besides Jo Do-chan, there was definitely a third person present in that fateful car. This led to the horrifying truth that the one who directly and heartlessly took his father's life might not be the gang boss currently in custody. Ho-gil's eyes hardened with a thoughtful look. He emphasized that this was just an assumption, and they both needed to find ironclad evidence to verify the truth immediately. Ji-hoo panicked and questioned that if the killer was truly someone else, then trying everything to get Jo Do-chan out for revenge would become completely meaningless. But the lawyer only gave a wicked smile and reminded the boy that he had hired an assassin lawyer, someone capable of turning around even the darkest chess games. Beneath the gloomy sky, the old building housing Byeon Ho-gil's law office stood quietly like a secret fortress of unimaginable plots. Ho-gil glided his hand over the worn spines on the bookshelf, muttering as he searched for a secret spot hidden among the lifeless book titles. He decisively pressed hard on the spine of a red book, officially activating the secret mechanism that led into his own deadly arsenal. Ho-gil gritted his teeth, gathering strength to push the secret door behind the bookshelf, muttering self-mockingly about his own filthiness, yet still unable to resist the pull of dirty money. His eyes suddenly widened with excitement as he witnessed the hidden scene behind the wall gradually being revealed. A massive armory ranging from firearms to explosives appeared in the middle of the dark basement. The lawyer casually noted that this place was still as shabby and trash-filled as before. Faced with Ji-hoo's impatience to know the plan, Ho-gil simply used one finger to push the teenager away and demanded he keep his distance before starting the discussion. Standing before the tactical map, he explained that Jo Do-chan's gang operated on a complex cell model. To catch the real killer, they had to bring down the entire system at once. Looking at the sarcastically drawn pig face on the map, Ji-hoo skeptically asked if the lawyer had drawn this mess himself, but he just waved his hand and told him not to mind such trivial details. The teenager objected in panic upon hearing his intention to single-handedly raid the gang's lair, because that place was a dangerous zone teeming with cold-blooded killers. Ho-gil slightly adjusted his gear. His sharp eyes exuded a terrifying aura along with the assertion that he had over 10 years of survival experience in the professional assassin underworld. He leisurely touched his bright red helmet, likening himself to a gentle breeze at times and a raging flood at others, always changing unpredictably so no one could catch him. Hidden behind the visor, the assassin lawyer's eyes grew colder than ever as he declared that perfectly disguising and blending into any corner was his specialty. Outside the brightly lit Chinese restaurant, the underlings were cheering to welcome Boss Duchan, who had just been released after the horrific case. Inside was a lavish feast of tattooed gangsters surrounding him, pressing to know how their boss miraculously escaped a life sentence. Duchan exhaled smoke and smugly explained that there was nothing in this world that money couldn't solve, especially through a settlement agreement. He laughed savagely when repeating the phrase, "lack of evidence," to declare his innocence, leaving his subordinates in sheer awe of their boss's cunning. The henchman sarcastically mocked Duchan for throwing 1 billion won at the deceased victim's child, calling him a charity angel in a highly mocking tone. Duchan casually looked at his phone screen and declared that 1 billion won was nothing, as he could easily make that money back from scam chat rooms. His eyes flashed with an evil light, accompanied by a confident assertion about his upcoming dirty money-making schemes. The scene suddenly shifted to brutality as a pitiful man knelt in humiliation, his body bruised, while being mocked by the thugs. The victim cried miserably and begged for the return of his life's hard-earned savings, but the gang boss only coldly sneered about the so-called voluntary investment. Duchan casually stood watching his desperate prey at his feet. He cruelly pressed him, asking whose fault this tragic outcome ultimately was. The victim tremblingly bowed his head and admitted fault, but the boss still ruthlessly threatened to hunt down his family and friends at their workplaces if he ever dared to show his face around here again. Taking a leisurely and arrogant drag of his cigarette, Duchan declared he would distribute all the compromising photos they had taken to make the victim's life worse than death. He gave a creepy smile, complimenting the other man's younger sister as very pretty, then mercilessly pressed his burning cigarette into his flesh, ignoring the agonizing screams echoing throughout the room. The fun was suddenly interrupted by a subordinate's frantic report about a strange guest, making Duchan frown, wondering what brazen fool dared to show up at a time like this. The entire gang of tattooed thugs stopped their chopsticks at once. They stared in bewilderment at the bizarre silhouette of a person wearing a bright red helmet right in the middle of the aisle. Hidden behind the visor, the assassin secretly mocked himself for choosing a somewhat ironic disguise when infiltrating straight into the enemy's lair. Playing the role of a timid delivery man, Ho-gil walked into the middle of the lavish banquet and announced that the food had arrived, even though he internally ridiculed the fact that this gang was stationed at a Chinese restaurant. The henchman stepped forward to mock the ridiculous situation of someone delivering black bean noodles to a Chinese restaurant, then domineeringly ordered the delivery man to bring the food out for them to taste. Ho-gil hurriedly hugged the box tightly to block him, but the dry, metallic clinking sound from inside made Duchan immediately alert, demanding that the object be brought to him at once. Recognizing a somewhat familiar voice, the gang boss's face hardened as he ordered his men to rip off the stranger's helmet to confront him and see who he really was. Ho-gil broke out in a cold sweat behind his visor upon realizing the number of enemies in the lair far exceeded his initial estimations. The arrogant gangsters surrounded him, intending to rip off his helmet to see the timid delivery man's face, making him worry that the assassination plan would be ruined prematurely. He silently blamed himself for being too careless, but then his eyes suddenly hardened with murderous intent as he realized only violence could quell the chaos right now. With a determination to just go for it, the assassin suddenly unleashed a lightning-fast elbow strike, instantly knocking down the man who was about to touch him. It all happened so fast that the entire table was stunned in terror, unable to believe that the weak delivery man possessed such terrifying strength. Joe Duchan roared in a fury, ordering all his underlings to capture the brazen fool alive. Dozens of tattooed thugs charged forward simultaneously to attack him. Ho-gil quietly complained about his disguise efforts being ruined, then suddenly launched himself into the air, executing a powerful spinning kick. A powerful punch aimed straight at the opponent's face caused the unfortunate thug to collapse immediately under the crushing force of the blow. He pinned the henchman hard against the floor and hissed furiously about how Joe Duchan himself had directly destroyed his perfectly kept secret plan. The gang boss froze, his face distorted with shock upon realizing the person standing before him was none other than the lawyer he had just hired. Standing amidst the scattered bodies of underlings, Ho-gil casually brushed his hands and mocked the brats for being too arrogant, daring to go tit-for-tat with an adult to the bitter end. Faced with his crazy declaration about beating them half to death yet still being acquitted, Du-chan could only glare and question what the hell kind of nonsense he was spouting. He smirked mysteriously, suggesting that there was definitely something this gang boss absolutely loved, and that this case would soon hit a dead end. The assassin lawyer made a highly provocative gesture while emphasizing that all crimes would eventually be brilliantly covered up by the excuse of a lack of evidence. Squatting amidst the pools of blood and piles of bodies, he coldly asserted that Joe Du-chan's own stupidity had directly ruined the perfect plan he had painstakingly laid out. The gang boss was still reeling in shock, his face contorted in terror, as he realized the once elegant lawyer was now a terrifying monster. Standing tall in the middle of the wrecked room, Ho-gil once again affirmed he would crush them, but the law wouldn't be able to touch him, leaving the thugs trembling before this brutal truth. An evil smile clearly formed on the assassin's face. He smirked knowingly about the inevitable outcome awaiting those who dared to test his limits. Joe Du-chan casually took a drag from his cigarette and sarcastically remarked that lawyers nowadays seemed too inept at basic calculations to outsmart him. The giant blue cigarette smoked contemptuously into Ho-gil's face, mocking that the lawyer buddy still hadn't seemed to realize his solitary predicament right now. With 9 fierce, tattooed gangsters blocking every exit, the boss smugly laughed at the horrifyingly immense disparity in numbers. Ho-gil quietly bowed his head, admitting that he was currently no different from a tiny anchovy facing a pack of butcher monsters. But then a cold smile suddenly appeared on his lips. He began to recount the hellish days of training that these thugs could never imagine. His eyes rolled up, full of murderous intent. The assassin lawyer smirked and declared that all his past survival efforts were solely in preparation for capturing bastards like them. The terrifying memories of Glory Club's tear gas training sessions rushed back, where desperate screams begging to open the door echoed amid the white smoke. It wasn't ordinary tear gas, but a toxic gas that tore the throat apart, turning each passing day into a painful, repeating layer of hell. Even in the abyss of death and the thick smoke, a will for vengeance still silently surged behind the gray stone walls. Veiny hands gripped the walls as if wanting to carve deep into the stone, testifying to an intense vitality that nothing could extinguish. Lying flat on the floor with a body soaked in blood and tears, Ho-gil hissed furiously that he had resiliently survived every single day just waiting for this very moment. The underlings scrambled, urging each other to find weapons for self-defense when they noticed the delivery man stealthily pulling a strange object from his pocket. Ho-gil bent down to rummage through the package, casually recalling what he had thought while enduring tear gas in the training camp. He smirked slightly, reminiscing about his own desperate pleas when he once begged for an escape. With a face contorted with excitement, he screamed his desire to use it, and immediately swung his arm, throwing the metal block hard to the front. The specialized grenade spun in midair, leaving the henchman speechless and rooted to the spot. The assassin spread his arms wide and boldly declared the show had begun just as a blinding white light erupted. He closed his eyes, relaxing to enjoy the radiant halo, but his smile suddenly vanished upon noticing an anomaly. He instantly clutched his eyes, screaming in agony as he realized he had mistakenly grabbed a stun grenade instead of a tear gas grenade. The destructive light made the gangsters collapse, screaming in blindness and constantly warning their comrades not to move. Amidst the chaos, a bruised henchman could only wave his hands blindly and stutter in terror, wondering what the hell that light was. The gangsters scrambled and danced around like madmen as their eyes were scorched by the blinding light. They shrieked in pain while cowardly blaming each other as they tried to find the assassin. Even Ho-gil was struggling with the piercing pain in his eyes. He gritted his teeth, cursed the henchman's baseness, and swore to execute a bloody revenge immediately. Joe Du-chan's eyes streamed with tears from taking the hit. The boss frantically cursed the one who just ruined the fun and asserted that even with begging, death was unavoidable. Not giving the opponent time to recover, the assassin lawyer launched himself into the air with the sole objective of truly sending the enemy to eternity. Du-chan glared and roared that if Ho-gil had obediently been a normal lawyer, he could have lived longer, while threatening to break every single bone in his body. Amidst the faint cloud of dust, Ho-gil's silhouette loomed large like a grim reaper waiting for the moment to sow ultimate terror upon the culprits. The boss's eyes suddenly widened in shock as he realized the impending danger. His breath hitched along with hopeless, stuttering pleas. The remaining underlings recklessly charged forward, one holding a vase, another swinging fists, trying to corner the lawyer with aggressive group attacks. But Du-chan seemed to have lost his last bit of composure. He screamed frantically, demanding everything to stop immediately upon sensing the thick, murderous intent enveloping them. With supreme combat skills, Ho-gil easily neutralized all attacks and retaliated with fatal blows, instilling utter fear into the minds of his opponents. The fat-bellied gangster roared fiercely, lifting a wooden chair intending to deliver a fatal blow to Ho-gil's head, while the lawyer calmly cited the law regarding a 5 million won fine. With a lightning-fast spinning motion, Ho-gil unleashed a thunderous kick aimed straight at the opponent's chin, continuously declaring the 3-year prison sentence awaiting the culprit. Another henchman frantically swung a chair and charged from behind, but the assassin lawyer had already recognized that cowardly intention and prepared an unpredictable counterattack. Taking advantage of a gap, the bulky man grabbed Ho-gil tightly from behind and yelled, ordering his comrades to seize this opportunity to end the life of this tough anchovy. The remaining accomplice roared madly, swinging a bat and charging forward with the sole goal of instantly smashing the restrained lawyer's head. Ho-gil slightly smirked with a highly mysterious smile. He began muttering citations about the crime of extortion right in the middle of a life-or-death moment. Suddenly, he ducked low, causing the bat's swing to veer off course and smash straight into the head of the accomplice holding him, while he coldly read out the prison sentence for those who use violence for profit. The lawyer's eyes suddenly became soulless yet full of killing intent. He announced an additional fine of up to 20 million won, making the thugs shudder in fear. Ho-gil's veiny hand touched the floor, creating a solid pivot point. He prepared for a spectacular spinning escape move to completely turn the tables. With an extremely skillful rainbow kick, the assassin lawyer simultaneously took down 2 enemies, proving to them the power of someone who grasps the law while mastering martial arts. The 10-year prison verdict echoed heavily, causing Joe Du-chan's face to contort in utter terror upon realizing he had completely lost the upper hand. Amidst the thick dust, Ho-gil's silhouette launched into the air like a fierce beast preparing for a fatal finishing blow. He landed majestically amidst the white smoke, exuding a dense murderous intent that enveloped the entire space of the room. Joe Du-chan broke into a cold sweat. He realized in shock that his earlier premonition about the man opposite him was not wrong in the slightest. Throughout 20 years of surviving in the perilous gangster underworld, one of the most precious things he had accumulated was the instinct of a wild beast. It was the ability to recognize apex predators, the most basic rule of survival, and also the shortest path to avoiding an early meeting with the Grim Reaper. Right now, every hair on the boss's arm stood on end in sheer fear, as if signaling an irresistible threat. Ho-gil's manic eyes and bloodthirsty smile convinced Du-chan that the man in front of him was an extremely dangerous monster. The brightly lit Chinese restaurant suddenly became terrifyingly silent, as if holding its breath waiting for the next development of the purge. Ho-gil lightly touched his hand to the table, and quietly complained that burying his head in too many law books seemed to have made his body stiff. Byeon Ho-gil leisurely ordered Joe Du-chan to sit down properly, met with the absolute submission of the gang boss who was trembling and nodding vigorously. He coldly reminded the bastard who was actually allowed to sit on the chair, making Du-chan instantly drop to his knees on the floor apologizing amidst the authoritative shouting. Ho-gil demanded the opponent honestly confess everything from now on, and Du-chan swore to reveal all secrets, even his girlfriend's house door passcode. But when asked about the backer behind him, the boss suddenly looked flustered and scratched his head with a wry smile, attempting to dodge the assassin lawyer's tough question. He sighed in frustration at the opponent's stubbornness, and declared that he was wasting his precious time with such unenthusiastic answers. In truth, Ho-gil never believed a single word coming out of this cunning gangster's mouth, because he had another friend, who was much more honest and reliable. He casually held Du-chan's personal phone in front of his face, exposing his entire private life and shady relationships stored inside. The assassin coldly swiped the screen, silently apologizing to the opponent's pretty little sister, as he prepared to exploit the darkest secrets to serve his plan. He scrolled through a series of photos of this gang's debauched partying on social media and silently judged their filthy, degenerate lifestyle. Ho-gil's eyes narrowed thoughtfully as he faced a massive trove of information. He wondered how to find the mysterious person who sat next to Du-chan on that fateful day. Ho-gil glued his eyes to the phone screen. He exclaimed in shock upon realizing something highly unusual. It was a stock investment chat group promising a 500% profit, accompanied by hashtags about money and upper-class life. He softly mocked that ridiculous group name, then pretended to whine about wanting to make money and asking to join in on the game. Suddenly, the assassin's eyes widened in amazement at an unbelievable discovery. He was stunned when he recognized the face of the woman named Crystal, an old acquaintance he never thought he would meet again here. Byeon Ho-gil smirked with a malicious smile. He was secretly pleased because his hunting plan had suddenly become easier than ever. The lawyer's office building appeared under the clear blue sky, still nesting modestly among the signs for massage parlors and loan sharks. Sitting in the messy room, Ho-gil secretly blamed Jihu for being so stubborn, as he still refused to call him an affectionate brother. The teenager suddenly walked in with an expensive cup of coffee in hand, making the assassin lawyer both surprised and excited. Ho-gil hurriedly brewed him today's special packet of instant coffee, even though Jihu casually advised him to just enjoy it himself. Byeon Ho-gil sighed tiredly. He admitted that things were getting more complicated than planned and demanded that Jihu focus and listen to this single explanation. The teenager anxiously asked why he was trying to scare him. The assassin lawyer immediately leaned in close to the chart stack and affirmed that this was vital information. He pointed at the organizational chart of Jo Du-chan's gang, while Jihu couldn't help but be shocked by the tangled connections unfolding before his eyes. The boy exclaimed in amazement at their complexity. Ho-gil immediately asked back whether the chart he had painstakingly drawn with his own hands was truly wonderful, or not. However, Jihu bluntly criticized the chart for looking as terrible as a kindergartner's drawing, and considered it just a useless waste of paper. Ho-gil suddenly collapsed entirely. The lawyer slumped his head against the chair while his face flushed red with embarrassment at the kid's harsh remark. To cover his shame, he immediately crumpled the chart and threw it away, loudly declaring that far more important things were waiting ahead. He opened the phone and asked Jihu to imagine if there were a chat room promising to bring him a massive mountain of money like this. The assassin casually threw a paper ball and pressed to ask if Jihu had enough courage to join this game full of madness. Jihu thought deeply. He admitted he would feel extremely suspicious but wouldn't be able to resist the lure of money and would step right into the trap. Ho-gil stared intently at the phone screen, then asked Jihu if he had ever heard of stock, tipster, chat rooms. The teenager glued his eyes to the messages promising a 350% profit using the martingale system, while the assassin confessed that neither of them understood a thing about this pile of crazy jargon. Ho-gil explained that the scammers would set up a secret room where they confidently announced stock codes guaranteed to bring massive profits. They manipulated the crowd's psychology like puppets, promising to double their investments, causing greedy people to blindly pour all their fortunes into the fake stock market. After pulling in the net, the masterminds would detonate the entire system and disappear without a trace along with the blood, sweat, and tears money of the poor victims. Numerous families had fallen into ruin that way, and the assassin lawyer asserted that the one who actually killed Jihu's father was very likely. The teenager's eyes widened in amazement as Ho-gil revealed that the real culprit definitely had a close connection with this scam chat room. Jihu shouted indignantly, questioning what the police were doing when so many victims were harmed like this, and he wanted to set out immediately to hunt those bastards down right now. Ho-gil calmly stopped him. He explained that due to the nature of virtual chat rooms using fake accounts and foreign IPs, tracing them was seemingly impossible. Jihu was dazed by the fear of losing the enemy's trail, but Byeon Ho-gil had already mapped out another bold action plan to reclaim justice. Byeon Ho-gil confidently slammed his hand on the table as he declared he had pinpointed the exact identity of the person acting as the bait in this scheme. Holding the phone in his hand, he clearly explained that he had found the fisherman, who specialized in setting traps to lure victims into the scam chat room. He affirmed that once they caught this person, dragging the real big fish out of the shadows was only a matter of time. Jihu stared intently at the vague sketch, wondering if this was a human or some wild beast, but the lawyer just spoke in a low voice, advising him to stay calm. Ho-gil's eyes flashed dangerously as he hinted that the teenager Jihu himself might very well know the true identity of this person. He turned the phone screen to face Jihu, causing the boy to panic upon realizing it was Crystal, a highly famous streamer on the internet. He doubted whether someone with such great influence would agree to act as bait for scammers. But Ho-gil kept a stern face and confirmed that the plan to approach her had been laid out. When the lawyer intended to leave immediately to meet Crystal, Ji-woo unexpectedly stopped him. He thought the guy was hiding another motive behind this mission. Ho-gil looked bewildered at that remark. He quickly explained that this girl was famously known as a mysterious ghost in the streamer community because she hid her private life meticulously. From her real name to her residence, all information about her was an unknown variable surrounded by endless rumors, and that was exactly why he had to get involved. Byeon Ho-gil proudly declared he had understood the entire truth of this mysterious murder case, making Ji-woo listen attentively to all his deductions. He pointed to the TV screen showing the beautiful female streamer, and asserted that she was the sole key to accessing the criminal network. The assassin then focused intensely on the laptop. He pressed Ji-woo to see how to exploit this live stream to find the opponent's loophole. Suddenly, a spark lit up in the teenager's mind. Ji-woo exclaimed in shock as he realized something incredibly important from the computer screen. Ho-gil seemed to have seen right through a ghost, who left absolutely no trace of personal information, a woman completely mysterious down to her very breath. With a highly malicious smile, the assassin lawyer affirmed that he himself had found the shortest path to face her directly. At the prosecutor's office, Han Jong-hui was banging the table and yelling furiously because all the ironclad evidence had suddenly evaporated in an utterly absurd manner. Despite his subordinate's best efforts to apologize, the young prosecutor frantically ordered all files related to Jo Du-chan to be restored immediately. Meanwhile, rumors of an assassin lawyer began spreading rapidly within the judicial circles, making the staff constantly gossip about the danger of this person. They exclaimed in horror upon learning that the renowned prosecutor Han Jong-hui, who had never tasted defeat, had now fallen before a mysterious rookie lawyer. Han Jong-hui frowned in deep suspicion upon realizing all the case evidence had vanished without a trace and silently concluded that the mastermind was the cunning lawyer. The image of the challenging confrontation with Byeon Ho-gil surfaced, making the young prosecutor wonder what his true identity really was. Jong-hui's eyes flashed with a sharp, cold look behind his glasses, swearing to find a loophole to catch the one manipulating the justice system. He decisively picked up the phone to contact his subordinates, his voice ringing with a steely tone as he stated his identity to begin an undercover investigation. The prosecutor ordered a meticulous investigation into a specific person, his eyes filled with the unwavering determination of a hunter setting a trap. On the other side of the screen, Crystal was still diligently live streaming, promising an ideal boyfriend type who knows how to pamper women. Ho-gil sipped his coffee with a highly smug expression in front of the computer screen, making Ji-woo, who was standing nearby, wince at his cheesiness. When the lawyer curiously asked about the female streamer's background, the teenager immediately explained that she had become famous overnight thanks to her irresistible charm. Upon hearing the title of cute and sexy goddess, Ho-gil suddenly screamed with such excitement that Ji-woo had to immediately remind him to pull back that perverted face. Ignoring the sarcasm, the assassin remained absorbed in admiring the photos showing off Crystal's hot beauty, and silently admitted the title was indeed well-deserved. Ho-gil screamed in excitement as he repeated the sexy goddess title, making Ji-woo cringe helplessly at the lawyer's excessive quirkiness. The teenager tried to steer the conversation back on track, analyzing that Crystal was on a completely different level compared to fame seekers on the internet. Ji-woo placed a finger on his lips with an extremely serious expression, revealing the unbelievable truth that this female streamer didn't broadcast for the purpose of making money at all. Ho-gil spread his arms and chuckled mockingly, retorting that if it wasn't for money, no one would have the free time to fool around online, unless she gave it all away to charity. But when Ji-woo nodded to confirm that she actually donated all her earnings down to the last cent, the assassin still looked skeptical, assuming it was just a temporary PR stunt. Until he learned that the donating action was continuous and non-stop, Ho-gil's face suddenly contorted in shock, exclaiming to wonder what kind of lunatic would give all their money to others like that. Ji-woo continued recounting rumors that Crystal was actually a third-generation chaebol heiress running away from home to be a streamer for fun, which suddenly made the lawyer pause and spot a discrepancy. Ho-gil's eyes sharpened piercingly, he rubbed his chin thoughtfully and asserted that if she truly were from an ultra-rich family, then everything became more nonsensical than ever. Staring at the chart and the scam messages, the lawyer raised a fatal question about why a noble heiress would lower herself to get her hands dirty with a low-class gangster like Jo Du-chan. That sharp deduction made Ji-hoo widen his eyes and cover his mouth, shocked to realize the loophole in the story, and he hurriedly asked what their next step would be to expose the whole truth. The lawyer jumped up, yelling to go find Crystal immediately to clear things up, making Ji-hoo panic and ask how they could possibly find her, because Crystal was famously known as a ghost online, having never revealed any information about her real name, background, or residence to anyone. Facing that challenge, Ho-gil smirked proudly, tossing a sarcastic remark at Ji-hoo for daring to underestimate the abilities of a seasoned veteran like himself. He stylishly slicked back his messy hair, loudly declaring he would show the kid what the true investigative power of an expert looked like. In the rundown neighborhood, the sign of Byeon Ho-gil's law office remained lit amidst the quiet, dead of night, hiding unexpected secrets. Inside the room, Ji-hoo questioned the method of approaching the target, while the lawyer was highly focused, clacking away on the computer keyboard. The teenager silently thought his earlier arrogant words were completely foolish, but seeing his current serious expression made him start to reconsider. Ji-hoo's eyes shone with expectation, recalling peak investigation methods like determining directions through sun shadows or pinpointing exact locations via reflected buildings. Staring at Crystal's cute photo, Ji-hoo silently judged that perhaps he had misjudged this man's true capabilities. Suddenly, cold sweat broke out on Ho-gil's forehead. He loosened his tie with an extremely tense expression as if facing a challenge beyond his control. The morning sunlight flickered, illuminating the shabby, trash-strewn hallway in front of the law office, signaling that a long, stressful night had just passed. The dried-up paper cups and empty instant coffee packets scattered across the floor were the clearest proof of their relentless investigative efforts. Exhausted after many sleepless hours, the teenager Ji-hoo had slumped his head and fallen asleep on the cramped sofa without even realizing it. Suddenly, Ho-gil's triumphant scream rang out, shattering the quiet atmosphere and startling Ji-hoo awake. He jumped up in a panic with a bewildered look. Seeing the lawyer stretching and cheering for finally completing the goal, Ji-hoo eagerly pressed to ask if he had used the sun angle measurement method or listened to trained sounds to pinpoint the target. Ho-gil threw his head back and laughed smugly, placing a hand on his forehead to assert that his method was 10,000 times more reliable, making the kid secretly admire him and rush to lean over to see the screen. However, the teenager's expectant eyes suddenly glazed over in shock when he clearly saw what was displayed on the computer, muttering in absolute disappointment. It turned out the perverted lawyer with the sleazy smile had blown 5 million won of their savings on frantic overnight donations just to win a one-day date ticket with the streamer goddess. Furious at that idiotic act, Ji-hoo immediately swung his hand, delivering a crushing blow right to the top of Ho-gil's head and angrily scolding him as a hopeless lunatic. Despite the lawyer clutching his head and whining about the risk of hair loss, Ji-hoo crossed his arms and sighed, accepting the reality that although the method was somewhat ridiculous, at least they now had a chance to approach the target directly. The lawyer suddenly lowered his voice, his face full of tension, admitting that this approach still carried an extremely huge risk. He crossed his arms and leaned back against the desk, explaining to Ji-hoo that if they recklessly mentioned Jo Du-chan or the scam chat room, the target would immediately become alert and cut all contact. But in the blink of an eye, the mysterious smile bloomed again on the assassin's lips, confidently declaring he wasn't worried about that issue at all, leaving the kid bewildered as to why. Ho-gil smirked smugly, firmly asserting that he held a perfect plan to bypass all her suspicions. The scene shifted to a gorgeous fountain in the middle of a sunlit park, where the fresh air was a stark contrast to the stuffiness of the law office. Crystal, the online sexy goddess, was currently sitting idly by the fountain. Her real-life beauty was 1,000 times more radiant and captivating. The young men couldn't help but marvel at that beauty, starting to curiously speculate that the boyfriend of such a goddess must surely be some notorious tycoon. While the speculations were still underway, a tall man in a black suit slowly approached, calling Crystal's name and introducing himself as the one who won today's date right. Crystal turned around in surprise. She gently took off her sunglasses and smiled awkwardly, hearing the polite man repeat a familiar catchphrase from her live stream. Hiding behind the bushes not far away, Ji-hoo secretly observed and couldn't help but shudder seeing the lawyer mister putting on a cringe-worthy, goosebump-inducing performance. The assassin, in his long-haired gentleman guise, leaned forward, elegantly extending his hand to offer an escort for the beauty, as if she were a princess. The two walked side by side along the tree-lined path. Ho-gil subtly asked about her commute, and offered to take her all the way home, but Crystal just smiled and politely declined. Ji-hoo pulled his sunglasses down, frowning in worry as he noticed this streamer goddess had set up an overly solid defensive wall, making him wonder how they could possibly extract any information. Leaving the kids' doubts behind, the scene shifted to a luxurious restaurant bathed in warm yellow lights, where the two were enjoying an incredibly romantic dinner. Ho-gil sipped his wine while silently analyzing that a first date with a woman always comes with awkwardness, but he always knew how to control the atmosphere. He told himself the first and most crucial step was to show off his masculinity, because a man must always know how to attract women with strength. The lawyer glanced at the thick steak on the plate, and used sweet words to flatter Crystal, taking the initiative to offer to cut the meat into smaller pieces so she could enjoy it easily. Receiving a shy thank you, the assassin's sharp eyes suddenly narrowed behind his lenses, his arm poised to swing at a terrifying speed to execute his supreme knife skills. In the blink of an eye, the lawyer's hands danced wildly, creating countless sharp streaks of light in the air, slicing up the steak with the blade's swinging speed of someone who had endured bloody training. He smugly raised a plate containing a pile of meat hacked to bits like raw beef tartare and offered it to the beauty, ignoring Ji-hoo sitting at the table behind him, covering his face in shame and not daring to look straight. After dinner, the two moved to an amusement park, where Ho-gil tightly hugged a pile of giant stuffed bears, laughing heartily, making the trailing kid Ji-hoo even more suspicious of his true motives. Witnessing the ridiculous open-mouthed laugh of the Mr. next to the goddess in front of the Ferris wheel, Ji-hoo angrily cursed under his breath that this fake lawyer was definitely just using the opportunity to have a blast. As dusk fell, painting the poetic fountain golden, the costly and seemingly useless date finally came to an end. Ho-gil stood opposite Crystal under the evening light, continuing to spew cheesy, honeyed words that today was the most brilliant moment of his life, while she just politely smiled and promised to meet again. Before leaving, the assassin deliberately acted out a ridiculous gentlemanly trope, bowing and extending his hand to wish the beauty everlasting happiness, making even Crystal dumbfounded by the weirdness. Returning to the quiet office, Ji-hoo immediately unleashed his fury. He sarcastically mocked that the lawyer had grinned and drooled filthily throughout the entire date, losing all face. The teenager clenched his fists and yelled in frustration, questioning what damn clues they had gathered after burning through 5 million won and a bunch of time. Ignoring Ji-hoo holding up his vein-popping fist and growling next to him, Ho-gil simply closed his eyes and stroked his chin, muttering his assessment that Crystal's mysterious facade and frugality were indeed stronger than he had imagined. The teenager frowned in thought, muttering his wonder about why a woman rumored to be a third-generation chaebol heiress would have such bizarre movements. The lawyer interrupted with a suggestive question about whether any heiress would have to live wandering the streets, making Ji-hoo jump in shock. Before the kid could digest that unbelievable information, Ho-gil casually rattled off a detailed address located all the way in the suburbs of Gyeonggi Province. Ji-hoo's eyes widened as the pieces gradually fell into place. He held his breath and hesitantly wondered if that address was. With a sharp, confident look, the lawyer nodded to confirm that it was exactly the hideout of the streamer goddess Crystal. Ji-hoo gleefully clenched his fists and shouted, asking how he managed to find her whereabouts when the entire date was just filled with ridiculous antics. Ho-gil leisurely wagged his finger smugly, reiterating his claim that no woman could hide secrets from him, and started to lay his cards on the table. His face hardened as he explained that the first and most critical clue to shattering that perfect disguise was the travel time. Recalling the moment strolling in the park, the assassin had intentionally offered to take her home to test her reaction and extracted the information that it took her about an hour by car to get there. Ho-gil argued that a cunning person like Crystal could absolutely make up that number to throw them off, but he had quick-wittedly found the evidence to expose the lie from the very cup of coffee she held in her hand. The lawyer enlarged a close-up photo of the coffee cup in Crystal's hand, analyzing that the mostly melted ice along with the condensation on the outside perfectly matched a travel time of 1 hour. Furthermore, the brand printed on the cup belonged to an obscure local coffee chain, entirely unfindable in a bustling place like Seoul. The final clue, and also the most fatal loophole, was the distinct chemical smell of dye that no amount of perfume could ever cover up. He smugly explained the chemical reaction that occurs when dyed powder comes into contact with a catalyst, creating a haunting stench that lingers in the air. The assassin pushed up his glasses, firmly asserting that given all those traits, that woman definitely had to live right at or very close to a private dye factory. From those scattered pieces of data, Ho-gil had narrowed it down to an old fabric dye factory located exactly 1 hour's drive from the date spot, with an obscure coffee shop sitting right next door. The teenager Ji-hoo seemed to awaken. The kid clapped his hands with a smack, his eyes wide in admiration at the lawyer Mr. Sharp, masterful detective-like reasoning mind. Ji-hoo's attitude instantly did a 180-degree turn. He gaped in praise that the man before him was truly formidable and naively asked if the drooling, open-mouthed expression earlier was also part of the act. Ho-gil waved his hand dismissively, signaling Ji-hoo to calm down as the kid was firing up with enthusiasm, demanding to rush to the dye factory immediately to catch the target. He pointed toward a pile of ashes, warning about the cell-based operational nature of this gang. They were always ready to destroy all evidence and vanish in a flash if any disturbance occurred. Ho-gil solemnly warned that all traces would disappear before the police arrived, forcing them to find a way to secretly infiltrate the enemy's lair. He dismissed the idea of joining the gang because it was too time-consuming, and confidently asserted that he had another incredibly easy method. Ji-hoo questioned the plan, as the lawyer himself had said the criminals would flee the moment they saw a stranger appear. The teenager excitedly urged him to quickly reveal the secret to being able to walk right in without being suspected. Ho-gil cracked his knuckles menacingly, boasting about his iron fists, but was immediately stopped by the teenager for getting off track. The teenager signaled the assassin to lean his ear closer to prepare to reveal the secret plan, despite the lawyer still grumbling and wondering why they had to act so mysterious when it was just the two of them. The atmosphere suddenly became unusually quiet as Ji-hoo started to relay the bold moves into his opponent's ear with intense concentration. Upon hearing it, Ho-gil immediately jumped up and shouted, questioning if the kid was crazy, and swore he would absolutely never agree to do that freakish stunt. The assassin repeatedly waved his hands in utter terror, asserting that no matter what happened, he could not lower himself to execute this insane plan one more time. Time flew fast to the next morning at the gloomy fabric dye factory. Ji-hoo's voice rang out through the phone to reassure and guide the trembling lawyer who was preparing to step into the tiger's den. Ho-gil's hands clenched tightly in tension. He silently cursed the insanity of this plan and had a premonition of a humiliating failure waiting right before his eyes. The veins popping out on his fist showed a fierce inner struggle. The assassin had intended to turn back and run, but the dire situation forced him to continue throwing himself into danger. The loud shouting from the window of a half-asleep gangster suddenly rang out and tore through the air, officially marking the beginning of the tragicomic infiltration of the assassin lawyer. The aggressive henchman banged on the door demanding to enter, causing the lawyer inside to panic, constantly asking himself how to handle the situation as things were gradually spiraling out of control. Facing the risk of being discovered, a veiny fist began to clench along with a ruthless thought of mercilessly eliminating everyone if there was no other choice. Right at this moment, Crystal unexpectedly appeared with the aura of a goddess, gently smiling and sweetly greeting him as Appa to set a sharp honey trap that would be hard to escape. Byeon Ho-gil froze with a highly skeptical expression, slowly asking again to confirm the true nature of the crazy idea that the kid Ji-hoo had just proposed. Ji-hoo nonchalantly held up a poster of the goddess streamer and pointed at it, implicitly confirming that this was the crucial key to approaching the target. Faced with the kid's seriousness, the assassin lawyer pointed at his own chest in shock to ask again if he was truly the one who had to execute that plan. Ho-gil collapsed to the ground and screamed in fierce protest, arguing that a smelly man like him pretending to be a woman would definitely be instantly detected by the enemy's lair. Ji-hoo casually explained that modern cosmetics could turn an old man into a high school girl, and with just a bit of padding in a few places, a perfect appearance would be achieved. The kid stepped forward and placed a hand on his uncle's shoulder with eyes full of trust, asserting that Ho-gil possessed a face with extremely special potential. With a mischievous smile and a makeup brush set in hand, Ji-hoo declared that his face would be gorgeous when cross-dressing, leaving the assassin weeping in despair at the kid's cunningness. Ho-gil screamed in fierce protest with a distorted face, asserting that he would absolutely never carry out this bizarre plan even if pushed into a corner. But then the assassin lawyer was stunned upon seeing his new look in the mirror. While Ji-hoo smugly praised this idolater beauty as completely flawless, Ho-gil began practicing awkward feminine gestures that made even himself feel nauseous, though his mouth still tried to utter sweet words to please the kid Ji-hoo. On the other side, the gang's henchman was burning with rage, inwardly cursing those who dared to toy with him and disrespect his dignity as a man. Hiding behind the door, Ho-gil trembled with fear that this method would fail miserably because no one would believe a man was a woman, while the gangster outside kept shouting for someone to come out and welcome him. The aggressive underling acted like a big shot waiting to be escorted inside, making the assassin lawyer doubt the feasibility of this highly risky infiltration plan. Realizing there was no turning back, Ho-gil gritted his teeth and decided to take a gamble, while inwardly swearing that if discovered, he would immediately slaughter every single one of them. With a completely fake, shy expression, the assassin stepped out and softly murmured that he came here because he heard this place could help girls become top-tier streamers in the world. Seeing the beautiful prey walk right into the trap, the gangster flashed a vile smirk and thought to himself that this was a true blessing since the organization was currently short on hot girls. He warmly guided the beauty inside the lair, not forgetting to brag that his gang was currently the #1 star-making factory in the world. Even though he had smoothly sneaked in without raising suspicion, Ho-gil remained skeptical about whether this filthy dye factory was truly a professional live-streaming venue as rumored. The gangster immediately introduced the rookie girl loudly to the entire lair, shocking the assassin lawyer with the underling's rudeness. His eyes widened as he realized the absurdity of the current situation, thinking that things were rapidly moving far beyond anything he had prepared for. Looking at the chaotic lair filled with tattooed men and trash, Ho-gil could not believe this was the broadcasting location for famous streamers. He covertly informed Ji-hoo via the communication device about the abnormality of this place, admitting that although the infiltration was successful, a major problem was arising. The henchmen began to surround him and make harassing comments, demanding to know the rookie's measurements, and even threatening to grope her themselves if she refused to cooperate. Instantly, the assassin lawyer deployed a honey trap tactic, introducing himself as Hyo-rin with a coquettish wink, promising to let them verify it next time to temporarily escape. Amid the excited cheers of the underlings over the arrival of a hot beauty, Ho-gil casually put on an act, praising this place as a truly high-class studio. A calculating smile appeared on the assassin lawyer's face as he saw that things were going smoother than expected since they were completely deceived by his appearance. However, as he watched the back of the guide, he suddenly paused upon noticing a highly suspicious anomaly, inwardly questioning the true identity of the other party. The gangster narrowed his eyes suspiciously, coldly questioning how a newcomer could know so thoroughly that this was a studio for streamers. Confronted with the tough question, Ho-gil turned pale out of fear of being exposed, his mind in a frenzy as he struggled to figure out how to improvise his way out of this tight spot. Seeing the silence, the aggressive henchman immediately pressed close and growled, demanding to confiscate the phone to check her background, leaving the lawyer stammering to find an explanation. On the other end, the kid Ji-hoo was equally panicked, realizing that if detected, all their efforts and the long-planned infiltration would go up in smoke. In that do-or-die moment, Ho-gil decided to deliver a critical blow by suddenly making a seductive hip sway to distract the enemy. He skillfully spoke flirtatious words, claiming that Big Boss Do-chan himself had recommended this place to him, combined with an affectionate wink to win over the gangster. Witnessing the horrifying scene through the screen, Ji-hoo could only freeze with a pale face, unable to believe his assassin uncle could act so deeply to a spine-chilling extent. The moment he heard the boss's name, the henchman's attitude instantly shifted to warm and welcoming, scolding the beauty for not mentioning it sooner so he could receive her properly. Taking advantage of the enemy's lowered guard, the assassin lawyer covertly observed every nook and cranny of the dye factory while walking, looking for clues to the actual lair. Looking around only to see old machinery and chemical-stained containers, he pondered where on earth the secret broadcasting room was actually hidden. The henchman warmly asked about the broadcasting topic the beauty wanted to do, making Ho-gil secretly pleased as he immediately proposed a highly professional stock trading room. The gangster excitedly confirmed that this was the organization's specialty and promised to introduce her to a consultant immediately, making him pretend to be extremely thrilled. Hearing the other party mention the name Crystal, the assassin lawyer did not hesitate to overact, praising her as the sexy older sister he had long admired. Behind his beautiful mask, He gently closed his eyes and thought to himself how he could possibly not know the woman who had once left him utterly infatuated. Because Ho-gil used to have a wild past where he did not hesitate to spend all 5,000,001 of his hard-earned money just to win a date with the goddess streamer. Returning to the present, the underling pointed at a filthy shipping container and announced that this was Crystal's workplace, leaving him completely astounded. Standing in front of the old iron door, the gangster urged him to go in and greet his senior, while Ho-gil was still mentally struggling with the unbelievably shabby condition of this place. He began to apply his master deduction skills to visualize Crystal's everyday life, though his expression accidentally revealed somewhat dark thoughts within. The door opened, and the henchman loudly introduced the rookie, but inside that brightly lit studio room, there was no sign of the goddess anywhere. The assassin lawyer's eyes suddenly widened in horror upon witnessing the truly haunting actual appearance of the person behind the beautiful name Crystal. Witnessing the goddess Crystal huddled on the floor looking completely haggard, the assassin lawyer wondered in shock if this was truly the seductive woman he had met not long ago. He could not believe his eyes seeing a once vibrant Crystal now reduced to a lingering shadow, completely stripped of the glamour of a top star streamer. The image of a luxurious beauty with a captivating gaze from yesterday flashed back as a cruel contrast, making Ho-gil doubt what was unfolding before his eyes. Her demeanor had completely changed now, her gaunt face and lifeless stare indicating a soul that had endured too much trauma and had no remaining hope to cling to. The henchman rudely shoved Ho-gil into the room and loudly demanded that the two beauties get to know each other, while assigning Crystal the task of guiding this new rookie girl. He snarled a threat to Crystal to snap out of it quickly if she did not want to repeat those previous horrifying memories, causing the atmosphere in the room to suddenly become suffocating and tense. Once the gangster left, a dead silence enveloped the brightly lit space, where two unfamiliar women sat across from each other with secrets yet to be revealed. Time seemed to stand still in the dark lair of the gang, where the presence of the assassin lawyer was creating a quiet disruption in the already bleak life of the goddess streamer. Sensing the extremely awkward situation, the kid Jihu urged his uncle through the communication device to speak up, break the ice, and find a way to build trust with the other party. Covering his mouth to hide the sharp gaze of a hunter, Byeon Ho-gil confidently asserted that he would use his mind-reading ability to approach this girl, and gently spoke up with a suggestive opening line. Ho-gil spoke up and asked Crystal if she was depressed, causing the kid Jihu to exclaim in shock at his uncle's mind-boggling lack of tact. Getting thoroughly scolded by the kid through the earpiece, the assassin lawyer quickly defended himself, explaining that he was just trying to find common ground to start a conversation. His eyes grew serious as Jihu criticized him, saying that action was no different from rubbing salt into the girl's wound, leaving him confusedly asking how to soothe the woman's soul. The kid Jihu on the other end growled and instructed that he needed to understand the pain and convey the utmost sincerity to the other party. Ho-gil gritted his teeth, blaming himself for being too obsessed with the lucrative contract and forgetting the value of true sincerity, realizing he was inherently just trying to deceive this poor girl. Smirking with a renewed determination, the assassin inwardly promised himself to use absolute sincerity to break the ice enveloping the room. With an awkward expression, he suddenly asked Crystal if she liked soccer, leaving Jihu completely speechless at his partner's bizarre conversational transition. The kid clutched his head in utter despair, even doubting his uncle's law degree, and urged him to just use his fists to clear things up quickly. However, a miracle occurred when Crystal suddenly brightened up, excitedly admitting that she was a loyal fan of Tottenham Hotspur. The young girl immediately grabbed Ho-gil's hand and passionately discussed fierce matches, proving that the assassin's clumsy sincerity had genuinely touched her heart. Jihu deeply admired Crystal's passion for football and shared her dream of seeing their idol Heung-min lift the prestigious Ballon d'Or. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Ho-gil immediately bragged about being the ace player during his military days and eagerly demonstrated fake shooting motions, even though he had never served a single day in the military. Seeing the goddess streamer laughing brightly and heartily, the assassin lawyer secretly felt triumphant because the wall separating the two of them had finally been completely broken down. Having to strain himself under the heavy makeup for so long caused sweat to pour off him like rain, forcing Ho-gil to maintain intense concentration to avoid making any fatal mistakes. The dark night gradually fell, enveloping the distant mountains, as if to conceal the dark conspiracies about to be unveiled in the shadows. Crystal gently wiped away a stray tear and choked up, admitting that this was the first time she dared to reveal her truest self to another person. The young girl looked deep into his eyes and said that being with him felt so familiar, like a friend she had just met yesterday, giving the assassin a sudden jolt of terror. Memories of a romantic date under a different identity flashed back as a testament to the frighteningly sharp intuition of the beautiful woman sitting in front of him. Sensing the time was ripe, Byeon Ho-gil began redirecting toward his main objective, which was to investigate the actual mastermind behind this entire tragedy. He thoughtfully calculated how to extract information from Crystal without making her suspicious, determined to expose the face of the vicious killer who was still in hiding. Crystal asked probing questions about whether Hyorin's true dream was to become a streamer, causing the assassin lawyer to coyly admit that he really wanted to shine like his senior sister. Suddenly the young girl knelt down and spread her arms wide, begging for a sincere hug, catching Ho-gil completely off guard as this unexpected situation fell outside any cross-dressing script he had prepared. While the two were hugging, the kid Ji-hoo on the other end also panicked, wondering if this was the start of a bizarre relationship between the two. However, the air instantly froze when Crystal softly whispered a spine-chilling warning into his ear to escape from this place immediately. The young girl insisted firmly that the glamour of a star streamer was nothing but filthy lies, and if they continued to linger here, death would be unavoidable. Realizing the absolute hatred in her eyes regarding the organization's dirty deeds, the assassin told himself he couldn't give up since he had already poured his heart and soul into this feminine look. Ho-gil tried to use sweet words to smooth over his grand ambitions but accidentally swung his arm, knocking over the coffee cups sitting on the table. The pink cup toppled, sending the dark liquid splashing into the air, officially turning the undercover conversation into an unintended mess. The assassin lawyer fell backward onto the floor and shrieked in panic as the hot coffee stained his elaborate disguise, his face contorting with shock. Crystal anxiously checked on him out of fear he was burned, but Ho-gil quickly reassured her that the thick protective padding had kept him safe, though she still firmly insisted on checking him for injuries. Crystal rushed off to find a change of clothes, leaving Ho-gil sitting dazed, watching the young girls hurry back. The sound of rummaging through items echoed loudly in the room along with her announcement that she currently only had a few company clothes for him to change into temporarily. The assassin lawyer turned pale when he saw Crystal hold up a bright red, extremely revealing set of lingerie, thinking to himself that wearing this was worse than being completely naked. He hastily waved his hands in refusal and forced an awkward laugh, making the excuse that he liked the wet sensation, which angered the young girl, warning him not to talk nonsense anymore. Crystal gave a suggestive smile and asserted that everyone has that kind of reaction at first before stepping into the real world of a streamer. Without waiting for his agreement, she lunged forward, grabbed his shoulders tightly, and declared she would strip his clothes off herself, horrifying Ho-gil for fear of exposing his male identity. A fierce struggle broke out right on the floor as Crystal pinned the assassin down to wipe him, despite his weak and panicked resistance. The assassin lawyer frantically battled his own thoughts as his male instincts kicked in, but his rationality screamed at him to find a way out of this ironic predicament immediately. On the other end, the kid Ji-hoo tore at his hair in total panic, knowing that if the gender secret was exposed, the entire infiltration plan would crumble to dust. A powerful pulling force signaled that the final layer of disguise had been stripped away, accompanied by the desperate scream of the assassin lawyer. Crystal stared in shock at the anomaly on the other person's body, her eyes widening in dismay as if she had just discovered a terrifying truth. The young girl stammered, asking if Hyorin had been hiding this painful secret all this time, making the atmosphere suddenly become incredibly heavy. With a completely fake, sorrowful expression, the assassin lawyer softly uttered that this was the exact reason why he absolutely did not want to reveal himself in front of her. As the clothing slipped down, Crystal was left completely speechless at the countless overlapping scars on Ho-gil's shoulder, evidence of bloody purges in the past. He gave a slight smirk, comparing his body to a painting that retained the marks of every battle, and asked if she had the courage to listen to this entire tragic story. Overwhelmed with emotion, Crystal immediately hugged Ho-gil tightly and sobbed bitterly, constantly apologizing for accidentally reopening his emotional wounds. The young girl gently comforted him, saying she could understand all his pain through her heart, leaving the assassin lawyer astounded by this pure kindness. Held tightly in the beauty's embrace, Ho-gil inwardly marveled at the warmth of the poor girl, while his face suddenly flushed bright red from embarrassment. On the other end of the line, Ji-woo could only cross his arms and watch the theatrical act in boredom, demanding his uncle to breathe less heavily into the mic to avoid damaging the communication device. The story suddenly shifted to a handcuffed gangster screaming frantically, repeatedly claiming that he was the actual poor victim of an assault. Jo Duchan screamed frantically in the interrogation room, pointing to his swollen eyes to assert to the police officer that he was the one who had been brutally attacked. The sound of the door opening made the gang boss instantly fly into a rage, berating the newcomer for being late even though he had contracted this job in advance. However, the one who walked in was not some henchman but the elegant prosecutor Han Jong-ui, adjusting his tie, coldly apologizing for his late arrival. The appearance of the famous prosecutor shocked Jo Duchan to the point of his eyes rolling back, his mind suddenly falling into chaos due to this unexpected arrival. Without giving the other party time to recover, Han Jong-ui sat down at the interrogation table and demanded that the boss clearly explain the entire course of the recent events. Jo Duchan tremblingly declared that the entire gang had been destroyed by the very lawyer he had hired, a man who brought along evidence of their crimes to purge his own client. The prosecutor paused slightly as he flipped open the case file, his eyes narrowing in skepticism at the absurd details appearing on the paper. He muttered to himself, wondering how an ordinary lawyer could possibly have the ability to single-handedly take down such a notorious criminal gang. The boss whimpered and swore that the lawyer possessed frighteningly formidable combat skills, taking less than 3 minutes to beat down dozens of his underlings like beating mangy dogs. Han Jong-ui thoughtfully pondered the opponent's true objective, inwardly determining that someone armed with legal knowledge and such supreme martial arts skills was definitely hiding an incredibly terrifying plot. Prosecutor Han Jong-ui flipped open the file and was stunned by a photo of Byeon Ho-gil, endlessly questioning the true identity and the secrets this eccentric lawyer was hiding. The prosecutor's sharp eyes narrowed in suspicion behind his glasses, silently swearing to expose the dark conspiracy the other was painstakingly arranging under the guise of a lawyer. Meanwhile at the lair, Ho-gil, in the guise of Hyorin, was enthusiastically performing a newly practiced reaction dance to win over his senior, despite Crystal's bored expression. Crystal coldly commented that the outdated dance would only make the audience demand their money back, forcing the assassin lawyer to feign disappointment because his effort of staying up all night practicing had gone down the drain. Ignoring the warnings, Ho-gil playfully insisted on performing for the boss, prompting Crystal to hastily grab his waist to start reteaching him more standard dance moves. The assassin lawyer fantasized about the prospect of making the boss so infatuated that he would hand over the entire company for him to manage, but then he immediately shivered and waved his hands, feeling that the responsibility was too heavy. While Ho-gil was engrossed in performing a very feminine hip sway, Crystal suddenly stood up with a stern demeanor and demanded that the rookie junior listen carefully to the next instructions. The young girl's eyes became melancholic as she warned him absolutely not to joke around in front of the boss, a cruel and terrifying person far beyond the imagination of normal people. Noticing the other's extreme fear, Ho-gil hurriedly knelt down to comfort her and probed to find out exactly what kind of person the boss was in order to gather more clues. A prolonged moment of silence followed as the assassin lawyer focused intensely, mentally preparing himself to face the true demon who was pulling all the strings from the shadows. Crystal revealed that the boss was actually not a normal entertainment director but someone who had wiped his past clean to run this company for over 10 years. He used to head a massive criminal syndicate, a gathering place for the most aggressive tattooed henchmen ready to execute any ruthless orders. Ho-gil couldn't help but be astounded by the truth that a gang boss could legitimately do business in South Korea, something that should have been impossible to exist within legal boundaries. Crystal thoughtfully admitted that even she couldn't believe it at first until she faced the true nature of that demon with her own eyes. That is the one people terrifyingly call a monster in human skin, a brutal creature who has completely lost his good nature. His past is tied to the brutal Bronx in the U.S., where the Vipers gang was so illustrious that even the police force didn't dare to touch them. For many consecutive months, every nook and cranny incessantly buzzed with rumors about the identity of the Vipers' powerful new leader. The most shocking secret was that the ruler of that notorious criminal organization at the time was just a 15-year-old teenager. The patchy bloodstains on the floor were the true reason the young demon had no other choice but to flee to South Korea. From a 15-year-old child, He had taken over all territories to make the Vipers the biggest gang in the state before a fateful incident suddenly struck. Crystal began telling the story of KD, the right-hand man of the Vipers gang, someone so loyal that he was willing to sacrifice his entire family for the organization and the boss. Yet that devoted subordinate ultimately became a lifeless corpse riddled with 46 bullet wounds, causing the whole gang to erupt in suspicion of being assassinated by rivals. But the horrifying truth gradually came to light when the one who directly took KD's life was none other than the person he had always wholeheartedly served. The boss stood tall next to the corpse with a gun in hand, coldly finishing off his most trusted partner right inside a room filled with law books. Amid the quiet space of the library, the demon sat there and reiterated the unchangeable rule that anyone entering here was only allowed to knock exactly once. Deafening gunshots rang out, tearing through the air as he frantically fired, growling to assert that anyone who dared to knock a second time was challenging his patience. He flashed a bizarre smile and muttered that the other person certainly couldn't hear this lecture anymore because his soul had long been sent to the afterlife. The story traced back to a trial in the U.S., where criminal number 214 stood in the dock to face judgments of conscience. Standing before the strictness of the law, the young murderer unexpectedly threw out arrogant, flirtatious remarks about the beautiful appearance of the person holding the power to judge him. The judge was appalled by the culprit's contempt for justice, while he nonchalantly admitted that all his ruthless actions merely stemmed from a momentary curiosity. The demon flashed a chilling smile with a bloody tongue, casually admitting he only wanted to taste the feeling of wearing this prisoner uniform. That arrogant behavior sent the judge into a rage, slamming the desk and shouting at the murderer for daring to joke around right in a place of legal sanctity. Those present at the trial couldn't help but shiver in fear, everyone's face turning pale upon witnessing the boss's madness that was beyond imagination. The judge suddenly froze, his eyes widening in horror at the barbaric self-destructive behavior of the one standing in the dock. The entire courtroom was thrown into chaos as security forces rushed in to restrain the criminal writhing in a pool of blood, constantly shouting for an ambulance because he had just ruthlessly bitten off his own tongue. At Bronx Peron Health Hospital under a gloomy night sky, the culprit had just been brought in for emergency treatment under strict police supervision. Inside the cold hospital room, the murderer still lay completely unconscious, causing the guards to whisper and gossip about his madness, matching the rumors perfectly. The two guards standing outside the hallway constantly reminded each other to be on maximum alert, because someone who dared to commit suicide right in court definitely possessed an unfathomably devious mind. The conversation suddenly halted when one guard noticed an abnormal sign, having a premonition of a threat silently approaching from the shadows. His eyes widened in pure terror as he caught sight of a strange silhouette, stammering to ask himself what the hell was appearing right before his eyes. The empty hospital bed along with dangling handcuffs and a pool of blood on the floor signaled a shocking escape that had just taken place. The police officer screamed in despair upon realizing the crazed criminal had disappeared without a trace right under the nose of the security forces. They clung to the windowsill in horror, unable to believe their eyes that the enemy dared to perform a life-or-death jump from an unimaginable height. From the towering 8th floor, the murderer landed on a car and calmly left behind bloody footprints before completely vanishing into the darkness. He had skillfully bypassed every strictest surveillance network to flee to South Korea, starting a new life full of sin. A cold hand collected the deceased's blood-soaked ID card, inwardly vowing to use this identity to carry out subsequent horrifying plots. After changing his appearance through plastic surgery, that monster silently built up a criminal organization on a scale even more terrifying than before. Crystal trembled slightly, whispering that this streamer company was actually just a tool for the boss to launder dirty money from scams. The atmosphere in the room became extremely tense as the core secrets regarding the organization's funding source were gradually revealed through her terrified account. Ho-gil asked again in astonishment to confirm this insane truth, while the girl asserted that the boss himself was the one who arrogantly proclaimed his ultimate power. Crystal bitterly explained that anyone who knew the boss grasped this truth clearly, but absolutely no information could leak to the outside world. Likely because the demon's vile smile was always present on his lips like a curse for anyone who dared harbor thoughts of betrayal. He once threatened with a growl that just one careless word, and her entire family's lives would instantly be taken by the hands of death. Crystal despairingly admitted that sooner or later she would die by his hands, leaving the assassin lawyer astounded by his senior's cruel fate. The young girl smiled faintly, reminding Ho-gil to be very careful, and promised to give a signal the moment the boss appeared so he wouldn't be discovered. Right at this moment, a deafening noise unexpectedly crashed in, making Crystal hastily grab the other's shoulders to stay calm in the face of the incident. Both directed their anxious gazes toward the door, panicking and wondering what the hell was happening outside the secret broadcasting room. Through the small crack in the door, Ho-gil witnessed the underlings frantically cleaning up the scene and urging each other to quickly wipe away all dirty traces. The assassin lawyer was stunned to recognize the familiar silhouette of prosecutor Han Jong-ui, inwardly cursing and wondering why this nemesis was suddenly here. The prosecutor walked coldly amidst the criminal lair and declared he came to verify a few suspicions, officially pushing the infiltration into a highly precarious situation. Ho-gil saw Han Jong-ui outside in a panic, secretly fearing whether he had been sold out by Jo Du-chan, and considered running away immediately. Han Jong-ui coldly stated he was looking for someone, prompting the accompanying gangster to hastily flatter him, promising to scour every nook and cranny clean for him. The prosecutor's sharp eyes narrowed behind his glasses, as if he had discovered something highly suspicious right in the middle of the chaotic lair. Han Jong-ui shouted loudly, demanding her to stop when he saw a woman fully covered in a scarf stealthily sneaking out of the secret broadcasting room. Ho-gil turned pale, fearing his identity was exposed, his mind frantically torn between moving in to eliminate the prosecutor or continuing to endure the charade. The assassin tried to flash a flirtatious smile and asserted he was entirely a woman, claiming the other party was facing a colossal misunderstanding. Suddenly, a finger gently tapped his shoulder, making Ho-gil shiver in terror at the silent approach of a stranger from behind. He turned his head in shock with a face full of sweat, bewilderedly asking himself who the true identity of the person standing right next to him was. The assassin lawyer's eyes became intensely strained, narrowing behind the sunglasses to prepare for a life-or-death confrontation. In that suffocating moment, Crystal's instructions about the signal identifying the boss's arrival suddenly flashed back like a spine-chilling warning. Ho-gil was in absolute panic seeing Han Jong-ui appear, inwardly wondering if he had been sold out, and thought about running away immediately to keep his secret hidden. The cold prosecutor declared he was looking for someone, making the henchman beside him ceaselessly flatter, and promised to scour every corner for him. Han Jong-ui's eyes suddenly narrowed in suspicion behind his glasses, seemingly having discovered something incredibly abnormal right in the middle of the lair. Han Jong-ui yelled for him to stop, causing Ho-gil in the guise of Hyorin to jump in fright while trying to stealthily escape the sight of his nemesis. Sweating profusely, the assassin lawyer mentally wrestled with whether he should strike and kill the prosecutor on the spot to silence him. He quickly tried to force a fake, flirtatious smile, asserting he was entirely female and suggesting the other party was suffering from a highly disastrous misunderstanding. In Ho-gil's mind, Crystal's story suddenly replayed about a brutal psychopath who heartlessly murdered his own subordinate to flee to South Korea. That demon wiped out his old identity, used someone else's blood to create a perfect appearance, and silently built a new criminal organization. The brazen hit-and-runs in the dark were merely a small fraction of the unforgivable list of crimes belonging to that intellectual-looking figure. Ho-gil was stunned silent upon realizing the horrifying truth that the crazed boss was Han Jong-ui himself, inwardly cursing this reality that was even more absurd than a movie. Han Jong-ui pressed the woman in front of him since he saw no response, while emphasizing this highly awkward first meeting. Underneath the headscarf, Ho-gil mentally battled in frenzy out of fear of being seen through, even contemplating killing the prosecutor right away to escape. The henchman hastily introduced Hyorin as a rookie nominated by Jo Du-chan, making the cold prosecutor promise to consider reducing his sentence due to his enthusiastic cooperation. Han Jong-ui narrowed his eyes in suspicion upon hearing Jo Du-chan's name, as if he were re-evaluating the entire plot behind those evasive introductions. The underling continuously flattered him and guaranteed to keep all secrets at the lair hidden, prompting the prosecutor to just walk away in mysterious silence. He nonchalantly requested to look around by himself to verify the cleanliness of this place while Ho-gil's silhouette gradually retreated into the background. Ho-gil breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he had narrowly escaped, his heart pounding non-stop as he only wanted to quickly leave the tiger's den. However, Han Jong-ui suddenly stopped and called out, causing the accompanying gangster to also be startled by the unexpected turn of events. The prosecutor looked down at him threateningly, and demanded a private conversation, causing Ho-gil's mind to completely collapse in utter panic. A solid hand suddenly reached out and firmly grabbed the assassin lawyer's arm, officially cutting off any last hope of hiding. Crystal panicked and tightly grabbed the rookie junior's hand, desperately begging Hyorin not to follow that man because that place held unpredictable dangers. Faced with the gunpowder-scented deterrence, the assassin lawyer's eyes suddenly became sharp with a steely determination that he had even more reason to venture into the tiger's den right now. Looking from above, the gang's lair appeared completely gloomy with old shipping containers and henchmen always lurking behind the mysterious veil of sin. Every puzzle piece gradually revealed a terrifying truth that the one secretly controlling this entire criminal empire hiding behind the dye factory was none other than prosecutor Han Jong-ui. Fingers gently letting go in a suffocating moment, signaling a highly uncertain parting right on the fragile boundary between life and death. Ho-gil, in his feminine disguise, slightly turned his head back with a reassuring smile, nonchalantly promising his senior sister that he would definitely return after completing the mission. With eyes burning with fighting spirit, the assassin lawyer arrogantly declared himself ready to step straight into the belly of the beast to directly confront the demon. Crystal could only cover her mouth and freeze in fear, silently wondering what depraved tricks that devil was planning or what dark secrets he would whisper into Hyorin's ear. Right at this moment, a woman with a sharp appearance unexpectedly showed up, crossing her arms authoritatively to confirm that all necessary props were prepared for the secret recording session. Inside the cold room, Han Jong-ui adjusted the camera while repeatedly asking if the rookie girl was truly curious about the reason he summoned her here. Han Jong-ui sat down at the interrogation table and asked if she came here under Jo Duchan's recommendation, forcing Ho-gil in the guise of Hyorin to feign a shy nod of confirmation. The prosecutor continued to press her on whether she truly understood the nature of this lair before stepping foot in it, despite the assassin still trying to put on an act with a bright smile. Han Jong-ui's gaze suddenly became overwhelming as he asked if she dared to livestream here even knowing he was a terrifying prosecutor, making Ho-gil widen his eyes in absolute astonishment. The prosecutor gently closed his eyes and offered a casual apology for asking such indecent questions during their first meeting, causing the atmosphere to suddenly turn into a completely fake silence. Suddenly, Han Jong-ui reached out and roughly snatched the other party's handbag, officially breaking all basic rules of politeness, and leaving the assassin lawyer no time to react. Ho-gil let out a terrified gasp when his personal belongings were rummaged through, while the prosecutor nonchalantly asked her what she thought he trusted the most in this world. A cold, calculating smile appeared on Han Jong-ui's face along with a firm assertion that it was evidence, the only thing that never knows how to lie. On the other end of the line, the kid Ji-woo tore at his hair in total panic upon realizing the prosecutor had seen through the disguise and was trying to strip away his uncle's true identity. He coldly emphasized that unlike cunning humans, objects always carry absolute honesty within them. Before preparing to reach deep inside the bag, Ho-gil immediately rushed over to stop him and loudly reprimanded the action for disrespecting women, while proposing to show him a secret that he could not hide himself. Han Jong-ui casually demanded to check the ID card, considering it the most authentic evidence to begin the interrogation. Ji-woo screamed in sheer panic, understanding that if the secret of his uncle's true identity was exposed, everything would end disastrously. The kid frantically urged Ho-gil to quickly find an escape route immediately, while the situation at the lair was gradually spiraling out of control. The prosecutor's eyes narrowed sharply behind his glasses as he focused on scrutinizing every single tiny detail on the card of the woman in front of him. He coldly called out the name Miss Byeon Ho-gil, forcing the assassin lawyer to try to maintain a calm demeanor under the highly pressured disguise. Seeing his uncle had perfectly prepared fake documents in advance, Ji-woo leaned back, breathed a sigh of relief, and exclaimed that his soul had almost left his body out of extreme fear. Han Jong-ui nonchalantly asserted that trust is the foundation of any conversation and decided to show the other party a secret of his own. Ho-gil fell backward onto the floor in horror and covered his eyes with his hands upon seeing the prosecutor unexpectedly taking off his shirt, continuously screaming in protest because he had not mentally prepared for this. However, through the gaps of his fingers, the assassin widened his eyes in shock when he discovered an unbelievable mark present on the demon's body. He pretended to laugh flirtatiously, praising the other's hot appearance to cover up his astonishment, while urging him to quickly put his clothes back on to end this bizarre exhibition. Han Jong-ui stripped to his waist, revealing the intricate tattoos of the Viper's gang, and coldly asked the other party if she found this situation funny. He leaned down close to Ho-gil and growled, asking if she had realized the true nature of the person standing in front of her yet. The demon prosecutor picked up his phone and declared that he had also seen through her true identity, starting a suffocating threat. Ho-gil held his breath, listening to the other's twisted words about thoroughly investigating his residence, relationships, and even his most private secrets. Han Jong-ui casually used his phone to take a picture of the fake ID card, emphasizing that from now on she would be completely under his control. He brought his face close to Ho-gil like a wild beast toying with its prey, dropping a firm assertion that she would never be able to escape his grasp. In another development, the kid Ji-woo sat dazed in the office, wondering to himself why someone who had fled to South Korea to wipe his past clean like Han Jong-ui would still plunge into a path of sin. Ho-gil sat deep in thought in the filthy restroom, inwardly cursing the prosecutor's hypocritical face for playing the defender of justice while secretly running a criminal syndicate. He gritted his teeth, determining that to expose the true mastermind behind the accident, evidence was the prerequisite, but he feared all traces had already been wiped clean. Ji-woo anxiously asked over the phone about the next step when facing someone with a sickening level of caution like Han Jong-ui, making the hope of finding justice suddenly more fragile than ever. Ho-gil gave a mysterious slight smirk and asserted that he had just discovered an incredibly interesting clue that could turn the entire case around. He recalled the moment he broke into the police station to destroy evidence for Jo Du-chan, where the assassin lawyer had to exert all his strength to wipe away every trace. Amidst the horrific accident scene with the image of the gangster dragging the victim's body, an abnormal detail suddenly caught his eye. It was the patchy bloodstain right under the steering wheel's spokes, an overlooked piece of evidence hidden behind the wreckage of the collision. According to professional explanation, a driver not wearing a seatbelt would due to inertia slam hard into that spot when unconsciously slamming on the brakes. That bloodstain was the ironclad evidence to strip away the identity of the person who was actually behind the wheel on that fateful night. Ji-woo sat silently in the room, bitterly realizing that the bloodstain used to be useless due to a lack of a comparative sample. But now the situation had completely changed. With sharp eyes, the assassin lawyer silently made up his mind to obtain Han Jong-ui's blood sample for comparison and expose the truth. Suddenly the call for the rookie rang out, cutting off his train of thought, prompting Ho-gil to immediately turn around with a radiant smile to continue his disguised act. The henchmen surrounded him with a threatening demeanor and announced a sinister welcome party, officially dragging him into a new confrontation right in the middle of the tiger's den. The underling announced a special greeting for the rookie, causing Ho-gil to pretend to be extremely excited as if he were about to join a grand feast. Suddenly Crystal's hand reached out to grab the assassin lawyer's shoulder, silently halting his steps right at death's door. The young girl firmly insisted on going instead and demanded that her junior stay behind to rest, making Ho-gil secretly click his tongue, acknowledging the importance of hierarchy in this organization. He waved a flirtatious goodbye and told his senior to enjoy the fun, even though internally he never stopped observing their every move. Watching the back of Crystal quietly following the tattooed gangsters, the assassin lawyer couldn't help but wonder about her reckless sacrifice. The heavy wooden door gradually closed, opening up a blood-red space full of sinister vibes along with dark conspiracies waiting behind. The boss openly rejoiced thinking the beautiful Hyorin had arrived, casually throwing out a teasing remark that he had been waiting for this prey for a very long time. However, the person standing before him was Crystal with a terrifyingly calm demeanor, as if she had prepared her mind to face the devil. His eyes rolled back in utter shock at this unexpected presence, coldly questioning the reason why Crystal dared to show up in place of the rookie. The goddess streamer coldly announced that Hyorin was currently unwell, and proposed that she herself would be the one to pass on all the boss's instructions in place of her poor junior. Han Jong-ui stared menacingly at Crystal, demanding her to stop feigning innocence about his twisted demands and bringing up the horrifying greeting sessions of the past. Crystal trembled in fear, desperately pleading with the demon to spare the rookie junior because that girl was completely innocent of these filthy plots. The poor girl fell to her knees and hugged the fake prosecutor's legs, crying and begging him to generously let Hyorin go even as he insulted her as a crazy bitch. The cruel boss delivered a devastating kick that sent Crystal tumbling to the floor, coldly asserting that beatings were the best way to teach a stubborn fool. He smirked triumphantly and declared he would enjoy double the fun by sequentially torturing both her and Hyorin tonight. With a contorted face and a sick, protruding tongue, Han Jong-ui proposed the intention to torture both women at the same time to satisfy his animalistic urges. The monster's hand reached out overwhelmingly, leaving Crystal in absolute terror, as if their fate had been sealed by limitless brutality. Right at this moment, Ho-gil unexpectedly appeared at the door with a gleeful face, casually asking if the boss was summoning him, making Crystal scream at him to run away quickly. The cross-dressing assassin pretended to put a hand over his lips with a naive look, asserting that curiosity about what the boss was going to say made him unable to sit still. Han Jong-ui flashed a ghostly smile and asserted that it was exactly this boldness that made him extremely interested in Hyorin, then beckoned with his finger signaling him to advance deeper into the tiger's den. Han Jong-ui nonchalantly ran his hand through the other's hair and reiterated the rule about an intimate chat for rookies so both sides could easily work together. He smirked, proposing a special interrogation session for both women, prompting Ho-gil to feign ignorance while Crystal was trembling on the floor. The demon prosecutor pointed at the cold basement and stated that this place was completely soundproof, a deadly space entirely isolated from the outside world. He casually shed his jacket to reveal his bulging muscles, accompanied by a threat that no matter how much they screamed, absolutely no one would hear them. Witnessing that sick display of power, the assassin lawyer narrowed his eyes slightly, silently determining that the true nature of the man opposite him was completely exposed. Ho-gil instantly changed his demeanor, looked the boss straight in the face, and threw out an insult calling him a vile piece of trash, leaving Han Jong-ui completely stunned. Right after that, Crystal was suddenly thrown out of the room and fell onto the cold ground amidst the deafening sounds of the door gradually closing. The young girl frantically banged on the door and screamed to save Hyorin, swearing that she would not let her poor junior taste the tragedy she had once suffered. Faced with the rookie's resistance, the demon was not angry at all but rather appeared extremely amused by the beautiful prey's stubborn nature. Byeon Ho-gil stood tall in the dark room, casually declaring that he himself was also someone who extremely favored private purges and was ready to engage in battle. Han Jong-ui gave a sick smirk as he casually stripped and challenged to see who would be the winner in the upcoming 3-day and 3-night fun. The assassin lawyer's eyes suddenly shrank in shock as he witnessed the demon's display of animalistic nature right before his eyes. Suddenly, the wig and the red lingerie fell to the floor, officially marking the end of the elaborate cross-dressing act that Ho-gil had painstakingly built. Byeon Ho-gil stood tall with a muscular body covered in intricate scars, leaving the boss astounded upon realizing the other party was actually a highly dangerous man. He gently slicked his hair back and flashed an arrogant smile, asserting himself ready to take any attack aimed at his body. Han Jong-ui gritted his teeth in fury, inwardly thinking that his 10 years of struggling in the underworld could not be humiliated by a stranger with such an unknown background. The two men stood facing each other in the basement filled with murderous intent, where the demon, wearing only tiger-striped underwear, was preparing to unleash his most brutal moves. He swung the baseball bat high with a face distorted by anger, swearing that he would end the other's life before bothering to hear any explanations. The death match officially erupted as the boss charged forward like a wild beast, while Ho-gil calmly observed to find a fleeting opening in his enemy. In a breathtaking moment, the assassin lawyer skillfully dodged the heavy bat swing and began a dramatic counterattack right in the middle of the criminal lair. The heavy metal block suddenly plummeted from above, leaving the tattooed gangster only enough time to roll his eyes back in sheer terror. It turned out Ho-gil, shirtless, was tightly holding a steel cable, coldly mocking that their hobbies seemed quite similar, seeing the opponent bound hand and foot and hung upside down like an animal. Following the lawyer's loosening grip, the iron bar smashed straight into the floor at terrifying speed, plunging right next to the fatal weak point of the henchman wearing tiger print underwear. Escaping death by a hair's breadth, the thug screamed miserably while having his face crushed under Ho-gil's shoe sole, cowardly begging him to move that deadly weapon away before starting the interrogation. Despite his prey's whining and crying, Ho-gil kept a tight grip on the rope and cursed bitterly, casually recalling their own arrogant declaration from before. The henchman's eyes widened in panic as the lawyer pressed his shoe down hard, growling a threat that even if he screamed his lungs out here, not even an ant would hear him. That chilling sentence unexpectedly unlocked a horrifying memory of Joe Duchan's crime, when the boss stripped off his jacket and casually uttered the exact same threats in a sealed room. The scarred face of the gang boss formed a disgusting smile, licking his lips with lust and declaring that his animalistic fun was officially beginning. Facing the devil, a haggard woman turned her head in horror, her face distorted by absolute fear of the impending danger. Deafening crashes rang out as the wooden doors shook violently as if about to shatter. The woman could only stare wide-eyed and desperately cry out Hyorin's name before the real tragedy struck. Crystal's eyes were filled with terror as she silently prayed that no matter what happened, please do not let that tragedy repeat itself with the poor girl Hyorin. Traumatic memories flooded back with the image of a mysterious man pinning her down on the floor, making a resentful Crystal promise herself to protect her little sister at all costs so she wouldn't have to endure that torture ever again. She frantically pounded on the door and screamed, demanding the bastards open it immediately. But the silence from the soundproof room only piled on the despair, not knowing what they were doing to Hyorin. Meanwhile, the murderous lawyer suddenly revealed a bizarre expression as he repeated the pleas about the young girl's innocence, simultaneously dropping bitter mockery about the opponent's shyness. Ho-gil laughed heartily like a madman, continuously swinging the rope hard into the air, ignoring the upside-down henchman who could only scream in agonizing pain under the ruthless lashings. Sweating profusely, the cowardly thug humbled himself to beg the lawyer to spare his life and swore he would do anything in exchange for leniency. Ho-gil tilted his head slightly with a mocking expression, casually confirming the opponent's promise of unconditional submission before officially delivering the final verdict. With a ferocious face and eyes burning with murderous intent, the assassin roared, demanding the henchman shut his mouth and continue enduring the beating as a well-deserved punishment. The silent night enveloped the dilapidated container house, where the woman sat huddled alone in the dark space with a heart heavy with anxiety. Her eyes suddenly widened in sheer amazement upon noticing an unusual change right in front of her, marking the moment the whole truth was about to be completely exposed. Crystal rushed to the steel door in a panic, her mouth constantly screaming Hyorin's name in extreme fear of an impending tragedy. But just as the door cracked open, her eyes rolled back in shock at a sight completely beyond her expectations. From the darkness, the silhouette of a girl with smooth, short black hair stepped out nonchalantly, making Crystal freeze because of her incredibly different appearance. With a feigned sorrowful face and tear-filled eyes, the assassin in Hyorin's disguise softly uttered the words "sister" in a deeply dramatic tone. Unable to hold back her emotions, Crystal immediately rushed over and hugged her poor little sister tightly. While the lawyer was still bewildered by this excessive enthusiasm, the young girl constantly patted and comforted her that everything was fine, simultaneously urging both of them to quickly leave this filthy place to wash away all the humiliations. The two beauties supported each other walking under the dim light, and Ho-gil did not forget to sniffle, pretending to be a pitiful victim to hide his true identity. In stark contrast to his flashy exterior, the henchman in the tiger print underwear was now just a coward cowering and crying miserably in a dark corner. Ho-gil casually took off his disguise, forming a wicked smile as he grabbed his phone to capture the opponent's most humiliating moments, ordering him to spread his legs wider. With eyes burning with murderous intent and a threatening smile, the murderous lawyer asserted that with just a single word leaking his identity, the boss would immediately become a pervert despised by the entire nation. The thug wearing the tiger skin mask sobbed in humiliation, his mouth constantly cursing the lawyer who had trampled on his self-esteem. Meanwhile, a seemingly impossible plan began to unfold as the first footsteps entered the misty, steam-filled bathroom. Ho-gil, still disguised as Hyorin, sat casually on the bed and assured Jihu that as long as they could get a DNA sample to match, Prosecutor Han would definitely pay for his crimes. He laughed gleefully over the phone, confidently declaring that he had long mapped out a perfect move to collect blood evidence from the enemy. The assassin jokingly asked Jihu if this was the model the kid wanted, suggesting beating the opponent to a pulp to force a sample out of him. But then his eyes suddenly turned razor-sharp, reminding his partner that DNA didn't necessarily have to be taken from blood to expose the truth. With a mysterious smile, he hinted at another collection method that left the other end of the line shocked and wondering about his true intentions. The secret conversation was suddenly interrupted by the sound of a sliding door, and Crystal's cheerful voice asking who Hyorin was muttering to herself about. Crystal appeared at the door, her body wrapped only in a white bath towel, flashing a bright smile and urging her junior colleague to quickly take a shower to relax. Ho-gil could only scream in sheer panic, eyes rolling back upon realizing he was falling into an incredibly awkward and ironic situation. Crystal brushed off Hyorin's hesitation, asserting that since they were both girls, sleeping in the same bed was completely normal. The disguised assassin's eyes suddenly rolled back in sheer shock upon realizing he was about to fall into a highly awkward situation. Crystal casually lay down on the bed and patted the pillow, gently inviting her junior to quickly come rest with her for warmth. Ho-gil frantically and clumsily waved his hands and feet around, trying to find all sorts of excuses about his ugly sleeping habits to turn down the tempting offer. With a face flushed red from embarrassment, the murderous lawyer thought to himself that he was too sensitive, and therefore absolutely could not share a bed with anyone. He sat blankly on the mattress and complained about a past of only knowing how to sleep on the cold floor, while Crystal continued to wonder about his strange attitude. The awkward atmosphere was suddenly broken when the light from the phone on the bedside table unexpectedly flashed, catching Ho-gil's attention. He hurriedly grabbed the device and was amazed to see crucial notifications that had just been sent right in the heat of the moment. Crystal sprang up in worry upon hearing that the police had arrived, but Ho-gil slightly smirked, thinking to himself that this was the absolute perfect timing for his plan. The assassin casually stood up, walked toward the door, and told his senior to just rest, as he needed to step out to handle a few trivial matters. Hyorin smiled faintly with hidden meaning and promised Crystal that she would be right back after finishing some personal business. Right after that, the disguised assassin approached a door plastered with vulgar messages about flaunting one's body for money and knocked lightly. In a seductive appearance, Hyorin gently pushed the door open, stepped inside, and playfully said she didn't like overly clingy men at all, yet suggested whether the other party wanted to learn more about her. Behind the door was the office of Prosecutor Han Jong-ui, who was sitting casually on the desk amidst a pile of recording equipment like someone holding the power of life and death. He slightly pushed up his glasses frames, staring intently at the young girl with scrutinizing eyes, and declared that he summoned her here solely out of an intense personal curiosity. Standing in the middle of the enemy's lair, Ho-gil thought to himself that he had successfully infiltrated the territory of that bastard Han Jong-ui, and what he needed to do now was collect his DNA sample. In previous calculations with Jihu, the lawyer had confidently asserted that he already had a perfect plan to subdue this bastard without expending too much effort. With the knowledge of a professional assassin, he silently reminded himself that a DNA sample could be easily collected from just a single strand of the opponent's hair. However, the most difficult problem was how to approach a cunning and ever-vigilant guy like Han Jong-ui without blowing his perfect cover. Ho-gil slightly smirked with a ruthless smile, telling himself that nothing was too complicated for someone who had lived off bounty money from assassinations for over 10 years like him. Hyorin lightly tugged at Han Jong-ui's tie and coquettishly asked what he suddenly wanted to learn more about her in the middle of the night like this. Han casually poured some liquor and asked if it was true that she was born and raised in Seoul, prompting her to pretend to sigh that she was always misunderstood by everyone as an arrogant city girl. He offered the glass of liquor to her and invited her to try it, not forgetting to introduce that the peaty flavor of this liquor was truly very special. Hyorin smiled faintly as she took the glass, but inside, Ho-gil secretly sneered that this amateur had definitely poisoned it, and even if it were holy water, he wouldn't care to drink it. When Han Jong-ui changed the subject to ask about family, she casually made up a story that her parents were still doing well and she had a younger sister who looked as ugly as a toad. The prosecutor slightly smirked with eyes full of intent, curious to know whether that younger sister possessed the same mesmerizing beauty as the older sister sitting in front of him. She slyly leaned close to his ear and revealed the secret that the two sisters' faces were quite similar, but because her body was ruined, they could no longer share clothes. Faced with the opponent's scrutinizing silence, the murderous lawyer calmly maintained the perfect guise of a vibrant and alluring young girl. She laughed out loud while playfully patting Han Jong-ui's shoulder, telling him to just pretend he hadn't heard her recent babbling. But right after that, Ho-gil's eyes suddenly turned dangerously sharp as he silently confirmed that it was time to unleash his move to capture this foolish prey. Hyorin suddenly slipped and let out a panicked cry as her body unexpectedly lost its natural balance. She tumbled onto Han Jong-ui and playfully apologized, saying she was truly an incredibly clumsy person. However, hidden behind those innocent eyes was a ruthless thought as the assassin silently affirmed that this bastard was rotten to the core. He glared in annoyance and growled, demanding she get off him immediately instead of continuing these pointless jokes. Hyorin pretended to be terribly afraid, pressing her hands together in apology, But deep down the assassin sneered because he knew full well this bastard was slowly falling into the trap. He looked smugly at the hair sample he had just collected and affirmed that Han Jong-ui was now just a chess piece in the palm of his hand, despite him irritably demanding her to sit down and talk. The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy as a handgun unexpectedly appeared on the table, and she began asking life-or-death questions. Hyorin tilted her head, wondering why a person of high status in the legal world would choose to live a double life to run a criminal empire like this place. Faced with that questioning, the devil slightly smirked with a mysterious smile and began philosophizing about the true nature of humanity. He casually touched the gun and asserted that everyone has things they are good at doing alongside things they are truly passionate about. Han Jong-ui casually placed his hand on the gun and started admitting that being a prosecutor was merely a job he was good at, but his true hobby was something else entirely. He slightly raised the weapon to his face with a sick look in his eyes, affirming that the things he was truly passionate about lay on a completely different boundary. Ho-gil, disguised as Hyorin, feigned holding his face in horror, sarcastically asking whether this bastard had actually used that gun to murder anyone. Facing that interrogation, the devil casually sat cross-legged and confessed that he had just taken the life of an unfortunate soul right on the street not long ago. Right at this moment, a small beep from the communication device rang out, making Ho-gil pause. He focused intently to sense the change in the atmosphere. The prosecutor casually recounted the accident with a poor delivery guy, who was an old father's only pride, and asserted that death had taught him a lot of things. The murderous lawyer's eyes suddenly became sharply cold with resentment as he repeated the question about the cold-blooded lessons the opponent had just mentioned. Han Jong-ui slightly smirked, explaining the thrilling difference of directly running a car into a human being compared to an innocent deer. With crazy eyes hidden behind glasses frames, the devil formed a disgusting smile and declared that he felt much more euphoric when trampling on human lives. On the other end of the line, Ji-woo panicked and continuously called Ho-gil's name upon realizing the connection was still live, but he couldn't hear any response from the scene. Han Jong-ui casually asked why Hyorin thought he could confide about murder so comfortably right in this lair. He approached closely, pressing up against her, and asserted that only amateurs got scared, while he was a prosecutor holding the scales of justice for the entire nation. With a distance so close it was suffocating, he declared that he was the one directly handling the cases, so he always had enough power to wipe away all traces. A sinister smile clearly appeared on the devil's face as he emphasized that the title of prosecutor was the most perfect cover to hide all sins. Han Jong-ui patted her shoulder lightly to end the conversation, simultaneously ordering Hyorin to go over to Crystal's room to rest tonight. Watching the enemies retreating back, Ho-gil secretly gloated because with just this hair sample, he could prove he was the actual culprit who murdered Ji-woo's father. However, just as he touched the doorknob, the assassin suddenly realized there was still an incredibly tough missing link waiting ahead. The image of Crystal sitting alone and haggard in the corner of the room flashed by, reminding him of a soul that had suffered too much damage from the demon's brutality. Ho-gil's eyes suddenly rolled back with excitement as a crazy idea flashed through his mind. He secretly mocked himself for not seeing the easy way out right in front of his eyes sooner. With a half-dark, half-lit face full of determination, he told himself he had to be an absolute genius to find a way to get Crystal out of this hellhole and become a true hero. Ho-gil saw through Crystal's shattered soul and silently swore to bring her back to being as radiant as the sunlight by the fountain in the old days. A wicked smile suddenly bloomed on the murderous lawyer's lips as he blamed himself for not thinking of this scheme sooner. His eyes rolled back in excitement. He silently affirmed that there was always an easier way to end this cat-and-mouse game. Hyorin suddenly called after him and pointed at Han Jong-ui's luxury car, coquettishly asking if that was his car. The prosecutor paused, his back exuding a sense of deep suspicion at the young girl's strange initiative. She grabbed the Mercedes-Benz luxury car keys and praised it in awe, simultaneously begging him to take her for a spin. She coquettishly jingled the keys and suggested a private trip for just the two of them to enjoy the night breeze. Looking from above, the gang's lair was so heavily guarded that sneaking away was completely impossible. With a sly look on his face, Ho-gil thought to himself that if he couldn't sneak out, he would walk out openly by playing on the male instinct to show off. The assassin's eyes burned like a hunter setting a trap. He whispered a challenge for Han Jong-ui to quickly take the bait. Han Jong-ui growled in annoyance at being pestered and coldly asked why he had to do such a pointless thing. The young girl continued to coquettishly say that she was just curious about the supercar and his driving, But deep down Ho-gil silently cursed the bastard's stubbornness, and decided to unleash his final move. Hyo-rin pretended to be dizzy from lack of sunlight and urgently needed a vitamin D boost, making the prosecutor finally give in and demand she follow him. He glanced back slightly with a face full of intent and casually declared he would take her to get vitamin D just as she wished. Hyo-rin immediately smiled brightly and teased that it turned out this older brother also possessed such a sneaky and interesting side. The luxurious white Mercedes-AMG zoomed down the street like an arrow tearing through the night, officially beginning the scheming journey of two cunning individuals. He acted surprised to see a girl so knowledgeable about cars, making her shyly admit that she had a much stronger passion than ordinary people. Hyo-rin excitedly rambled on about the terrifying technical specs and the smell of premium gasoline wafting from the exhaust, making the atmosphere in the cabin extremely lively. She coquettishly pressed close to the driver and expressed her desire to be taught more things, while the assassin secretly observed every tiny change on the opponent's face. Ho-gil slightly smirked seeing the prey start to let his guard down. He affirmed that no matter how hard one tries to cover it up, human nature is always a fatal weakness. Ho-gil, in Hyo-rin's disguise, lightly touched Han Jong-yui's ear and mocked that he couldn't hide his red ears because his male nature was too predictable. In the assassin's mind, the image of the Institute of Forensic Science appeared as a crucial destination to quickly bring the collected sample for DNA matching. A ruthless smile bloomed on the lawyer's lips as he silently declared that the devil's end had come and this luxury car would sooner or later change owners. Han Jong-yui clearly showed suspicion at the young girl's unusual silence, while Hyo-rin still tried to maintain a radiant look to distract the opponent. However, a major problem unexpectedly arose in his calculations, making the lawyer frown and focus on finding a solution that satisfied both sides. Ho-gil silently analyzed that he couldn't show his face at the authorities, so transferring the evidence to Ji-hoo right now was extremely urgent. He quickly typed a message instructing the kid to immediately show up at the convenience store near the office to prepare for a perfect escape plan. Watching the fast-moving traffic outside the window, the assassin understood that he couldn't just jump out but had to find a very natural excuse to leave. Ho-gil's eyes suddenly flashed with a sly light when he suddenly realized the fatal weakness of those who own luxury supercars. The young girl softly cleared her throat and turned to look affectionately at Han Jong-yui, preparing to make a request that he would have absolutely no chance of refusing. Hyo-rin pretended to have severe stomach cramps and panicked, complaining that she couldn't hold it in for another second before an accident was about to happen right on the car seat. She quickly pointed toward the convenience store ahead and begged Han Jong-yui to pull over immediately so she could get out and answer nature's call. The assassin's eyes suddenly became sly as he silently threatened that if he didn't stop, he would realize the most horrifying nightmare right on this expensive luxury car. The screeching sound of the brakes rang out deafeningly as the luxurious white Mercedes made an emergency stop right by the curb to serve the lady's urgent needs. Hyo-rin immediately dashed out of the car and ran straight into the store amidst the devil's boredom as he thought to himself that the leather seats were almost ruined. As soon as he stepped inside, the murderous lawyer immediately dropped his coquettish act to scream Ji-hoo's name, giving the kid and the cashier a real scare. Ho-gil leaned against the fridge, panting, and swore that he had just experienced a life-or-death situation, but he immediately composed himself to focus on the most crucial mission. He solemnly handed the kid the plastic bag containing the precious hair strand and ordered Ji-hoo to run straight to the Institute of Forensic Science to unmask the culprit. While awkwardly asking to use the men's restroom, an angry scream demanding the lawyer to step outside suddenly tore through the air. All three of them froze in extreme shock upon realizing a crowd of strangers had surrounded the store, marking an incident completely out of control. Ji-hoo was absolutely stunned. The kid couldn't believe his eyes at the horrific truth that was gradually being revealed. Hyo-rin immediately went on alert upon seeing Han Jong-yui's car parked outside. He hastily asked to find the back door to avoid an unnecessary confrontation. However, right at the law office, a violent attack had broken out, causing the signboard to be aggressively kicked down. Hyo-rin and Ji-hoo were stunned to realize that the uninvited guests were the ferocious loan sharks who had surrounded them. They arrogantly introduced themselves as the ghosts of the loan shark underworld, swearing to pursue their prey to the very depths of hell. The assassin's eyes suddenly turned dangerously cold and sharp upon recognizing the rotten faces standing in front of him. These were the very cruel bastards who had harassed and cornered Ji-hoo's father into a dead end because of massive debts. The boss formed a sinister smile, declaring that finding the opponent's hiding place was his specialty, and even if he hid in the toilet, he would drag him out by the neck. With baseball bats in hand, they resentfully brought up the humiliation of being beaten into long-term hospitalization by the lawyer, and continuously challenged Ho-gil to show his face. Ho-gil internally struggled fiercely, wanting badly to slaughter this trash but fearing that being caught in disguise would make the situation even worse. Ji-hoo tried to cover it up by insisting that the lawyer uncle was very busy and demanding the debt collector's leave here immediately today. The debt collector boss formed a sickly smile. He casually declared that he had an incredibly easy leverage to drag the lawyer out. He swung his massive hand, intending to land a devastating blow on Ji-hoo's head, accompanied by a threat to beat the kid until he stopped breathing. Faced with the dire situation, Ho-gil decided to strike, calculating that he would beat these bastards to the point of amnesia to keep his disguise a secret. A lightning-fast strike aimed straight at the weak point left the thug completely suppressed, creating a powerfully impactful collision. Ji-hoo could only scream in bewilderment as he witnessed the office scene suddenly turn into a bloody fighting ring. The debt collector rolled his eyes back in terror. He couldn't understand what the hell was happening to his trembling hands. The disguised assassin's eyes gleamed with cruelty. He focused intensely to prepare to unleash the final finishing blow to silence them. Right at the climax, Han Jong-ui unexpectedly appeared to subdue the thug and coldly interrogated the one who dared to recklessly cause a ruckus in front of him. Ho-gil was utterly stunned by the sudden appearance of the devil prosecutor. He frantically asked himself what he had to do to escape this apparent defeat. Ji-hoo couldn't help but be shocked upon realizing the person who had just appeared was Prosecutor Han Jong-ui, the man holding supreme power in his hands. The devil's cold, sharp eyes behind his glasses frames looked down as if wanting to pierce through the souls of everyone present at the scene. Hyorin immediately acted coquettish, pretending to be a weak girl. The assassin smiled welcomingly and complained to the prosecutor brother that this place was truly too noisy. But hidden behind that exterior was Ho-gil's utmost fear upon realizing this bastard still didn't know this was his law office, and he needed to get rid of him really fast. Han Jong-ui coldly adjusted his glasses and ordered the loan sharks to leave immediately if they didn't want to be locked up for illegal trespassing. The debt collector boss growled a challenge. He demanded to know the relationship between the prosecutor and that damn lawyer before declaring that everyone would lose their lives here. With a face full of contempt, the devil issued a final warning, demanding the trash to know their place and not foolishly provoke the limits of his tolerance. The thug still stubbornly hurled insults and challenged to see what this baby-faced prosecutor could do to turn the tide. Not giving the opponent time to react, Han Jong-ui threw a heavyweight punch straight at the boss's face, proving the brutal strength hidden behind his elegant exterior. The violent brawl exploded as the devil prosecutor casually took down his opponent with powerful strikes, making the entire room shake amidst the horror of the witnesses. Ji-hoo and Hyorin froze in shock as they realized the silhouette of the demon prosecutor was looming right in front of them. A terrifying wave of pressure suddenly erupted, tearing through the surrounding space, as if trying to swallow anyone who dared to stand in his way. Han Jong-ui casually stepped on the defeated man and coldly declared that from this moment on, he held the opponent's entire life in his grasp. He firmly asserted that every single tiny crime the scum had committed would soon be exposed to the devil's judgment. Witnessing the prosecutor's sudden outburst of madness, Ho-gil and Hyorin's gaze could only widen his eyes in horror, silently cursing this perverted bastard. With a distorted face and his tongue sticking out disgustingly, the demon growled, repeating the stern warning about the consequences of daring to provoke him. The brutal attacks created a mini-earthquake that shook the entire office, leaving Hyorin stunned amidst the rubble. The young girl's eyes clearly showed sheer panic upon realizing she was facing a dangerous entity that far exceeded any moral standards. Han Jong-ui suddenly noticed something unusual. His eyes behind his glasses narrowed slightly with deep scrutiny and utmost suspicion. The atmosphere instantly turned ice-cold as he held the nameplate in his hand and casually called out Byeon Ho-gil's name like a final judgment. Han Jong-ui bent down to pick up the nameplate on the floor and formed a mocking smile upon confirming that this was indeed the office of lawyer Byeon Ho-gil. He looked around the cramped space and sarcastically commented that this lawyer was working in a dark place without a single ray of sunlight. The demon ordered Ji-hoo to immediately call Byeon Ho-gil right in front of him, leaving the kid flustered and trying to find an excuse to dodge it. Lacking the patience to hear any more clumsy explanations, the prosecutor unexpectedly reached out and grabbed Ji-hoon's arm with an intimidating grip. His eyes flashed with cruelty behind his glasses and he growled, asserting that everything would become clear the moment the call connected. He forced the kid to make the call instantly, while Ji-hoon was frantically calculating what dirty trick the opponent was plotting. Han Jong-ui slightly pushed up his glasses, casually uttering a remark that it seemed he was making a request that was too much for him. But immediately, he unleashed a lightning-fast snatching move to seize the phone from Ji-hoon's hand, officially casting off all facades of fake politeness. The devil coldly declared that he should have acted decisively like this right from the start to avoid wasting time. Despite Ji-hoon screaming to get his phone back, the demon casually sat down and began searching for Byeon Ho-gil's number in the contacts with an incredibly smug face. Han Jong-ui pressed the phone to his ear waiting for the call to connect, making Ji-hoon panic and fear that all of the lawyer's secrets were about to be exposed. Hyo-rin stood silently in the dark, sweating profusely. The assassin thought to himself that if things continued like this, his true identity would vanish into thin air. Ji-hoon frantically lunged forward to snatch the phone, but the prosecutor quickly pushed the kid away to focus on listening to the ringing tone. Unexpectedly, an operator announcement rang out stating that the subscriber was busy on another call, causing Ji-hoon to freeze because of this incredibly lucky bailout. The kid rolled his eyes in confusion, wondering why the signal had clearly been sent but his uncle's phone didn't ring at all. Ho-gil slightly smirked with a highly arrogant smile. He silently cursed Han Jong-ui's stupidity for severely underestimating an assassin's preparation. He smugly looked at his phone screen that was secretly making a callback, affirming that this exact coincidence had completely blocked the signal. Disappointed at being unable to connect, the demon casually tossed the phone back, forcing Ji-hoon to hurriedly catch it in extreme anger. The air suddenly became suffocating when Han Jong-ui unexpectedly placed his hand on Ji-hoon's shoulder from behind, performing a gesture full of silent intimidation. With a sly smile blooming on his lips, he growled, demanding the student to stop because it seemed he had just suddenly realized something incredibly interesting. Han Jong-ui leaned close to Ji-hoon's face and asked if they had met somewhere before, making the boy freeze in terror. Ji-hoon silently panicked as he recalled their meeting regarding his father's case, simultaneously fearing that if he was discovered here, Uncle Ho-gil's life would be in grave danger. Standing behind, Ho-gil in the guise of Hyo-rin was also extremely tense, thinking to himself that he must act immediately to protect his secret. The bulging veins on his fist showed that the assassin was suppressing his combat instincts to the absolute limit in his rage. Hyo-rin immediately rushed over, affectionately pulling the prosecutor's arm away, claiming Ji-hoon's face was very generic and urging him to quickly take her for a walk. But instantly, Han Jong-ui suddenly threw his arm out to stop her and demanded she stay quiet, causing Hyo-rin to only let out a panicked gasp. The brutal devil grabbed Ji-hoon by the collar despite the boy struggling fiercely and threatening to call the police to lock him up immediately. The atmosphere suddenly became suffocating as the prosecutor stared intently into the trembling eyes of the poor prey right in front of him. He growled Kim Ji-hoon's name and asked how long the boy intended to keep up the act, officially declaring that all secrets had been completely stripped bare. Han Jong-ui casually brought up the detail about the untied shoelace during the trial years ago, and wondered why he could now tie them so neatly. Ji-hoon was utterly shocked, thinking it was unbelievable that this devil could remember every little detail like that, and anxiously asked his uncle what they should do now. Standing silently amidst the tense atmosphere, Ho-gil in Hyo-rin's disguise silently analyzed that everything was truly absurd when Han Jong-ui questioned why Kim Ji-hoon could appear at the office of lawyer Byeon Ho-gil, who was currently taking on the heavy responsibility of defending the dangerous criminal Jo Du-chan. He narrowed his eyes maliciously, demanding the boy answer immediately, but right at this moment, police sirens suddenly blared relentlessly, breaking the deadlock. All three of them froze simultaneously upon realizing the sirens were approaching the office, leaving Ji-hoon stunned, wondering if the police had actually arrived. Han Jong-ui felt it was extremely bizarre that the noise was heading straight this way, asserting that the police would never show up without any reports. Hyo-rin immediately clung to his arm affectionately, pretending to be panicked and begging him to get her out of there. But in his heart, the assassin silently cursed him for an idiot because he was the one who called the cops. The assassin's eyes suddenly turned cunning as he silently calculated that he must retreat immediately, knowing full well that if his identity was checked, he would be exposed on the spot. He smirked slightly at the violent prosecutor and silently affirmed that once the police raided, his fate would be just as miserable as his own. Han Jong-ui nonchalantly announced he still had another appointment, and would leave, while Hyorin kept up the fearful, clingy charade, dragging her brother to quickly flee the scene. Han Jong-ui stood motionless in front of lawyer Byeon Ho-gil's office sign, secretly calculating a highly malicious move in his mind. He leaned close to Ji-Woo's ear and revealed that the moment he saw the boy, he came up with a brilliant idea that was his specialty back when he was in the US. With a devilish smile, the demon ordered everyone to patiently wait a little longer for a dramatic family reunion. Meanwhile, the Mercedes supercar sped down the street like an arrow tearing through the night, signaling that the worst-case scenario was imminent. Ho-gil in Hyorin's guise frantically held his head in panic, realizing Han Jong-ui's mind was so sharp that he could tear away his perfect cover at any moment. The assassin's eyes suddenly turned resolute. He silently affirmed that he had to change the entire plan immediately to escape a glaring defeat. The door creaked softly in the silent night, leaving a faint streak of light illuminating the room full of secrets waiting to be discovered. Hyorin tiptoed inside with a highly cautious expression, secretly observing every movement around to ensure he wasn't spotted. Crystal woke up with a start and pressed for answers about her younger sister's mysterious whereabouts, forcing the assassin to feign an explanation that he just had a walk with the big boss. Overly worried about Hyorin's safety, Crystal repeatedly hit her sister's back hard and scolded her recklessness, while the murderous lawyer could only silently apologize because the real tragedy had begun. Hyorin gasped in panic, calling out to her older sister as she noticed the unusual trembling in the other's eyes. Crystal tightly gripped her waist and begged Hyorin to be extremely careful because she still hadn't fully grasped the cruelty of this hellhole. Facing the question of why she didn't just run away, Crystal could only bow her head, hesitating in the fear encompassing her mind. Hyorin immediately grasped her senior's trembling hands and firmly stated that she would do everything in her power to help her escape. The assassin thought this was a golden opportunity to retreat before his identity was exposed, but Crystal screamed in despair about the impending death. The young woman frantically pushed Hyorin down onto the bed and demanded she let go to avoid a tragic end for them both. With eyes full of sorrow, Crystal affirmed that just harboring the thought of escaping meant death was inevitable. Hyorin froze, watching the tears roll down Crystal's cheeks, wondering what had turned such a radiant girl so broken as she was now. The atmosphere suddenly turned dark as the memory of a manager and streamer couple being caught trying to flee resurfaced. The image of a massive demon restraining the poor blonde girl appeared along with a sickening urging about an upcoming execution. The fat demon blew cigarette smoke into the poor girl's face. He sneered and ordered her to show her soon-to-be husband her true metal. The dim light illuminated the filthy container room, where dried blood splattered on the walls stood as a testament to a brutal massacre. The blonde girl trembling held the wooden bat, her whole body stained with fresh blood while her eyes rolled back in shock at the crime she was forced to commit. The henchman watched from above, laughing gleefully and mocking the man lying sprawled on the floor because he was so cowardly he had wet his pants. The boss tightened his grip on Crystal and sarcastically remarked that she had now officially become a self-made widow after this cruel theatrical display. He raised the rusty nail-studded bat dripping with blood high, his mouth constantly mocking the victim's blind love, and ordered his subordinates to clearly record this scene. After announcing a 5-minute break, the demon casually ordered his men to strip the woman bare while she was still kneeling on the floor to clean up the blood. Crystal tremblingly begged the boss to spare her life. She promised to submit unconditionally to any demand, but the only response was his chilling call of her name. He roughly choked her neck and threatened that if she didn't want to share the same fate as her predecessor, she'd better behave and wipe away that pile of dried blood. Tears of agonizing pain rolled down Crystal's cheeks as she bitterly recounted the tragic end of the dead man, and the older sister who was sold away without a trace. The assassin's eyes under Hyorin's guise turned completely icy. He silently cursed that all the demons here deserved to be punished by being castrated until none remained. Crystal sat dazed on the bed and bitterly confessed that she had been in this hellhole for so long that the outside world felt alien. She advised Hyorin to quickly leave alone. The young woman gently held Hyorin's hands, wanting to hand over the most precious item she had always safeguarded, making the assassin inevitably stunned by this unexpected action. Ho-gil's eyes widened in astonishment when he saw what had just been placed in his palm. He silently exclaimed in shock upon realizing the true value of that item. It was an ID card bearing the real name Choi Bok-sun, an ordinary identity in stark contrast to the glamorous but humiliation-filled name Crystal. Crystal bitterly asserted that she would probably have to live under the streamer facade for the rest of her life. But at least she wanted to be honest with her closest younger sister. She gave a rare, genuine, and radiant smile, confessing that she only wished to be remembered by the other person as her true self rather than some illusory figure. The peaceful atmosphere shattered in an instant by the urgent ringing of the phone with the caller ID reading Big Boss, signaling an ominous impending event. Crystal anxiously listened to the emergency summons demanding that both she and Hyorin be present immediately at Broadcasting Area C to prepare for an unexpected show. Amidst the dark space of Hapjeong subway station, the murderous lawyer silently questioned the boss's true plot as he adamantly kept everything a secret until the very end. Hyorin pretended to be coy, asking Han Jong-ui about the urgency of the summons, while Crystal still followed closely behind in fear. The assassin's eyes suddenly became razor-sharp with suspicion. He silently wondered what dirty trick this snake-like cunning bastard was plotting. He led them both into a subway car filled with white smoke and declared that this was the very place where the transaction chat room would be set up tomorrow. The three figures trudged silently through the quiet space of the subway car, where dark calculations were gradually being exposed. Hyorin reached out to touch the handle and silently assessed that the construction purpose of this room looked extremely shady and fraught with peril. The assassin was stunned to realize the only way out had been blocked by Han Jong-ui, meaning he had completely fallen into an inescapable trap. The prosecutor urged her to quickly follow and sarcastically commented on the little sister's cozy life in a family full of love. Hyorin remained silent with eyes full of tension. He concentrated fiercely to prepare to deal with the most unexpected incidents. Suddenly, Han Jong-ui pulled out a gun, aiming it straight at Hyorin's face, and coldly asked if an innocent girl like her knew of the existence of such a thing. He flashed a maniacal smile behind his glasses, asserting that the ironclad rule and top priority for selecting a streamer was absolute obedience. Han Jong-ui declared the ironclad rule was that a streamer couldn't have a family, making Ho-gil and Hyorin's guys start sweating bullets in fear. The memory of his blatant lie about having parents and an ugly younger sister suddenly rushed back like a knife piercing through his perfect cover. The demon pointed the gun threateningly and questioned why Jo Duchan would choose someone full of hidden secrets, like her, to carry out these shady missions. Crystal screamed in panic, demanding her sister run away and promising to face the danger alone to protect Hyorin, but it seemed fate had already been sealed. He smirked slightly, showing a sickening and morbid smile, signaling a horrifying truth he was about to fully expose. Han Jong-ui suddenly launched an assault and casually called out the name Byeon Ho-gil directly, officially killing the assassin's fake identity on the spot. Crystal could only freeze in sheer astonishment, and continuously call Hyorin's name as she watched the image of her beloved younger sister instantly shatter right before her eyes. The demonic prosecutor found it incredibly amusing to realize the massive anomaly in lawyer Ho-gil's relationship with the villain Jo Duchan. He started stringing together Kim Ji-woo's presence at the office and came up with a shocking hypothesis about an elaborate scam plot. With eyes wide open in madness, Han Jong-ui firmly asserted that this lawyer had audaciously taken defense money from both opposing sides simultaneously. Crystal was stunned when the name Byeon Ho-gil rang out. She mentally searched her memories and realized she seemed to have heard this identity somewhere before. The young woman's eyes suddenly widened in amazement as a crucial puzzle piece from the past unexpectedly resurfaced in crystal clarity. The image of the lawyer with long hair and intellectual glasses from back then slowly materialized, making Crystal realize a highly ironic truth. She couldn't believe that Hyorin, the younger sister she trusted with all her heart, was actually that deeply mysterious man. Han Jong-ui nonchalantly pointed the gun and exposed that Byeon Ho-gil had approached Crystal right from the start solely to exploit and deceive her. He bitterly asserted that the lawyer had meticulously coaxed to extract whatever he wanted, and then would heartlessly discard her without a shred of pity. The devil smirked triumphantly as he threw questions challenging Ho-gil's silence, instantly making the atmosphere in the subway car suffocating. Facing the encirclement of enemies and the broken gaze of his close senior, the assassin could only bow his head in silent torment. Han Jong-ui smirked slightly, flashing a sinister smile, and declared he would help her, but hidden behind that was certainly a cold-blooded conspiracy. He coldly tightened his grip on the gun stock, preparing for a tragic end as the pitch-black muzzle was ready to snatch away the opponent's life. Han Jong-ui casually aimed the gun and requested Crystal to relax her body to prepare for a terrifying truth about to be unveiled. He leaned close to the poor girl and sowed venomous words about how the one she trusted so much had heartlessly stabbed her in the back, while suggesting they both join forces to exact revenge on the dirty lawyer standing behind them. Crystal stood frozen in utter shock, her eyes rolling back as she couldn't believe what her ears had just heard about Hyorin's true identity. The image of a gentle Hyorin and all the deepest secrets she had poured out all this time suddenly rushed back like a knife slashing her heart. The memories of their joyful moments playing together with the virtual reality headset were now reduced to agonizing and bitter shards of recollection. She bitterly realized that the radiant smile of the younger sister from back then was actually just a deceitful mask orchestrated so perfectly it was chilling. The cruel truth about being deceived and exploited time and again made Crystal feel suffocated as she thought back to the assassin's entirely fake embrace. Sitting silently opposite the other person on the bed, the young woman secretly denied this harsh reality, and affirmed that things shouldn't have unfolded in such a terrible way. Crystal's eyes glinted with sorrow as she constantly questioned why disasters and misfortunes always chose her as a target to relentlessly trample upon. Tears of despair rolled down as she frantically interrogated herself about what massive mistake she had ultimately committed to endure such a brutal punishment. Crystal desperately begged her close younger sister to say that it was all just a malicious lie, while the demonic prosecutor still sinisterly pointed his gun, watching every movement. Facing the harsh truth, Byeon Ho-gil completely cast off his mask and coldly admitted that he had heartlessly deceived her right from the very first moments. The assassin nonchalantly exposed that his purpose of approaching her was solely to extract information, making Crystal scream in agony, demanding he shut his mouth immediately before her heart completely shattered. The devil Han Jong-ui smirked triumphantly as he placed the gun into the poor girl's hands, incessantly goading her to bravely pull the trigger to finish off the fraudster standing before her. With his face contorted in excitement, he frantically screamed, challenging the prey to shoot herself if she wanted to end this humiliating life of being exploited. Between the lines of life and death, Crystal half closed her eyes with a resolute will that she would never let anyone trample on her, and wanted to live as her true self once more. Suddenly she turned the gun barrel toward the prosecutor and screamed in pure hatred, demanding Han Jong-ui pay for the brutal crimes he had committed. A dry click of the trigger rang out as her finger decisively took the shot, marking her final effort to seize freedom from the monster's hands. Crystal's eyes widened in shock as she realized the terrifying silence, while Han Jong-ui smirked sarcastically that she had given a completely wrong answer. He casually disarmed her and mocked her naivety, for right from the start this sly old fox had carefully calculated and handed her a gun with a completely empty magazine. Han Jong-ui hurled insults at Crystal, calling her an idiot, and nonchalantly asserted that this was exactly why her life had fallen into an inescapable tragedy. He continued to patronize her, preaching that only those who know how to choose the right side are the ultimate winners in this cruel game. The demon pointed the pitch-black muzzle at the trembling girl and uttered a deadly blessing, leaving Crystal to only scream in utmost despair. Right in the moment death knocked on the door, Byeon Ho-gil suddenly threw himself out to shield Crystal, accepting to let his body take the full brunt of the attack in her place. Han Jong-ui showed no remorse whatsoever but instead flashed a sickeningly manic smile, silently confessing that this scene was making him feel supremely exhilarated. He contemptuously questioned the lawyer's sudden heroic act, mocking whether this was the bond of friendship or simply vulgar lust. The demonic prosecutor aimed the gun straight at Ho-gil's face and coldly questioned why he was so eager to die, simultaneously affirming that the end for both of them was just a matter of order. Standing before the enemy's muzzle, the assassin suddenly parted his lips to call out the exact name of the weapon the opponent was holding as a Glock 19. This unexpected information made Han Jong-ui startle in astonishment, his face instantly contorting in bewilderment, unable to understand how the lawyer could recognize that. Ho-gil casually analyzed the technical details about the 600-gram weight of the gun along with its ammunition specs, officially exposing the terrifying expertise of a master assassin. Byeon Ho-gil nonchalantly stated the current gun only weighed 680 grams, meaning the magazine inside was completely empty. The assassin pressed his forehead right against the barrel and flashed a challenging smile, asking the perverted prosecutor if he could feel the truth through touch. Han Jong-ui was so stunned he broke into a cold sweat, He couldn't comprehend why his opponent grasped the technical specs so terrifyingly well. While Crystal was still in shock from the suffocating atmosphere, a white streak of light suddenly tore through the space, signaling the start of the counterattack. With a masterful acrobatic move, Ho-gil unleashed a powerful butterfly kick that sent the gun in the enemy's hand flying, to everyone's astonishment. The murderous lawyer smirked with eyes burning with killing intent, silently signaling that now was the time for the real purge to be carried out. Ho-gil suddenly feigned a coy demeanor as he rested his chin and chuckled, but his words were full of malice as he announced it was time for the brother of justice to taste suffering. Han Jong-ui tried to maintain a calm facade and coldly acknowledged the superior ability of the lawyer, a rare individual who made him sweat throughout the investigation. Still keeping an obnoxious joking attitude, Ho-gil asserted that this acknowledgement wouldn't help him reduce any single punch out of the 1,000 beatings to come. However, hidden behind that arrogant exterior were eyes gradually blurring due to blood loss from his wounds, as he silently urged himself to quickly finish it to save Crystal. Byeon Ho-gil smirked sarcastically that this house truly knew how to entertain honored guests with a murderous warmth. The demonic prosecutor Han Jong-ui casually declared the party was just beginning and coldly demanded the lawyer take a little rest before being sent off to hell. He took off his glasses, his eyes rolling back in pure madness as he firmly affirmed that the grave for the loser had already been dug right here. Despite trying to act arrogant, the assassin silently admitted he was facing an extremely tough situation as sweat began to bead on his forehead. Looking down at the wounds bleeding incessantly on his shoulder and leg, Ho-gil reassured himself that even though he was lucky enough to dodge the arteries, this blood loss was still a lethal danger. His gaze gradually grew razor-sharp as he mentally calculated that with his current physical condition, he had a maximum of 10 minutes left to end this battle. While using a white bandage to try and stop the bleeding, Ho-gil threw out a defiantly mocking remark that his opponent's gun quality was so terrible it couldn't even make him flinch. Han Jong-ui smirked sarcastically, requesting the opponent wipe his sweat clean if he wanted to keep playing the hero, and growled in order to put an end to this meaningless wordplay immediately. Amidst the dark space of the subway car, the demon demanded Ho-gil reveal the hiding place of the accident's evidence, only to receive a joking reply that the evidence had also run away. He broke into a cold, highly sinister smile and asked whether the murderous lawyer intended to continue denying the truth right until his dying breath. Han Jong-ui shrugged nonchalantly and sinisterly asserted that whether the lawyer confessed or not didn't matter anymore, because this case would eventually be buried forever. The demon leaned close to Ho-gil's ear and whispered a cold-blooded threat that the evidence would be completely useless once its holder vanished from this world. Standing before the enemy's tight encirclement, the murderous lawyer silently analyzed the dire situation, realizing that escaping with Crystal right now seemed to be an impossible mission. His eyes suddenly flashed with a glimmer of hope upon discovering a loophole in the subway car's operating system, and he secretly prepared for a daring plan to reverse the situation. Ho-gil smirked with a highly arrogant smile, declaring it was still too early for him to lie in a coffin when he hadn't yet acquired his own dream apartment. With a lightning-fast movement, the assassin unleashed a powerful strike aimed straight at the electrical control panel, intending to utilize the darkness to execute a final counterattack. The space instantly plunged into pitch-black darkness along with the chaotic screams of the henchmen upon realizing they had completely lost their bearings in the dark subway car. While Han Jong-ui was still trying to keep calm, Ho-gil suddenly delivered a brutal pressure point strike to his eyes, accompanied by an affirmation that he alone was the one seeing through everything. The demonic prosecutor grabbed his face in agony and frantically insulted his opponent as a coward for resorting to dirty tricks to attack in the dark. His desperate screams echoed throughout the freezing train car as he realized he was completely powerless to pinpoint the location of the murderous lawyer lurking right next to him. The demonic prosecutor Han Jong-ui screamed in ultimate agony, unable to believe how the murderous lawyer could accurately target his eyes in the pitch-black darkness. In his frenzy, he suddenly came up with a daring idea and silently affirmed that this was the only way to turn the tables before he entirely lost his ability to fight. He bared his teeth in a sickening smile and declared that with 10 years of experience in the field, he would definitely find a way to make the opponent pay with his own life. Han Jong-ui frantically ordered all his minions to focus intensely and listen carefully to the next instructions to coordinate an encirclement of the murderous lawyer. The minion yelled the names of other accomplices, telling them to stay quiet and use their phone flashlights for illumination, assuming Ho-gil wouldn't be able to know everyone's location by name. The thug bared his teeth in a highly sinister, gleeful smile. He sarcastically remarked that this was the high-tech era of the 21st century, and swore to tear the lawyer apart as soon as he found his position. Ho-gil smirked, mocking the sudden intelligence of the henchmen, while casually questioning why they thought he didn't know the true identities of every hiding individual. The murderous assassin flashed a devilish smile and coldly, firmly asserted that the ultimate truth would be exposed right away in the most brutal manner. With a lightning-fast movement, Ho-gil dashed through the night and sequentially took down Chang-ji and Dae-gil, making their screams echo throughout the cold train car. The lawyer ended his lightning-fast purge with a powerful finishing blow aimed straight at Jang-won, officially shattering any last hope of resistance from the cowardly henchman. The minion's eyes widened in panic, unable to comprehend how the opponent could accurately take down each person one by one in the pitch-black night. With lethal strikes aimed directly at vital pressure points, the murderous lawyer rendered his opponents completely powerless, screaming in ultimate despair. Primal fear engulfed the cowardly thug's mind as he suddenly recalled rumors of a highly mysterious special ability. He silently questioned in terror about echolocation capabilities, a master-level skill allowing the user to see through everything without light. Amidst the train car's space, an infrared sensor system clearly appeared, helping the assassin grasp every movement of the enemy in just a breath. Facing this insane reality, the minion could only tremble and silently pray that a lawyer like Ho-gil couldn't possess such terrifying power. Byeon Ho-gil smirked sarcastically, casually repeating the words about the high-tech era and asking the thug back about which era he was living in. In the pitch-black darkness, he casually put on his virtual reality headset and laughed gleefully like a madman, turning the hunt into a highly exhilarating game. The assassin nonchalantly explained the device's infrared camera function, while tossing out a bitter mockery that their future was even bleaker than this dark night. Wearing the VR headset, Ho-gil dashed off at a terrifying speed and crushed the opponent's face, officially declaring the real massacre had begun. Miserable screams rang out in the dark subway car as the henchmen fell one after another under the brutal strikes of the assassin lawyer. In the blinding darkness, the scene suddenly became terrifyingly quiet as all the thugs lay scattered on the cold floor. Byeon Ho-gil casually walked over the pile of bodies, loudly threatening Han Jong-ui that if he surrendered right now, he would consider lightening his punishment. Suddenly, Ho-gil froze upon hearing Hyo-rin's name echo through the night, making him instantly highly vigilant of a mysterious presence. The assassin frowned in suspicion when he felt strange splashes of liquid splattering onto his body and silently asked himself whether it was water or not. Ho-gil was suddenly stunned upon recognizing a pungent scent spreading in the space, signaling a danger infinitely more horrifying. It was gasoline, the liquid of death leaking from the plastic canister like a crazed declaration of war from the demonic prosecutor. The assassin's eyes widened in shock. He silently cursed Han Jong-ui as a lunatic for daring to resort to this suicidal method to end everything. The space suddenly shifted to a peaceful evening, where Crystal called out Hyo-rin's name and asked if her younger sister had ever heard of thrill-seeking syndrome. She smiled faintly, explaining that it was a psychological term describing the tendency to constantly crave intense sensations, officially revealing the truth about the opponent's manic nature. Free climbers scaling skyscrapers barehanded appeared as a testament to the recklessness that defies all limits of survival. Hyo-rin gestured wildly, questioning whether they had too many lives or truly wanted to die, but then she immediately denied it, saying it was the exact opposite. Crystal listened in silence to the strange explanation that they risked their lives essentially to find a way to live, leaving her inevitably bewildered by this insane definition. The story revolved around the neurotransmitter dopamine, as she affirmed that for thrill-seekers, their brains inherently could not self-produce normal excitement. Therefore, deadly dangerous situations that inherently terrified others would, for them, become an endless source of amusement, even as the crowd below could only grab their faces and scream in absolute terror while witnessing the free-fall spectacle. But right after that, a veiny hand suddenly gripped the wall ledge tightly, as if wanting to crush reality to hold on to a final breath. With a face contorted in a wild smile, the daredevil silently declared that it was the very sensation of touching death that made him feel truly alive. Hyo-rin concluded in a serious tone that humans could not live without excitement, and the most terrifying thing was the price they had to pay, because if they didn't bet their entire lives on the line between life and death, They would forever be imprisoned in emptiness when dopamine couldn't be generated. Hyorin pressed her close senior about the unusual trembling, deluding herself that none of this concerned them, but Crystal immediately denied it with bitter resentment. With eyes filled with terror, Crystal affirmed that the boss's thrill-seeking nature had far exceeded all limits of control and was an unimaginable threat. Facing a situation hanging by a thread, the assassin faintly parted his lips to demand the opponent stop to find a direction for negotiation instead of continuing to push each other into a dead end. Han Zhongyuai smirked sarcastically, calling them all idiots, while sinisterly asserting that if darkness could not stop him, then light would be the final answer. A veiny hand decisively flicked the Zippo lighter, creating a tiny spark that nevertheless carried the destructive power of an impending disaster. He raised the flame high with a manic smile, officially delivering a cold judgment about burning this entire gasoline-drenched train car into ashes. The demon threw the burning lighter toward his opponent without a hint of hesitation, tracing a deadly arc that tore through the dark space. Standing amidst the puddle of gasoline, the murderous lawyer only had time to widen his eyes in horror as he realized the utter madness of the perverted prosecutor had surpassed all preparations. Instantly, a terrifying explosion erupted, incinerating everything in the train car, turning the scene into a blazing sea of fire and plunging everyone into a cruel tragedy. On the outside, Crystal desperately pounded on the door, crying and begging for help as she witnessed the flames destroying all fragile hopes for a peaceful escape. Crystal was stunned, secretly thinking that the lawyer was her lifesaver, and she had to find a way to repay this massive debt of gratitude at any cost. Meanwhile, a terrifying sea of fire engulfed the train car, making the henchmen scream agonizingly, begging for rescue from the agonizing death drawing near. Byeon Ho-gil stood in the midst of the blazing fire, cursing Han Zhongyuai for being a true man who dared to trade everyone's lives for a beastly thrill. The assassin yelled, questioning why a prosecutor representing justice could act so brutally and lose his humanity to such a terrifying extent. He demanded the opponent explain why he would heartlessly destroy the Tower of Fame he had painstakingly built over so many years with his own hands. Facing that fury, Han Zhongyuai lightly touched his chin with dreamy eyes and casually repeated the words Tower of Fame as if immersed in an old dream. He secretly recalled the days of frantic effort to shake off his filthy past, but despite his high status or the women surrounding him, the emptiness in his soul remained unfulfilled. Memories resurfaced of the evil prosecutor coldly threatening an inmate that the upcoming sentence would completely depend on Zhou Duchan's level of cooperation. Faced with such sternness, the gang boss maintained an arrogant attitude and casually demanded to be served food, believing the nation's laws could do absolutely nothing to him. Han Zhongyuai slightly bowed his head to hide a devilish smile behind his glasses, asserting he understood the opponent's position perfectly before launching a cruel purge plan. In the surveillance room, the henchmen discussed in horror the inmate's stubbornness in front of Han Zhongyuai, and even suggested resorting to the most brutal torture methods. The atmosphere suddenly turned upside down when the power was cut, and desperate screams echoed out demanding the door be opened immediately because a danger was imminent. The prison guard widened his eyes in sheer terror, sweating profusely as he sensed a horrifying tragedy was about to unfold right before his eyes. Han Zhongyuai frantically screamed for help upon discovering Zhou Duchan self-harming, turning the interrogation room into a bloody scene in the blink of an eye. He panicked, demanding the medical team be called immediately and pretending to worry, asking how he could protect his client if this kept happening. Facing reality, Han Zhongyuai slightly bowed his head with a thoroughly disappointed expression and coldly asserted that all of what just happened brought him absolutely no excitement. His eyes narrowed maliciously as he silently realized the missing piece in the thrill-seeking game he had longed for all this time. He choked himself with a maniacal smile and roared in complete satisfaction that the real missing element was that his own life had never been threatened. Standing amidst the blazing sea of fire, the evil fiend enjoyed the feeling of truly being alive and sinisterly affirmed he had seen right through the opponent's true nature from their very first meeting. The dark train car now echoed only with the desperate cries of the henchmen as the merciless fire gradually robbed them of their final breaths. Han Zhongyuai smirked sinisterly, claiming he had felt a bizarre synchronization with Byeon Ho-gil from the very first moments they met. The fiend considered the lawyer as his own kind and was thrilled as if he had just found a brother. But Ho-gil immediately roared with hatred that he would never be the kind of trash he was. A hand decisively locked the train car door tight, officially turning this place into a bloody arena with no way out for anyone. Han Jong-ui revealed his crazed face with a disgusting smile, offering a cold-blooded proposal that today, one of the two must undoubtedly lose their life right here. Meanwhile, the henchmen were chaotically shoving each other to run to the next car to escape, constantly insulting and criticizing their comrades' disloyalty in a life-or-death situation. Byeon Ho-gil quietly analyzed that he had to take down all these bastards to end the fight, but the flames surrounding them from all sides were making things worse. The sea of fire flared up fiercely, gradually closing the distance by the second, threatening to burn the assassin lawyer alive right in the confined space of the train car. He tightened his focus upon realizing the only way out now was the door on the opposite side, where a fragile hope for survival was still beckoning. However, the devil Han Jong-ui had sinisterly blocked the only exit, leaving Ho-gil entirely in a dilemma between the siege of fire and his enemy. But the most serious problem was his incessantly bleeding wounds, making the assassin secretly fear that he no longer had enough strength to hold out much longer. Byeon Ho-gil silently calculated that he had exactly 3 short minutes left before everything spiraled completely out of control. The assassin lawyer shuddered to realize that if this situation continued, he would certainly be burned alive right in the middle of the fiercely raging sea of fire. His eyes suddenly sharpened as he silently searched for the final trump card that could help him turn the tide in this perilous situation hanging by a thread. Ho-gil suddenly shouted out asking to stop for a negotiation, persuading the opponent to put out the fire first since he fundamentally handled heat very poorly. He continued to provoke Han Jong-ui to think rationally, because if he remained stubborn, both of them would become prey to this merciless fire. The devil pondered, repeating the word rationally, which made Ho-gil secretly smug, praising his own sharpness and master-level rhetorical skills. But immediately, Han Jong-ui revealed his crazy nature, roaring with hatred and declaring a death match with his opponent to the bitter end. Faced with the enemy's madness, Ho-gil tightened his focus and reassured himself to stay calm in order to find the only way out. In the blazing space of the train car, the perverted prosecutor laughed gleefully, and coldly exposed that his opponent had just made 12 fatal mistakes. He casually poured water over his palm to prepare for the cruel execution, officially shattering the lawyer's last remaining hope of survival. Byeon Ho-gil was stunned and bewildered hearing the evil prosecutor cryptically mention the number 12 right in the midst of the fiercely raging fire. Han Jong-ui casually used a strip of cloth to tightly cover his nose and mouth, coldly exposing that the total number of sentences the opponent had just spoken was exactly 12. Standing above, he sinisterly explained that this meant Ho-gil had inhaled at least 12 breaths of deadly carbon monoxide toxic gas. The poison ravaged his body, causing the assassin lawyer to suddenly collapse to the floor in extreme astonishment, as he realized his breath was slowly depleting. The fiend feigned disappointment that everything ended too quickly and frantically screamed about how the oath to a death match had now become completely meaningless. He approached Ho-gil's gradually fading body with a disdainful look, incessantly insulting the defeated opponent lying gasping for breath beneath his feet. Suddenly, a devilish smile appeared on the assassin's lips, accompanied by an assertion that the prosecutor had finally stepped into striking range. This shocking information made Han Jong-ui jump, his eyes widening in terror upon realizing he had fallen straight into an incredibly sophisticated self-injury ruse trap. Not missing the chance, Ho-gil unleashed a lightning-fast kick tearing through the blazing space, delivering a fatal blow that sent his enemy flying straight backward. The devil only had time to stare wide-eyed at his crumbling reality, as the assassin lawyer coldly declared that he himself would suffer a similarly tragic end. Byeon Ho-gil roared, demanding Han Jong-ui take a deep breath, officially igniting the brutal purge right in the middle of the raging sea of fire. The assassin put all his strength into iron fists aimed straight at the enemy's head, simultaneously declaring coldly that this was a special massage package tailored for him by the Glory Organization. Ho-gil slightly smirked with a devilish smile, secretly proud to see the perverted prosecutor begin to stagger under his overwhelming strikes. He decisively pinned the opponent down on the burning floor of the train, and offered a sharply sarcastic remark about whether this violent therapy session was ending too soon. Although holding the upper hand, Ho-gil suddenly shivered, realizing his vision was gradually blurring due to excessive blood loss, causing his body to hit its endurance limit. In the suffocating space, the assassin let out a terrifying roar as he launched a final attack targeting his opponent's distorting face. Han Jong-ui frantically roared Byeon Ho-gil's name with deep hatred, swearing a death match to see who would actually be the one to die first in this arena. The fiend violently counterpinned the lawyer down on the train floor, continuously degrading him to keep barking like a cowardly dog. His fading consciousness made Ho-gil secretly regret the unfinished dream of a spacious apartment, and the leisurely life of a renowned lawyer he had always desired. Suddenly, a massive impact shattered the train car window into hundreds of pieces, signaling a shocking event about to completely change the tide of the battle. Byeon Ho-gil mustered his strength to deliver a thunderous kick that sent Han Jong-ui flying far away. Right at that moment, a strange object suddenly zoomed through the shattered glass window. It was the red fire extinguisher, appearing like a final savior in the middle of the fiercely raging sea of fire inside the train car. Crystal, outside the window, shouted, urging him to quickly catch this rescue item before the tragedy of burning alive truly happened. The heavy iron cylinder smashed straight into the dazed fiend's head, making him collapse completely and lose his ability to pursue in the blink of an eye. Ho-gil agilely leaped up to catch the life-saving weapon mid-air, his eyes lighting up upon finding a glimmer of hope to escape suffocation. His sinewy hand decisively pulled the safety pin, while he silently confessed that his heartbeat was racing uncontrollably fast. Standing tall amidst the fire, the assassin lawyer secretly joked that this feeling was even more thrilling than when Crystal invited him over to sleep. Crystal furiously yelled at him to drop the nonsense right away and hurry to escape, forcing him to nod in agreement to focus on putting out the fire. A stream of white foam sprayed out in torrents, engulfing the whole train car. Ho-gil winced as the scorching heat continued relentlessly surrounding his body. The lighting system suddenly flared back on, making the lawyer sigh faintly, mocking the irony of things that never appeared when he needed them most. Byeon Ho-gil coldly declared the game was over and demanded Han Jong-ui mentally prepare to return immediately to where he belonged. The assassin stood tall and casually mocked that the devil's prison meal was slowly getting cold as every second passed by. Han Jong-ui unexpectedly blurted out the timeline 1986 with a devilish smile, abruptly turning the atmosphere suffocating with dark secrets. He lunged forward to attack and sinisterly raised the question of how long it had been since prisons stopped serving beans in their meager meals. The assassin lawyer's eyes suddenly hardened as he secretly evaluated the sudden change in the opponent's bloodthirsty attack rhythm. Han Jong-ui showed off superb boxing skills, making Ho-gil secretly determined that even for a champion, once they came to glory, their end would be exactly the same. With a disgusting smile, the evil fiend hurled an insult that those who confronted him would sooner or later be turned into weak children. Suddenly, his eyes rolled back in surprise upon noticing an unpredictable shift right in the moment he was holding the upper hand. Ho-gil delivered a lightning-fast counterattack tearing through the dark space, officially exposing the true strength of someone wielding both law and violence. The evil prosecutor yelled in astonishment upon realizing the opponent's speed had far exceeded all calculations, wondering if the lawyer was actually a professional boxer. Han Jong-ui launched an overwhelming attack, making Byeon Ho-gil secretly assess that his opponent's strength had far surpassed level B and reached a completely different threshold. The fiend showcased top-tier combat skills with space-tearing punches, forcing the assassin lawyer to focus intensely to find a loophole. A violent aftershock pushed Ho-gil backward, making him begin to feel a significant disparity in this head-to-head confrontation. The assassin casually acknowledged his opponent's formidable capability, but an immense doubt welled up inside him since they were essentially fighting barehanded. Shock clearly showed on Ho-gil's face as he looked down at his heavily devastated legs, wondering the reason why the wounds were this severe. He tightened his focus when losing balance, frantically questioning himself about the filthy magic the prosecutor had used to rip his body apart. Sprawled on the dark train floor, Ho-gil frowned, suspecting whether Han Jong-ui was hiding razor-sharp claws up his sleeves to launch sneak attacks. The long, bleeding cut on the bridge of his nose was the clearest proof of the cruelty of the mysterious weapon he still could not see through. A painful fall caused Ho-gil's body to slam hard against the floor while his enemy remained standing tall like a grim reaper enjoying a game. The assassin lawyer smirked slightly, wiping away the bloodstain on his lips, finally grasping the true nature of the dark magic manifesting right before his eyes. Han Jong-ui revealed his secret weapon, a pair of cold iron brass knuckles, ready to crush his opponent in a bloody slaughter. Byeon Ho-gil struggled to grab the train's handrail to stand firm. He squinted doubtfully as he sensed the fiend was still hiding something even more terrifying. A terrifying impact tore through the space, accompanied by the devil's disdainful assertion about the lack of confidence of those who relied too heavily on weapons. The perverted prosecutor poured all his power into vicious strikes, forcing the assassin lawyer into a desperate defensive stance amid the dark train car. Ho-gil was shocked to realize that even though he had channeled all his body weight into an attack, the enemy still stood imposing like an unshakable mountain. The assassin was continuously overpowered and collapsed to the floor under a brutal rain of blows, causing the tide of battle to slowly become imbalanced. Han Zhongyui's punches, although simple, carried heavy power, making Ho-gil secretly associate them with a gun barrel spewing fire directly at him. Blood began to flow down his injury-riddled face. The lawyer yelled out, questioning whether what his opponent was using right now could still be called a conventional weapon. Ho-gil's eyes suddenly rolled back in astonishment as a shocking hypothesis about the true identity of this freakish power flashed through his mind. Above on the train car ceiling, snapped electrical wires continuously sparked, signaling an imminent explosion about to completely change this harsh reality. Byeon Ho-gil bowed his head, watching drops of fresh blood dripping onto the floor. He bitterly admitted that the evil fiend Han Zhongyui did not merely use brains to climb to a leader's position. Struggling to his feet in the dark train space, the assassin lawyer tightened his focus, silently affirming that his judgments regarding the opponent's despicable nature were entirely correct. Han Zhongyui smirked, exposing a malicious look, casually introducing the weapon on his hand as a knuckle-duster knife hybrid to prepare for the final blow. Ho-gil abruptly yanked off the train car's handrail and confidently asserted that he only needed to use this to block that razor-sharp blade to neutralize all danger. In the suffocating atmosphere, the lawyer roared with deep hatred, challenging the devil to plunge into a death match rather than continue living a pathetic human life. Without a moment's hesitation, the assassin used his full strength to dash forward like an arrow piercing the wind. Even if the opponent blocked, he still absolutely had to execute this finishing strike. Right at the climax, a deathly sound rang out, making Ho-gil halt in shock. His eyes widened in sheer terror as if unable to believe the harsh reality. The cruel bullet pierced through his flank, making blood splatter. The lawyer frantically wondered where that gun came from when both were originally fighting with cold weapons. Han Zhongyui laughed wildly, praising the assassin's intellect for being the only one to discover the knife's existence in the midst of an exhilarating fight. He stood tall, mocking his own preparation, making Ho-gil bitterly realize the thing he had just faced was not merely a dagger or brass knuckles but a sinister plot far beyond all calculations. Byeon Ho-gil was stunned, quietly asking himself what he had to do upon realizing the evil fiend Han Zhongyui was clutching a highly bizarre Apache revolver. This was a classic weapon combining brass knuckles, a dagger, and a revolver in a brutal fashion, causing the lawyer to silently mock his opponent's taste for scrap metal. Ho-gil's vision began to blur due to severe blood loss. He shuddered to realize dodging close-range bullets right now seemed practically impossible. Han Zhongyui sinisterly raised his weapon high and casually declared 6 bullets were more than enough to fulfill the excitement on this deadly journey. With a repulsive smile, the fiend feigned curiosity and coldly ordered the lawyer to help resolve an important question that had just occurred to him. He decisively fired a shot and roared a question about how many bullets an ordinary human body could withstand before actually collapsing. The evil prosecutor still stood tall, repeating the haunting question about the limits of survival, while the muzzle incessantly spat fire. Ho-gil stared wide-eyed in horror at the fatal gun barrel, tightening his mind to brace for the madness gradually consuming the entire space. Deafening gunshots echoed throughout the train car. The assassin had to roll frantically across the floor to dodge the cruel bullet paths constantly plowing up the ground. Sliding across the train floor with heavy breathing, Ho-gil slightly smirked, silently assessing that this surprise attack was indeed a highly spicy surprise. Han Zhongyui smirked, mocking his opponent for merely trying to look tough, while his hands slowly adjusted the bizarre weapon he held. Although he excellently dodged 2 fatal shots, the patchy bloodstain on his stomach made Ho-gil start to feel the terrifying dominance of the perverted prosecutor. The assassin silently told himself that if he took any more direct hits, he would certainly end up neatly packed inside a coffin. Han Zhongyui proudly flaunted the Apache revolver, the classic weapon combining an iron fist, knife, and gun, while Ho-gil merely responded with freezing disdain. Looking at Crystal's haunting silhouette, Ho-gil couldn't help but wonder why the enemy chose this troublesome torture method instead of using a gun to end him from the start. The fiend lowered his head, hiding his eyes, his voice dropping devilishly low as he confessed that if the prey died too quickly, the game would lose its fun. He simultaneously laughed crazily and shed tears, suddenly swinging a forceful attack with a sickening declaration that he would be deeply saddened if the fun ended early. A brutal melee erupted right inside the cramped train car, where highly powerful impacts tore through the air and created terrifying shockwaves. Taking advantage of an opening to land a heavy blow, Han Jong-ui sneered that any game, no matter how dramatic, eventually had to come to an end. With a twisted face and a bitten-off tongue full of horror, the killer gripped the gun tightly and asserted this fateful gamble had genuinely reached its finale. Ho-gil unexpectedly took a massive hit, causing blinding light to erupt in the middle of the life-or-death battle. Right after, plumes of white smoke began billowing heavily from behind the opponent's back, creating a scene full of mystery and chaos. Han Jong-ui could not hide the bewilderment in his eyes. He stammered, wondering just what exactly this bizarre thing unfolding before his eyes was. The assassin quietly smirked, asserting that once thoroughly understanding that weapon, grasping its weakness was merely a matter of time. The fiend abruptly became helpless when his vision was entirely covered by a thick white mist, making him exclaim in despair that this was impossible. With a face full of fierce scars, Ho-gil coldly declared this was precisely the path the wise used to guide the ignorant. He casually hoisted the fire extinguisher in his arms and forcefully sprayed it straight at his opponent, while ordering that bastard to reveal himself right away. While the prosecutor was still crazily firing, the lawyer had already analyzed the fatal characteristic of the Apache revolver is that it only worked at extremely close range. Because with its bizarrely short barrel design, this classic weapon inherently possessed an extremely limited effective range. Ho-gil's deeply enchanting smile officially closed the hand as he exposed the truth that the gun's maximum range was a mere 3 meters. Han Jong-ui bared his teeth in a disgusting grin, probing if Ho-gil wanted to hear a fun fact before having to part with his life. The assassin lawyer's eyes suddenly rolled back in sheer shock as he felt an invisible threat drawing near. Without giving the opponent time to react, the perverted prosecutor hurled a strong throw, sending Ho-gil flying away like a discarded chess piece. He arrogantly asserted he had predicted this outcome early on upon noticing Ho-gil carried a deeply familiar scent on him. The consecutive impacts left the assassin doing nothing but staring wide-eyed in excruciating pain. He smirked, mocking the heavy stench of blood blanketing the train car space, signaling the curtain fall of a bloody gamble. Ho-gil bitterly cursed the enemy's cowardice in his mind as he aimed straight for old wounds to torment his flesh. The fiend continued baring his cruel fangs in a smile, offering to tell an old story so the prey wouldn't feel lonely on his way to the afterlife. Despite fierce objections, he still heartlessly brought up Kim Ji-woo's father to rub salt once again into an unerasable pain. The dark night of the crash scene from years ago suddenly reappeared, marking the moment the whole truth began to be completely exposed. The tattooed henchman trembled, reporting the body was moved and begged for leniency. But Han Jong-ui coldly ordered to start the car as if human life wasn't worth a dime. While preparing to leave, the driver abruptly stopped in bewilderment upon catching sight of an unexpected figure twitching right in front of the car door. In the dark-stained memory of the accident years ago, the poor victim was still gasping in a pool of blood, struggling to wrest life back from the hands of the Grim Reaper. Looking at the prey writhing and pleading hopelessly for help, Han Jong-ui casually likened him to a tiny bug having its wings broken off. Faced with the underling's worry about needing to take the person to the emergency room instantly, the fiend just coldly uttered a deadly word, waiting. With sharp, cold eyes behind his glasses, he recalled a highly sarcastic Korean proverb regarding sacred family bonds. He nonchalantly savored the dying father's pain as the man could only worry about his son waiting for dinner at home. Instead of being moved to compassion, the perverted prosecutor wanted to teach the victim a cruel lesson about the true definition of physical pain. He bared his fangs in a maniacal smile with his bitten-off tongue, proudly flaunting the utter brutality of someone who had entirely lost his humanity. Returning to reality, Ho-gil suppressed the pain to mock that his opponent's reminiscent stories truly made his ears feel incredibly disgusted. Han Jong-ui pinned himself forcefully onto Ho-gil. He smugly proclaimed that from the moment he started digging up his past, his fate was completely sealed. The perverted prosecutor coldly stated the absolute rule of the criminal underworld is when a witness carrying evidence disappears, all traces will also be wiped clean. He clasped his hands as if praying with the deadly weapon in his grip, casually mentioning the existence of a final witness, he needed to eliminate. The image of Kim Ji-hoo crying miserably at his father's funeral suddenly appeared like a reminder of the ultimate agony the evil fiend had caused. Han Jong-ui looked down at the helpless prey at his feet, sneering that he wasn't a piece of scum, so he would personally bear the responsibility of ending him. With wildly wide eyes and a disgusting smile, the devil growled, affirming he would definitely take Lawyer Ho-gil's life with his own hands right here. A streak of light tore through the space as the razor-sharp blade was swung with terrifying speed, signaling a brutally fatal blow about to land. Ho-gil's eyes went wide in terror as the fatal blade tip was merely an inch from his forehead, making his breath suddenly choke in his throat. Right in that life-or-death moment, a thunderous kick was launched with maximum explosive power, creating an incredibly surprising reversal of the situation. Using top-tier combat skills, Ho-gil executed a valiant spinning kick that knocked the perverted prosecutor flying far away, officially kicking off a highly dramatic counterattack. Han Jong-ui stared in horror, realizing the match's tide was abruptly overturned in a split second. Ho-gil focused his power into his legs to vault forward like an arrow piercing the wind, with his fist carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds. A courageous spinning kick was unleashed, sending the perverted prosecutor tumbling and rolling pathetically across the train floor. He struggled to grip the floor with his hands to keep balance, his eyes gleaming with cold calculation in the face of his opponent's dominance. The clash between two madmen continued with interwoven, powerful punches, forging a suffocating atmosphere. Ho-gil smirked faintly, mocking that if Han Jong-ui had agreed to join the Glory Club, his talent might have shone brilliantly. Responding to the taunt with a highly professional defensive stance, the devil affirmed he possessed boxing techniques drenched in a murderous nature. He channeled all his killing intent into a powerful straight punch with the sole goal of ending the assassin lawyer's life. Right in the moment of impending peril, Ho-gil nonchalantly dropped a teasing remark about his opponent's excessive enthusiasm in this mortal combat. He focused intensely to read Han Jong-ui's attack, silently judging it as just a core hook, far too exposed and easily neutralized. Han Jong-ui smirked, declaring this confrontation was clearly drawing to a close as he was holding the upper hand. But Ho-gil remained unfazed, maintaining his arrogant demeanor, silently evaluating the opponent's defensive posture as absolutely perfect, and revealing zero openings for a punch. The assassin lawyer unexpectedly rallied strength into his fists, declaring that he was inherently a warrior born and forged in the wild. Under immense pressure, Han Jong-ui was suddenly stunned to realize that once his opponent couldn't find a loophole in conventional punches, then Ho-gil would immediately switch tactics by violently strangling his throat rather than continuing to use fists as before. The fiend was lifted up and completely flipped upside down in a state of sheer terror, unable to mount any form of resistance. A mighty throwdown was delivered, violently slamming the perverted prosecutor's body onto the floor of the cramped train car. He lay writhing in the hazy mist of smoke, coughing violently and struggling to regain his breathing rhythm in pure agony. Han Jong-ui bitterly realized he had been far too naive, being lured by Ho-gil into a perfect boxing defense only to fall straight into a trap. Ho-gil casually used a cloth to wipe clean a blue gleaming piece of glass in his hand and coldly called out Han Jong-ui's name to officially end the deceitful game. Ho-gil trudged toward Han Jong-ui sitting slumped on the floor. As he wiped the blue glass shard, he staunchly criticized the selfishness of his that robbed Kim Ji-hoo of a lifetime of happiness. Standing tall in the middle of the train car, the assassin lawyer looked down at the defeated foe and bitterly admitted that he too had never realized the disgusting similarity between the two of them. Han Jong-ui struggled to clutch his injured throat. He laughed sourly in pain and confessed that he had inherently always been an unsalvageable bastard. A dark memory rushed back, featuring an image of young Ho-gil running frantically amidst an enemy siege, a human life no different from a dog's life, riddled with fatal wounds. He once pinned his hopes on a law billboard to wash away his dirty past, yearning to begin a flashier and more honest new life. But old habits die hard. The rookie lawyer soon lost his mind to the power of money and prestigious titles, beginning to sink deep into shady deals. Ho-gil deluded himself into thinking his acts of murder were justified because he only targeted scumbags, using justice as a front to cover his assassin instincts. Facing the terrified eyes of the victims under his blade, he shockingly realized the cruel truth that regardless of the reason, taking a life was always an unchanging crime. Returning to reality, Ho-gil coldly affirmed that all of Han Jong-ui's efforts to change had been an entirely hopeless plan from the start. He declared fiercely that whether it was through facial surgery or switching careers, once a soul had rotted to its core, the evildoer would forever never find a way out. Ho-gil reminisced about the dark years when he was just a throwaway, secretly telling himself that his kind of person only knew how to sow sorrow and make others cry tears of blood all his life. Facing the harsh reality, the assassin mocked himself that a piece of trash trying to play the role of a good person only brought about an eyesore and extreme disgust. With a heart-rending roar, he gathered all his strength and forcefully swung the blue glass shard to finish off his enemy. But suddenly Kim Ji-woo's call rang out, making all his movements instantly halt. Ho-gil's eyes suddenly rolled back in sheer astonishment as young Ji-woo's voice seeped into his mind, preventing him from sinking deeper into the inescapable brutal act. Standing at the law office, Ji-woo suppressed his pain and begged his uncle not to murder that evil fiend, because doing so would make him exactly the same kind of scumbag. The teenager sobbed, advising Ho-gil to let the law punish the evildoer by throwing him into a dark prison, while earnestly reminding him of his true identity. The title of lawyer rang out like a wake-up call, striking straight into the heart of the assassin who was drowning in a furious rage, and causing his gaze to suddenly change. Memories of their first meeting rushed back when Ji-woo loudly doubted his identity, sparking a heated argument right in the dilapidated office. In that moment of confusion years ago, Ho-gil had struggled to affirm his legal status even though he staunchly and awkwardly objected to the title of uncle. Returning to reality, the lawyer slightly smirked with a reluctant smile and secretly mumbled his familiar complaint that he really did not like being called uncle one bit. Han Jong-ui bared his teeth in a maniacal smile, challenging his opponent to just throw him in jail because he believed that with the loopholes in the law, he would only receive a maximum sentence of 20 years. The fiend continued to mock that he would play the role of a model prisoner, writing self-reflection letters every day to soon receive leniency from society. He smiled disgustingly with his deformed tongue, confidently asserting he would certainly find a way to be free and return to a life of pleasure after a mere 3 short years. Ho-gil's eyes suddenly turned sharp and cold as he unexpectedly brought up the charge of arson resulting in murder, causing the arrogance on the opponent's face to instantly vanish. The assassin lawyer coldly stomped on Han Jong-ui, citing Article 164 of the Criminal Code on the crime of arson of an inhabited structure as a fatal blow to the defeated foe's future. Slightly smirking with a bewitching look, the assassin secretly thought that he would both execute justice like a lawyer and act as ruthlessly as a true hitman. Looking at the silhouettes of the victims through the blue glass, Ho-gil threatened to make the rest of this bastard's life extremely painful to soothe his client Ji-woo's pain. With a twisted face full of killing intent, he firmly asserted that Han Jong-ui would soon have to wish that death was a gentler release compared to the impending reality. Subdued under his opponent's shoe-sole, the perverted prosecutor still tried his best to scream, claiming the assassin was just intentionally trying to scare and ruin his reputation. Ho-gil leaned his scarred face close, coldly questioning whether that demon in human skin could ever understand the ultimate agony that the poor women had to endure. Ho-gil saw through the women's pain, secretly regretting his own past heartlessness. He felt deep hatred recalling the scene where Crystal was forced to put on a revealing outfit to serve those demons. He coldly asserted that if the boss had just a shred of conscience to understand that humiliation, things wouldn't have gone this far. Looking at the imprisoned lives, the assassin sternly accused the enemy of exploiting weaknesses to trample on the victim's dignity. Ho-gil questioned whether the perverted prosecutor had ever imagined the heart-rending pain of the girls under his control. He asserted that this exact sinful ignorance was the reason he committed such unforgivable beastly acts. With a face twisted in fury, the assassin lawyer roared, cursing the opponent as a scumbag who had lost all humanity. Facing a terrifying silence, the fiend suddenly turned pale upon hearing Ho-gil declare that he had prepared an incredibly cruel method of punishment. Ho-gil glared, seeing right through the opponent's heart, smiled sarcastically and suggested that both were indeed identical smart guys. Closing the fateful hand, the assassin coldly declared that if he still refused to understand the hearts of women, then death would be the most deserving punishment. Ho-gil coldly demanded the opponent become a woman while he executed a bizarre patient transport run, ignoring all of Han Jong-ui's pleas for justification. At the office, Ji-woo was startled and panicked by the shocking information on the news bulletin, making him clumsily adjust his bizarre tiger print underwear. The whole country was stunned when prosecutor Han Jong-ui's true face was exposed, revealing the truth that the law industry's trump card was actually the mastermind behind a series of brutal crimes. Ji-woo gleefully watched the scene of the prosecutor being exposed as the leader of a notorious gang in the US who had illegally entered South Korea, while throwing sarcastic remarks about his prison menu. The demonic killer was escorted by US security agents to prepare for the extradition process. He screamed frantically demanding to be released, only to receive a firm suppression. At the US court, a lengthy list of charges ranging from murder and human trafficking to telecommunications fraud was read out loud like an indictment for someone devoid of humanity. The judge sternly banged the gavel to sentence defendant Tony Kim, officially shutting down all efforts to manipulate justice by the demon in intellectual disguise. Han Jong-ui stood dead silent in the middle of the courtroom with his hands tightly shackled, only able to spit bitter curses upon realizing his gamble had left him completely empty-handed. With an unimaginable sentence of up to 5,200 years in prison, Tony Kim was thrown into a cell with tattooed, burly inmates, leaving him to just scream Byeon Ho-gil's name in pure despair. Ji-woo ended the story with a highly sarcastic farewell, casually hoping that Han Jong-ui would get to enjoy endless hamburgers in that distant prison. Han Jong-ui officially received a record sentence of 5,200 years in prison, putting an end to the dark, deceitful career of the demonic prosecutor. At the same time, Jo Do-chan and his accomplices were also jailed by the police for matching crimes. The boss could only cry miserably in regret over his dirty money. Amidst the siege of public opinion, Byeon Ho-gil maintained his calm demeanor and smiled in satisfaction even when rotten eggs were thrown in his face. He casually tasted the egg on his hand and mocked that the flavor of 1 billion won was indeed very sweet, ignoring all the insults around him. The atmosphere suddenly reversed as the crowd simultaneously cheered in applause in front of the courthouse, praising him as a talented and righteous lawyer. Although a major case had been smoothly resolved, other important hidden corners of his life remained a mystery under the brilliant autumn sky. Crystal, now back to her true identity Choi Bok-soon, sat quietly in the middle of the park to enjoy her freedom and serenity after the hellish days. Ho-gil slowly approached from behind, softly calling the name Crystal, making the young woman jump and turn around to look at her former partner. With the elegant demeanor of a gentleman, the lawyer offered to escort the beauty, despite Bok-soon whiningly asking him not to call her name in public. Ho-gil slightly smirked, teasing her for daring to touch the precious body of a great lawyer, closing the journey full of blood and deceit with a rare moment of peace. The autumn sky, blazing with vibrant orange-yellow hues, descended, signaling a new chapter beginning after the stormy days. Ho-gil casually marveled at how quickly 3 months had passed, but was mocked by Bok-soon as a dry guy who didn't know what romance was. Seeing her wonder about his old clothes, the lawyer did not hesitate to pull open his jacket to show off the thermal shirt inside, making a fed-up Bok-soon demand he tidy up that sloppy look immediately. He teased by calling her the hilarious name Bong-soon and unexpectedly reached his hand forward as if wanting to give her a special gift. The young woman's eyes suddenly went wide in utter shock upon seeing the mysterious object lying neatly in the opponent's palm. It was her ID card bearing her real name, accompanied by a sincere message from Ho-gil that from now on, she should live a life truly as herself. Standing silently in the autumn air, Bok-soon couldn't help but be moved by the silent kindness of the assassin lawyer, who had handed her the key to finding her true self. Amidst the carpet of falling yellow leaves, she hesitantly asked if they would ever have a chance to meet again in the future. He smirked and clicked his tongue slyly, asserting that he truly did not expect any accidental reunion in the future. Byeon Ho-gil arrogantly declared that once the two met again, it would definitely be the sign of a new case, officially closing the highly dramatic journey of the assassin lawyer. Bok-soon looked into the distance under the brilliant sunset, softly uttering a decisive farewell that from now on, the two of them should never meet again. Ho-gil shrugged nonchalantly, asserting he was always sincere to everyone, leaving the girl Bong-soon with no choice but to click her tongue and accept reality. The young woman slowly stepped onto the stairs covered in yellow leaves, waving goodbye to the quirky lawyer to prepare to move forward on her new journey. Standing silently below, the assassin pensively watched his former partner's slender silhouette with a deeply thoughtful gaze. Stopping on the old stone steps, Bok-soon slightly paused as if wanting to leave one last message before officially leaving. She turned back with a mischievous smile, asking if never seeing lawyer Byeon Ho-gil again meant the end of everything. With a radiant face full of belief, she affirmed she still wanted to see Hyorin again since the two were fundamentally close friends. Ho-gil was briefly stunned, then gave a helpless smile at her cleverness. He silently recorded that sincere affection deep in his mind. Watching Boksoon's back as she headed towards her hometown to prepare for her upcoming exams, he knew she had truly found the light for her life. However, as the sun gradually set, the assassin suddenly became stern, reminding himself that his most important goal was still ahead. Dried branches stretched out under the cold winter sky, signaling the time that had passed since the terrifying events. Before his eyes was the quiet Paran funeral home, a place storing the ashes of the deceased amidst a snow-covered landscape. Kim Ji-hoo tremblingly touched the glass window filled with white flowers, choking up as he apologized to his late father for keeping him waiting too long. Standing silently in the room, the boy confided that thanks to the help of a quirky uncle, everything had been settled, while also showing off his graduation diploma. Ji-hoo looked at the portrait and told his father to rest in peace, but didn't forget to whine affectionately, telling him not to be too comfortable without his son around. With eyes full of hope and serenity, the teenager smiled and promised he would certainly come back to visit his father many more times. He slowly walked out of the building, leaving behind past pains and preparing to face a new future waiting ahead. Suddenly, forceful stomps on the snow accompanied by an excited scream rang out, shattering the solemn atmosphere of the cemetery. Byeon Ho-gil suddenly appeared and continuously complained about the heat despite it being midwinter, leaving Ji-hoo standing frozen, looking at his uncle in total helplessness. Despite being mocked by the kid as a leech-like stalker, the assassin lawyer still danced gleefully, and called himself the happiest leech in the world. Ji-hoo questioned the difference between him and loan sharks, making Ho-gil smugly assert he was a completely different legal existence. The assassin eagerly demanded his fee, sparing no praise, calling Ji-hoo a first-class client the moment he confirmed a fair transfer. Ho-gil's eyes rolled back in sheer excitement as he continuously counted every single zero on the phone screen, ignoring Ji-hoo's grumbling over his blatant greed. With a pensive look by the stone pillars, the lawyer offered philosophical advice on fairness in the adult world that Ji-hoo was about to face. He waved goodbye gleefully with a message to never meet again, making the teenager just click his tongue, admitting that was his own wish as well. Under the dry branches in the winter air, Ho-gil's excited scream about his dream of owning a luxury apartment echoed like a fulfilling end for the money-hungry assassin. Standing silently in the snow-covered cemetery yard, Ji-hoo smiled softly and secretly sent sincere thanks to his quirky uncle who helped him reclaim justice for his father. The quiet night descended with a radiant full moon illuminating the playground, where the teenager sat quietly enjoying peace after so much turmoil. A sudden call for his father rang out, breaking the silence and making Ji-hoo jump, looking back with eyes full of astonishment and choking emotion. The memory of the father and son happily walking together suddenly flashed back vividly, officially closing the assassin lawyer's journey filled with blood and tears. Ji-hoo sat quietly on the bench, his mind unintentionally going back to the moments walking beside his late father with the story of fried chicken full of laughter. Amidst the quiet space, his name being called suddenly echoed, leaving him stunned as his heart ached from endless longing. The image of his father eagerly carrying the Paran chicken bag home to please his little son appeared as vividly as if it just happened yesterday. He fondly remembered his father's sacrifice when he always gave up the best drumsticks for him with the excuse that he didn't like fatty food. Suddenly, the rapid ringing of his phone interrupted his reminiscence, forcing Ji-hoo to return to the cold reality. The teenager stared at the screen flashing the name of Paran Bank, with a premonition that something unusual was about to happen. Ji-hoo picked up with deep suspicion, slowly speaking up to ask why a major bank would proactively contact him at this time. Astonishment clearly showed on his face when the other end of the line announced a retirement insurance plan that he insisted he had never signed. He jumped up from the bench in panic upon hearing about the amount of 1 million won he would receive every month, loudly warning them out of fear of being scammed. Ji-hoo was completely left speechless upon hearing the news that a mysterious guardian had quietly arranged everything but adamantly refused to reveal their identity. Ji-hoo tremblingly asked about the total amount of money the mysterious guardian had quietly prepared for his future. The answer was an astonishing 1 billion won, a sum his father once mentioned as a dream that had now truly materialized before his eyes. The teenager bowed his head in deep thought, his heart clenching as he realized this was the fruit of the eccentric lawyer uncle's tireless efforts to reclaim justice for him. The bank teller continued explaining the payment methods and tax regulations, officially handing back the autonomy of his life to Ji-hoo. Amidst the dark night, the twinkling stars above seemed to witness the boy's painfully yet fiercely resilient coming-of-age moment. Ji-hoo's lonely silhouette sitting on a stone bench in the snow-covered park created an agonizingly melancholic and quiet scene. The tears held back for so long finally fell, blurring the cold phone screen in his hand. He cried in silence, letting the pain and emotion burst forth upon fully understanding his father's love and the assassin uncle's kindness. His face twisted with sobs under the streetlights. The teenager could finally let go of the burden of his past, ready to move forward. Brilliant cherry blossom petals fluttering in the deep blue sky signaled the arrival of spring, officially closing the highly dramatic major case of the assassin lawyer. A dilapidated building in the heart of Seoul with loan shark signs suddenly featured Byeon Ho-gil's law office, making passers-by inevitably mock it as a hilarious scam. Inside the office, the lawyer was on his knees desperately begging the landlady for a 1-month debt extension, promising to pay for the whole year as soon as he received his fee from a major case. But the only response was a ruthless door slam accompanied by an angry shout, leaving Ho-gil frozen in the face of fierce debt collection. The once illustrious assassin now lay sprawled on the chair looking pathetic, his face clearly showing exhaustion against the harsh reality of the legal profession. Ho-gil bitterly thought to himself that there was no money in sight, only piling debts, making him start to regret abandoning his bloody but highly profitable job at the Glory Club. Suddenly, the sound of the door swinging wide open tore through the gloomy atmosphere, triggering the sharp intuition of someone who had survived hundreds of purges. He instantly sprang up into a respectful bowing posture, loudly introducing himself as a future great lawyer ready to defend all sinners in the cleanest way possible. Ho-gil's eyes suddenly rolled back in sheer astonishment as he realized the identity of the guest who just entered the office was nothing like what he had expected. He stammered, questioning why Kim Ji-hoo had shown up, and loudly shooed him away for fear of being blackmailed. But the teenager maintained an oddly calm demeanor. Ji-hoo decisively declared he came here to apply for a job, leaving the assassin lawyer uncle with his mouth hanging open in shock, stammering the word job in absolute bewilderment. Ho-gil bluntly shooed Ji-hoo away and sarcastically said that he couldn't even share the half-eaten bowl of black bean noodles he was having with an uninvited loafer. The assassin suddenly became vigilant, suspecting this was a new scam upon hearing the kid insist he would work without any pay. Standing stunned in the dilapidated office, the assassin lawyer couldn't help but be shocked by this bizarre type of criminal he had never encountered in his 10 years of hustling. Ji-hoo maintained his steadfast attitude, looking straight into the opponent's eyes and decisively demanding the lawyer uncle teach him the true skills of a real combat professional. The teenager casually demanded an official seat as an apprentice, despite Ho-gil frantically shooing him upstairs to join the hardcore debt collection gang. The scene abruptly shifted to a dark tone with the image of a demonic hand reaching up from hell, introducing Aria, the idol girl group currently dominating the nation's hearts. Amidst the dazzling stage lights, the 3 members of Aria appeared highly glamorous, centered around Anna, the girl hailed as the most radiant flower among the fans. With a gorgeous beauty capable of swaying an entire country, Anna smiled brightly and performed confidently before the enthusiastic cheers of tens of thousands of audience members. But the glamour instantly shattered as slimy dirt splashed straight onto the young girl's legs, accompanied by an agonizing plea hidden behind. A tear-soaked gaze appeared vividly in a state of sheer panic, officially opening a dark and ironic new case about to strike the assassin lawyer's office. Anna appeared looking utterly haggard. She tremblingly hugged her shoulders and earnestly begged for help against an invisible danger closing in. The image of the devil Han Jong-ui being escorted by U.S. police flashed back as a reminder of the collapse of the criminal empire he had painstakingly built. The gang boss Joe Duchan and his accomplices also had to pay a heavy price for their crimes, crying out in despair as they were forcefully dragged from their lair. At the office, Ji-hoo couldn't help but be shocked upon hearing that his assassin lawyer uncle intended to embark on a path to become a teen idol. Ho-gil suddenly struck a highly dramatic pose, excitedly announcing a bold plan he had secretly prepared in advance. The assassin stood arrogantly behind Ji-hoo and officially confirmed his new role would be the personal manager for the most radiant flower of the group area. Ji-hoo frantically objected, fearing the perverted uncle would do something shady, forcing Ho-gil to struggle to cover the kid's mouth to save face in front of Anna. Right after, the assassin lawyer pinned Ji-hoo against the wall with a stern face, forcing him to stay calm so he could explain the whole situation. Ho-gil lowered his voice, demanding his apprentice listen very carefully because he had an extremely important private reason that could not be revealed to Anna just yet. Standing before a bewildered Anna, the assassin affirmed that infiltrating the entertainment company was the only move for him to protect her and crack the new case. Ho-gil noticed an anomaly in Anna's case, and sternly asked Ji-hoo if he noticed the bizarre things going on. The image of Anna being intimate with a mysterious man appeared, forcing the assassin lawyer to raise a huge question about the motive behind producing this video. He asserted that the explicit footage had never been put up for sale, or used for blackmail, entirely ruling out the material factor in this dark scheme. With a hunter's intuition, he called Ji-hoo Watson and firmly asserted this was precisely a crime stemming from hatred. Ho-gil quickly dismissed the hypothesis of anti-fans or competition from rival companies, believing that probability was a flat zero. Looking at the wall covered in thousands of portraits, he explained that creating high-end deepfakes required an absolutely massive amount of visual data. Every single frame of Anna was reproduced to a terrifyingly realistic degree, showing the meticulous preparation of the person behind this charade. The lawyer presented shocking evidence as even the AI scanner was fooled, concluding this was a 100% real human. The perfection of the impersonation technology had reached its absolute limit, rendering the boundary between reality and illusion abruptly meaningless. Ho-gil pointed forward decisively and declared he had grasped the most important key point to crack the case. Ho-gil frowned, asking Ji-hoo if he noticed any anomalies in Anna's explicit video. The teenager thoughtfully observed and then remarked that the female idol looked noticeably purer and more innocent than her usual image. The assassin lawyer immediately nodded in agreement, and prepared to expose the true reason behind that highly suspicious, different look. The image of Anna barefaced with dripping sweat in the practice room appeared, evidencing a hidden corner few people knew about. Ho-gil analyzed that normal deepfake creators could only access visual data sources when the idols were thoroughly wearing makeup, because every piece of footage released to the media of the group area was always of a flawless and glamorous appearance under the stage lights. Looking back at the shocking footage, he asserted this was definitely an inside job because the culprit must possess a massive amount of barefaced videos of her. Ji-hoo expressed his admiration that he didn't just buy his law degree, making Ho-gil click his tongue to recount the arduous days of studying that nearly made all his hair fall out. Standing in front of the dark building, the kid anxiously asked about the possibility of being shooed away when breaking into the company, but the assassin assured him everything was prepared. The assassin lawyer smirked with an enchanting smile, asserting his determination was precisely the most lethal weapon to unmask the mastermind. Ji-hoo screamed in panic, asking if his uncle was crazy to be determined to step onto the path of becoming an idol manager despite all risks. The deep blue sky with radiant rainbow rays appeared like a promising transition for the upcoming events of the entertainment company. Angry screaming echoed outside the Mate Entertainment building as the management staff once again abruptly resigned en masse. Inside the office, the CEO frantically yelled at his kneeling subordinates, mocking the lack of perseverance in today's young generation. A staff member hurriedly handed a phone to the boss and announced a horrifying incident that had just happened to the former manager. The CEO's eyes rolled back in sheer terror, his face distorting upon seeing something absolutely dreadful on the screen. The image of the former manager, who was originally very healthy and plump, suddenly appeared like a grimly stark contrast. After just one short week, that man had become so haggard and emaciated that he was unrecognizable, making the boss inevitably tremble and ask why. Amidst the chaos, a crowd of furious fans vented their anger on the company staff, frantically tossing accusations and demanding justice for Anna. Facing the suffocating pressure and the horrifying mysteries closing in, the CEO could only bow his head in silence and utter helplessness. The CEO of the Mate Entertainment was frantically worrying about massive fines and public pressure if Anna's packed schedule was stalled. He tore his hair out over the problem of handling today's 6 schedules when the manager position ironically remained vacant. Right in the midst of the stalemate, a highly mocking voice suddenly rang out, asking if the boss needed his help. A sly smile revealed itself alongside a firm assertion that made the atmosphere in the room instantly suffocating and highly mysterious. He turned around to question the intruder, while Byeon Ho-gil began to show off the arrogant demeanor of someone holding the lifesaver key for the company. He confidently struck a pose in a t-shirt printed with the female idol's image and loudly declared he was the exact new manager they were looking for. Despite the security team's objections about a stranger trespassing, Ho-gil nonchalantly handed out business cards and manipulated the crowd with his unbelievable thick skin. He officially introduced himself as the energetic manager, standing side by side with his apprentice Ji-hoo in the loud role of a hairstylist. Holding the name card in his hand, the CEO remained suspicious and continuously grilled his subordinates to see who recklessly hired this eccentric lawyer. Right at the most tense moment, Anna's voice rang out confirming she was the one who made this request, leaving the boss completely frozen in shock at the unbelievable truth. Anna unexpectedly appeared and vouched for the assassin lawyer. She affirmed he was trustworthy and demanded the CEO entrust the manager position to him. Ho-gil intimately wrapped his arm around the CEO's shoulders, showed off his staff ID, and excitedly declared he was greatly looking forward to collaborating in the new environment. The manager ID bearing the name Byeon Ho-gil appeared as proof of the assassin's successful infiltration into the epicenter of the trap-filled entertainment world. The whole group quickly moved into a closed meeting room to start analyzing the key clues revolving around the female idol's shocking scandal. Ho-gil casually yawned in the meeting room and ignored Ji-hoo's request to change clothes. He jokingly asked to swap clothes, leaving his apprentice just fed up. Lying stretched out pondering the case, the assassin began to narrow down the suspicious targets within the company, from the CEO to the closest staff members. Ho-gil quickly eliminated the CEO from the suspect list because he believed no businessman would be foolish enough to personally destroy his own cash cow. His eyes turned to the remaining members of the group area, those who always stood by Anna's side and had the means to hold her most private secrets. The assassin clapped his hands with a decisive smack, signaling Ji-hoo to get ready to begin a secret inspection right in the opponent's lair. Ho-gil casually adjusted his appearance in front of the mirror and asserted that all his current eccentric actions were a crucial part of this highly dramatic investigation. An excited scream echoed throughout the Mate Entertainment building, signaling the moment the group members stepped into the light. The frantic reporters rushed in to question Anna about her past as a hostess, forcing manager Byeon Ho-gil to brace himself to hold back the aggressive crowd. A small hand unexpectedly touched the assassin lawyer's shoulder as he was trying to push back the provocative camera lenses. Anna calmly said it was fine and called him manager, leaving the man accustomed to violence suddenly stunned. Before a series of continuously flashing lights, the female idol asserted she had nothing to say about the recent sensitive scandal. She looked straight into the lens and promised that the group area would absolutely never betray their fans' love. Ho-gil stood quietly observing Anna's silhouette from behind, then softly reminded Ji-hoo that she herself was trying her best. The assassin confidently swung his fist and dreamed of a long-term management career, despite the fed-up look on young Ji-hoo's face. But the harsh reality soon knocked him down as his legs gave out from continuous running, leaving his mind obsessed only with extreme exhaustion. Ho-gil's face distorted in horror as he realized that idol management was much harsher than anything he had ever been told. Anna complained about her aching legs while Ho-gil had to struggle carrying a massive pile of stuff, making the assassin secretly tell himself that serving an idol was not easy at all. The female idol confidently showed off her slim waist and asserted it was her greatest strength, but the only response was an indifferent look and urgent rushing from the manager. The group's van sped through the congested traffic, while the CEO frantically urged them over the phone because the schedule was delayed. Inside the van, Anna curiously touched the back of Ho-gil's neck, making him panic and yell at her not to mess around while he was driving lest she cause a tragic accident. Upon arriving at the event venue, the assassin lawyer immediately switched to flattery mode, bowing to offer his business card and earnestly begging the director to support the group. Ho-gil shamelessly stuffed the business card into the opponent's pocket, while loudly inviting the director to contact manager Ho-gil whenever needed. He even infiltrated the restroom to approach the producers, performing bizarre acts that made everyone around furiously demand he be thrown out immediately. Standing in front of Arya's waiting room, Ho-gil suddenly turned serious and softly called Ji-hoo's name to prepare for a decisive move. In response to Ji-hoo's highly expectant question about whether he had found the evidence, the assassin shook his head, asserting he needed something far more important than that. Ho-gil frantically demanded to write a resignation letter as he couldn't stand the pressure of the management job for another second. He would rather go beg at Seoul Station than continue this life of penal servitude. Ho-gil gently reached out and knocked on the waiting room door, preparing to step into a space filled with the secret hidden corners of the idol world. He poked his head in to announce the next schedule and half-jokingly told Anna to just fire him if she felt he wasn't working effectively. The assassin's eyes suddenly turned profound as he secretly thought about the pressure the female idol was bearing, something Ji-hoo still had no idea about. Faced with the young girl's resilient strength, Ho-gil questioned himself about what he could truly do to help her escape the trap. Suddenly, his eyes rolled back in utter shock as he discovered an anomalous sign hiding right in the dark corner of the room. A girl was sitting huddled on the floor with a melancholic face, surrounded by unfinished sheet music and a despair enveloping her soul. She rested her head on her hands, letting the music from the earphones help her temporarily forget the pain and loneliness tormenting her body. Ho-gil quietly stepped into the room with an extremely stern face, still wearing the t-shirt printed with Anna's image as a perfect cover for his assassin identity. The door softly creaked in the quiet space as the manager moved deeper inside to search for any remaining clues. The assassin lawyer was abruptly stunned upon seeing the lonely silhouette of the female colleague, marking the moment another shocking truth was about to be exposed. Anna sat blankly with earphones in her ears, her eyes widening in sheer shock when she saw a strange notification pop up on her phone screen. Right behind the door, Byeon Ho-gil was frantically putting on an act, clutching his stomach and screaming to the director that he needed to use the restroom urgently in order to delay the schedule for Anna. The phone screen displayed a message from her manager saying the schedule was delayed due to a broadcasting station issue, telling her to just comfortably rest before coming out. Hearing Ho-gil's vulgar screams echoing in about how he couldn't hold it anymore, Anna could only be bewildered by his bizarre way of handling the situation. Night fell, enveloping the dilapidated building where Byeon Ho-gil's law office sign remained illuminated, dwarfed among countless loan shark billboards. In the office, Ho-gil leaned back in his chair and sighed, telling Ji-hoo that he had observed for 3 consecutive days but still found no motive strong enough to request a deepfake. He narrowed his eyes, speculating that perhaps the good relationship among the members was just an act for the cameras, and asserted they needed a way to see their true selves. A silence covered the room as the assassin lawyer pensively rested his chin on his hand, immersed in calculations to find a way to unmask the investigation targets. Ji-hoo suddenly flashed a bright smile, declaring he had a brilliant idea, even though Ho-gil kept objecting nonstop and insisting he would never follow along. The young man confidently raised a finger and explained that the only way to see through each member's true nature was to let him make a move, officially beginning a highly risky infiltration plan. Ho-gil yelled in panic at the office about Ji-hoo's American-style thinking upon hearing about having to move into the idol dorm together. The assassin put on a show with bizarre defensive postures, asserting that a righteous man like him could not invade the young girl's residence. In the middle of the office building at night, Ji-hoo's scolding echoed loudly upon catching his hypocritical uncle sneakingly packing branded underwear to prepare for the trip. The scene of white clouds drifting slowly appeared like Ho-gil's regretful monologue about the disasters he couldn't yet imagine at that time. Wearing an outrageously flashy blue suit and a bow tie, the assassin lawyer was ready for a unique infiltration into the idol world. Ho-gil's eyes abruptly turned sharp and calculating when the manager title was called out, officially starting the risky gamble in the dark. The moment he stepped foot into the dorm, he was surrounded by 3 beautiful girls in revealing outfits, leaving him stunned by the unexpected lunch invitation. Standing in front of the magnificent luxury apartment building, Ho-gil continuously screamed internally that this situation was truly a severe deviation from social morality. He borrowed Confucius's name to put on a chaotic act right in the building lobby, while Ji-hoo could only quietly shoulder his backpack and walk away out of sheer embarrassment. A security guard approached to enthusiastically greet the new manager, officially pushing Ho-gil into a series of highly tragicomic troubles at the female idol's lair. Ho-gil clicked his tongue smugly about his reputation reaching the ends of the earth. He secretly told himself he had no choice but to step in and help those frightened adults. He didn't forget to flatter the guard to smoothly infiltrate the high-end area, secretly praising the opponent for having a keen eye to recognize the reliability of a professional manager. The elevator took him up to the towering 88th floor, where the opening doors signaled a truth full of unpredictable temptations and traps waiting behind. Ho-gil's eyes rolled back in utter bewilderment when he heard an earnest call ringing out from behind the newly opened doors, triggering the sharp intuition of an assassin. 3 beautiful girls in revealing outfits unexpectedly surrounded him with radiant smiles, joyfully announcing that everything was prepared to welcome the new manager. A group member tilted her head slightly, looking at him with a curious yet slightly tired gaze, as if she still didn't completely trust the sudden appearance of this man. Ho-gil's face turned bright red from being overwhelmed by the continuous assault of the beauties. He struggled to admit to Ji-hoo that he was getting a massive headache from this ironic situation. The short-haired girl casually handed him a key card and demanded he get ready to ensure absolute security for the group, making the illustrious assassin suddenly feel flustered by the pace of events. He tried to find a way to back out and take a shower, but was immediately held back by the girls, who continuously grilled him about where he was trying to run off to while important work was still unfinished. Ho-gil was so stunned that his face distorted as he followed the direction of the girl's pointing finger. He realized in horror that his resting room was located in an incredibly unexpected spot. The area member pointed toward the dark corner and coldly asserted that a manager naturally must have a separate space, completely extinguishing the assassin's fantasies of a rosy communal life. Ho-gil collapsed to his knees on the floor, screaming in despair upon realizing his resting room was actually just a junk closet full of bananas, while Ji-hoo casually walked away with a highly sarcastic wish of good luck. The quiet night enveloped the magnificent luxury apartment building, where flickering lights silently witnessed the dark schemes gradually creeping into the idol's residence. Taking a sip of water in silence, the assassin lawyer secretly questioned his mission to find the culprit behind the deepfake case while he himself was under house arrest in this bizarre situation. He frantically waved his arms, arguing with the body pillow printed with the image of his mentor Gwangyu, arguing that being locked up in this cramped corner would in no way help him gather any clues. Ho-gil earnestly begged his mentor to understand his determination to be present at the scene, while asserting he could not continue sitting still and waiting for another second. A shrill scream suddenly tore through the peaceful atmosphere, making the assassin flinch in terror, as he realized the incident he had feared all along had officially broken out. Ho-gil immediately dashed out of the dark basement with a panicked face. He frantically screamed to ask what was happening while trying to locate the direction of the cry for help. The assassin's eyes suddenly rolled back in sheer shock upon witnessing the horrifying scene before him, a truth that made his heart clench from absolute surprise. In the middle of the living room, the other members were in a panic, surrounding Anna as she collapsed on the floor with a pained face, officially pushing the investigation into a highly dramatic phase. Ho-gil narrowed his eyes in suspicion, wondering if he was accidentally witnessing a cruel collective bullying act right within the group. But just as the assassin was about to intervene, his eyes suddenly widened in utter astonishment as he realized the actual situation was nothing like what he had speculated. It turned out to be just a surprise birthday party that moved Anna to the point of collapsing, while the other members were awkwardly apologizing for scaring her too much. Ho-gil lightly touched his nose in deep embarrassment upon learning it was just a celebration. He thought to himself that he had almost ruined the atmosphere simply due to his excessive sensitivity. The party proceeded in a lively atmosphere as the members excitedly introduced the dishes they prepared themselves and urged Anna to quickly taste them to see if they suited her palate. A touched Anna took a sip of soup and immediately suggested recording this moment to upload to her vlog so fans could share in the joy. They frantically posed for selfies to post on Instagram, instantly turning the kitchen into a chaotic studio, completely overshadowing the manager's presence. Hiding behind the door with a calculating face, Ho-gil secretly blamed the kids for just playing around even though they had invited a guest over. But Ji-hoo quickly warned him about potentially showing his face on video. He smirked slightly, admitting his apprentice's point was totally reasonable, while narrowing his eyes in intense focus to continue the arduous infiltration mission. Standing under the dim neon lights covered in bizarre star and moon stickers, Ho-gil muttered in a dead end as he realized the deeper he ventured into the idol world, the more chaotic things became. In the cramped storage room, Ho-gil lay back to relax and asserted that the suspicion level was 0 because the members took such good care of Anna. They had no reason to harm her with a fake video. But Ji-hoo suddenly fell silent. The kid looked straight at reality and bitterly realized it seemed they had both been wrong from the start in believing the glamorous facade, because the truth was that Anna was being brutally bullied right inside their shared home, causing Ho-gil to widen his eyes in utter shock and frantically question what the hell his apprentice was rambling about. The assassin tightly gripped the body pillow printed with his mentor Gwangyu, grumpily arguing how such close sisterhood could possibly be bullying, while mocking Ji-hoo for knowing nothing about the definition of friendship. Ji-hoo calmly held out his phone and demanded his uncle look closely at the video of Anna eating, making Ho-gil suddenly freeze as he realized there was something extremely unusual hidden inside. Those seemingly delicious dishes were actually not prepared for Anna at all, a chilling truth that gradually emerged through the female idol's forced expression. Ho-gil still couldn't believe his ears. He narrowed his eyes in suspicion, asking again if that dish wasn't for Anna, while Ji-hoo began recounting his process of quietly observing the members at the dorm. In the kid's memory, the other members were gathered around the kitchen table, laughing and chatting as they cheerfully suggested adding some green to the dish to make it look more appetizing, while continuously urging the other to quickly taste it. Ji-hoo's eyes suddenly widened in terror as his sharp intuition signaled to him that a cruel act was being perfectly covered up under the guise of fake concern. The kid shuddered, pulling an entirely empty tube of wasabi out of the trash, realizing those bastards had dumped all of this pungent stuff into the food to maliciously torture Anna. Ji-hoo pointed at the screen and asserted that those bastards intentionally filmed the vlog to force Anna to swallow the entire bite of pungent food without being able to spit it out on camera. Ho-gil still tried to excuse it, saying perhaps they were just clumsy at cooking, and casually admitted that he himself also frequently added wasabi to his black bean noodles to enhance the flavor. Ji-hoo sighed, then held out the phone, demanding his uncle take a close look at the newly posted photo, making the assassin lawyer suddenly pause in shock. The photo showed the other members looking incredibly radiant, while only Anna's face looked pathetic and abnormally distorted right in the middle of the party. Malicious comments kept popping up, criticizing Anna's deterioration due to a debauched lifestyle, making the assassin begin to realize a systematic smear campaign. Ho-gil's face suddenly turned coldly murderous as he secretly affirmed that the dark intentions of these bastards were too obvious under the manipulation of public opinion. Standing in the dark, the assassin lawyer silently calculated that if the members were truly the ones behind the deep fake, he needed to find ironclad evidence immediately. He tightly gripped the body pillow in his hand and endlessly wondered how to catch the opponent's shady dealings red-handed before things went too far. Suddenly Ho-gil threw open the door and was stunned to see the girls wearing gorgeous outfits. He frantically asked where they were going when the schedule had ended. They casually announced a lavish party at a financial CEO's house and decided to leave Anna behind alone, officially exposing the deep rift within the group. The elevator doors swung open with a careless goodbye from the members, officially beginning the charade of abandoning Anna at the dorm by herself. In the building lobby, the two girls dressed in sexy outfits casually lied to the security guard that Anna was suffering from indigestion due to seaweed soup, in order to hide the internal rift. The glowing red number 34 on the elevator panel marked the top floor of the apartment building, where the dark secrets of the group area were gradually coming to light. Ho-gil stubbornly insisted on tailing the targets to investigate, but Ji-hoo immediately blocked him, mocking that the uncle's appearance would only attract more attention. The assassin frantically changed his pants right in the banana-filled storage room despite the objections of Ji-hoo, who was forcing him to stay behind to protect Anna. A heavy sigh escaped Ho-gil's chest as he realized he was being pushed into a truly ironic and awkward situation. Standing at the door, Ho-gil raised his hand to instruct Ji-hoo to immediately report any developments, not forgetting to tell his apprentice not to foolishly come back too early. Amidst the quiet darkness of the night, Anna sat huddled on the sofa with a melancholic gaze and softly asked a question upon seeing the eccentric manager appear. Ho-gil carried a bulky pile of blankets and pillows into the room with a stern face, asserting he was merely doing his dedicated duty of protecting her safety. The assassin knelt down to spread the blanket right on the floor and coldly warned Anna not to misunderstand because she was completely not his type, leaving the female idol wide-eyed in shock at this rudeness. Ho-gil hugged a clumsy pile of blankets and pillows, trying to reassure Anna that the security here was very strict, so she didn't need to worry about outside dangers. The assassin panicked and screamed by the curtains about crazy people who could break in from the 34th floor, while secretly admitting that he himself was living proof of that. Ho-gil silently hugged his belongings, walked out the door, and declared that if he left now, he would never come back, even though Anna was still blankly asking if this was the end for both of them. The atmosphere suddenly turned gloomy as the glow-in-the-dark stickers on the ceiling unexpectedly revealed a chilling, deadly threat right in the dark. The assassin lawyer sat alone hugging his knees among cardboard boxes and bananas in the cramped storage room, bitterly telling himself that his midsummer night's dream had gone up in smoke. A regretful sigh escaped as Ho-gil bitterly realized that an invisible boundary had been drawn, separating him from the glamorous world of the female idol. Looking at the messy storage room from above, the assassin secretly cursed himself for missing the lavish party, and kept wondering if he should be thick-skinned and go right back there now. But his train of thought suddenly halted when he felt the despair from the sobbing of Anna, who was sitting with her head bowed, curled up in pain on the floor. Ho-gil's eyes suddenly became sharp and full of murderous intent as he decided he had to step in and investigate to find out the truth that was tormenting the girl. The corner of the room filled with idol gifts and posters now became unusually cold, marking the moment the assassin officially entered a new battle to protect justice. Anna lay tossing and turning on the large bed, her melancholic eyes staring at the phone screen as if lost in thousands of thoughts. She silently struggled with her mind about whether public opinion had become less harsh on her, and if she should bravely search for the truth on social media once more. But ultimately, the female idol helplessly threw the phone aside, firmly refusing to face the bitter criticism. In the quiet atmosphere, Anna was suddenly startled to hear a noise from the door and silently wondered if the members had returned early from the party. She asked with a sense of anticipation whether the person standing outside was the quirky middle-aged manager. The female idol stepped up to open the door with a questioning look, asking the other person why they weren't asleep yet and had come back at this hour. But Anna's expression instantly turned into sheer terror when she realized the person standing in front of her was a strange man with a disgusting smile. The criminal casually walked into the room with a knife in hand, causing the young girl to tremble and back away, frantically screaming to ask how he had broken in. He snarled, claiming to be a crazy fan who had been following her since her early street busking days, officially revealing the true colors of a dangerous stalker. Anna widened her eyes in despair as she realized the phone was lying too far out of reach, instantly extinguishing any chance of calling for help. The crazy fan snarled and reproached Anna for changing since tasting money, asserting that she wasn't originally that kind of materialistic woman. Facing the sharp blade, the female idol thought to herself that she absolutely must not make a sound, but had to find a way to appease this man to escape. Anna stepped back trembling and desperately begged him to believe that the person in that sensitive video was truly not her. The devil closed in and threw out a disgusting challenge, demanding she provide concrete evidence to prove her innocence. He smiled sinisterly and firmly asserted that he had prepared a special method to verify the truth. Anna shockingly asked about that method while the crazy fan began to recount the sensitive details about the body of the woman in the clip. The image of a distinct mole on the chest of the girl in the video flashed back like a knife piercing the wrongfully accused female idol's pain. The killer narrowed his eyes, staring at Anna's body, and declared that if she were truly innocent, that mole would definitely not be on her. In extreme despair, Anna could only silently scream her middle-aged manager's name in her mind, praying for a miracle to help her escape the devil's hands. However, her only hope right now, Byeon Ho-gil, was lying flat on the storage room floor, writhing in a pathetic fit of vomiting, completely unaware of the unfolding tragedy. The madman demanded the girl show him her chest because he firmly believed the woman in the sensitive video had a mole right in that spot. He glared threateningly and snarled, affirming that if she truly wasn't the person in the video, then there would surely be no mole on her body. Facing the perpetrator's sharp blade, the poor girl could only tremble and beg him to calm down so she could have a chance to explain everything. She thought to herself that if she screamed now, this deranged crazy fan would kill her instantly, so at all costs, she had to find a way to soothe him and get him to leave. But the man still wouldn't let her go. He stepped closer and shouted loudly, forcing her to take off her clothes to prove her innocence. She was sweating profusely upon realizing she was facing an extremist fan who was completely out of control, making the situation hang by a single thread. In a moment of despair, her eyes suddenly caught the pile of fan gifts and merchandise stacked in the corner of the room. Her eyes suddenly flashed with a glimmer as a bold idea popped into her head, and she silently affirmed that she had found the key to solve the problem. Looking straight into the killer's wide, crazy eyes, she boldly declared that she had recognized his identity, and still remembered this face clearly. She firmly asserted that he was the one who had attended the recent fan signing event, leaving the crazy fan so stunned that he dropped all his aggression. Anna narrowed her eyes calculatingly, silently confirming that everything was going exactly as she had predicted to turn the tables. She feigned extreme disappointment, and questioned the crazy fan why he didn't trust her, simultaneously vehemently denying that she was the type of woman to go to bars after work. The criminal was stunned, clutching his face in amazement to see his idol remembering his presence from the summer fan signing event, leading him to the delusion that he was someone incredibly special to her. The memory of their pure contact through the glass partition rushed back, shaking his belief, and he silently regretted foolishly believing that malicious sensitive video. Seeing her prey starting to calm down, Anna silently breathed a sigh of relief and continued using sweet words to persuade him to step outside with her to resolve the conflict peacefully. But suddenly, the crazy fan collapsed, hanging his head in despair. He muttered that everything was truly over and there was no way back for someone who had already crossed the line like him. His eyes suddenly became frantic as he asserted this was a problem that couldn't be solved with mere words, officially pushing the situation out of control. The aggressive devil closed in, making Anna tremble and cry for help in vain as she realized the heavy murderous intent surrounding her. The crazy fan screamed wildly and swung his knife high to end the female idol's life, to the utter shock of the poor victim. Right as the blade was about to strike down, a muscular hand unexpectedly blocked his wrist. Byeon Ho-gil arrived just in time with a sharp gaze, ordering the criminal to freeze immediately. In the dark space, a hand suddenly lifted the pink sleep mask, revealing the sharp, calculating eyes of the assassin lawyer. Ho-gil smirked sarcastically about how security forces nowadays even managed bedroom privacy, leaving the crazy fan bewildered and questioning the identity of the interloper. Calmly facing the knife blade, the assassin introduced himself as Anna's manager and demanded the other guy strike a pose quickly so he could take continuous shots. Ho-gil smugly confirmed that the evidence of the crime was secured in the camera, even teasing that he had chosen a very trendy photo composition for the criminal. Looking at the phone screen, the assassin joked that the pervert looked even more handsome on camera than in real life, while also predicting that his mugshot would be equally beautiful. Suddenly, Ho-gil performed some bizarre arm flailing and leg-kicking moves, asserting that the other person's movement rhythm was truly distinctive. Memories flashed back to the moment the lawyer stood in the building lobby. He had noticed early on the heavy thudding sounds against the floor from the security guard's steel-toed boots. Lying in the storage room with a sleep mask, Ho-gil silently analyzed that initially, he could have considered it as dedicated night patrolling, but the truth was far more suspicious than that. The problem was that those distinctive footsteps always hesitated and stopped in a highly shady manner right in front of the female idol Anna's room. Back in reality, Ho-gil casually reviewed his own expensive high-top shoes, driving the security guard crazy with rage and officially kicking off the assassin lawyer's purge. Ho-gil smirked mockingly and asserted that the thick electronic ankle monitor had accidentally exposed the criminal identity of the one impersonating a security guard. The infuriated crazy fan swung the knife from above and lunged into an attack, forcing Anna to scream wildly, warning the middle-aged manager to watch out for the fatal stab. Facing the sharp blade, Ho-gil still calmly turned to remind Anna not to watch the ugly violent scenes, while his hand was still holding the practical education book. The assassin launched a lightning-fast counterattack with the book, sending the attacker flying and making him fall flat on the floor to the sheer astonishment of the female idol. Ho-gil slightly adjusted the sleep mask on his forehead and secretly took pride in his incredibly cool move, while not forgetting to repeat his caring advice for the young girl. Standing and looking at the subdued trash, the assassin deduced he had used the manager's card to sneak in, then casually invited Anna to go eat a late-night snack using the company card to soothe her fears. Anna bowed her head sadly, silently affirming that she hadn't done anything wrong and merely wanted to send love to her loyal fans. But the crazy fan suddenly lost his mind, biting the blade in his mouth and screaming wildly that Anna was the one who drove him down this grim path of sin. Ho-gil coldly affirmed that was ridiculous. He emphasized that if one really wanted to give love, they should have given trust as well, rather than blind selfishness. The assassin lawyer delivered a thunderous kick that sent the pervert flying, boldly declaring that a true fan's hands are only meant to protect their idol. Facing the sharp blade up close, the perverted assassin coldly reminded him that he should have given his trust along with that contract. But the only reply was a powerful spinning kick from Byeon Ho-gil, sending the obstacle flying with a lightning strike before he could even react. Standing tall with an overwhelming aura, the assassin lawyer snarled a warning to the scum criminal that the hands of a fan were born to protect their idol. Witnessing his master's over-the-top dramatics, Jiwoo was left speechless with lifeless eyes, silently complaining that Byeon Ho-gil had truly gone crazy over this role. Right after the brawl, the silence of the dark night was torn apart by flashing lights and the frantic wailing sirens of the police car that just rushed to the scene. Ho-gil enthusiastically pointed out the villain and demanded the police teach him a lesson, though he paused slightly when asked to head to the station for an immediate statement. As the police silhouettes faded into the distance, a long sigh echoed in the dark space of the B1 basement, signaling new suspicions being kindled. Fiddling with the phone without his disciple picking up, the lawyer worriedly wondered why Ji-hoo disappeared right when he couldn't leave Anna alone. His eyes suddenly became sharp as he analyzed the abnormality of the incident. He affirmed that if the enemy took such great pains to hire a guard to stalk Anna, it couldn't possibly end this carelessly. Realizing the mastermind might still be secretly observing everything, Ho-gil resolved to immediately return to Anna's side before a true tragedy struck. Ho-gil hastily contacted the police. He thanked them endlessly and expressed extreme anxiety as the victim was now facing danger alone. The assassin apologized obsequiously over the phone and earnestly pleaded with the authorities to quickly breach the interior before things went beyond control. Just then, a terrifying tremor erupted, tearing through the quiet atmosphere, making the pillars in the parking garage shake violently under an invisible force. Looking at the dense cloud of dust rising from the rubble, Ho-gil let out a weary sigh because he had already predicted this ominous scenario early on. Realizing this was not merely a perverted harassment case but there was someone pulling the strings behind the scenes, the assassin narrowed his eyes in suspicion upon seeing a familiar face just appear. Ho-gil's eyes widened in astonishment when he recognized the identity of the person approaching. He secretly asked in terror why the other guy was in this place. The stranger nonchalantly threw a sarcastic remark about the renowned lawyer now stooping to be a helper for an idol, while not forgetting to mock his pathetic state. Suppressing his anger upon encountering the annoying bastard, Ho-gil grimaced in disgust and secretly cursed the strong stench radiating from the opposite side. His opponent was a B-rank assassin with a terrifying grip strength 5 times that of a normal person. He disdainfully mocked Ho-gil's outdated hairstyle with a highly treacherous smile. In the face of the provocation about his hard life making ends meet, the assassin lawyer smirked in challenge, calling the other a troublesome monkey, and geared up for a bloody purge. Ho-gil casually rummaged through his pockets, and said that since they were old friends reuniting, he had to give him a special gift, leaving the opponent inevitably curious. He suddenly flashed a comical monkey face along with a bizarre sound to tease the opponent, while holding out a banana as if to mock his nickname. The B-rank assassin smirked slightly, revealing a highly treacherous smile. He coldly corrected the information, stating that he wasn't an ordinary monkey, but rather a fierce chimpanzee, and instantly launched a lightning-fast pounce at terrifying speed straight towards the lawyer. He slammed his fist heavily onto the car hood, crushing the metal to pieces, while Ho-gil, despite tumbling over, casually cited the law regarding property damage. Facing insane strength far beyond normal humans, the assassin secretly admitted in terror that the guy in front of him was truly a formidable monster. He gripped Ho-gil's leg tightly with terrifying crushing force, ripping the fabric apart, a testament to the strength of someone possessing hands 5 times stronger than normal. A powerful punch like a thunderbolt was thrown, sending Ho-gil flying a long distance, pushing him into an extremely dire situation. The chimpanzee assassin chased after him while mocking how the renowned assassin now had to whitewash his identity, and didn't even dare to look him straight in the eyes like before. Ho-gil instantly delivered a vicious counterkick. He sternly retorted that he didn't look at him simply because that face was too ugly, making him nauseous, that's all. The chimpanzee assassin lunged forward with a disgusting smile. He contemptuously declared that right now, only Ho-gil's mouth was left alive. Immediately, the assassin lawyer executed a lightning-fast dodge, narrowly evading the enemy's wind-tearing pounce by a hair's breadth. An earth-shattering explosion rang out as the car was smashed into pieces under an unbelievable burst of strength. The attacker casually walked away, leaving a warning that since they used to be fellow disciples, Ho-gil had better know his place and back off if he didn't want to die. Looking at the scrap metal in front of him, the assassin secretly suspected the opponent was not human, and mockingly apologized for his earlier teasing. Ho-gil once again put on his comical monkey face with 2 bananas, sarcastically saying he would generously give his opponent another one. The atmosphere instantly grew tense when a loud shout rang out from behind, forcing the assassin to immediately drop his joking expression. The police officer was so stunned he froze, continuously questioning himself about what was truly happening in this parking garage area. The scene was as desolate as if it had just gone through a terrorist attack, making the authorities panic and call for immediate backup. Returning to the dark room with a pensive look, the assassin lawyer quietly calculated his next moves for the danger-filled game. Ho-gil sank deep into thoughts about the unexpected appearance of an assassin from the Glory organization, secretly analyzing whether Haitian was capable of creating deepfakes or was just a pawn in someone else's hands. His eyes suddenly hardened upon realizing his former organization had a hand in this case, signaling a far from simple battle when the opponent was willing to hire even a professional assassin to strike. Setting aside his dark calculations, Ho-gil put on a cheerful face, walked into the room, and called out to Anna affectionately, pretending to ask if the idol was terrified after the incident just now. But immediately, a highly vigilant look flashed through the assassin's eyes when he noticed an unusual sign hidden in the dark corner of the room. In front of him was Anna sitting huddled all alone in the dark space. This terrifying silence made Ho-gil pause to assess the young girl's psychological state. His eyes narrowed thoughtfully, silently observing every tiny movement to ensure there was no threat lurking right in this room. Anna sat hugging her knees with a dazed face and shoulders trembling in fear. The female idol's haggard image made the assassin lawyer understand that this emotional wound was truly very deep. Not letting her wait long, Ho-gil stepped forward and decisively grabbed the white blanket, preparing to perform a protective act in the unique way of a professional assassin. He tossed the blanket while quickly reassuring Anna to rest easy because the pervert from earlier would never see the sunlight again, simultaneously asserting he would stand guard outside the door like an iron-willed warden. Before closing the door, Ho-gil even gave a witty wink and instructed that he had engaged up to 7 locks, so if she had any personal needs, she must notify him 5 minutes in advance so he could open the door in time. Ho-gil awkwardly replied with a brief greeting while his mind was still spinning with dozens of unanswered questions. Anna stood there with a face full of sorrow, hugging her trembling shoulders and bitterly confessing that she seemingly had no strength left to endure any further. Noticing the female idol's exhaustion, the manager instantly put on a pathetic face and rattled off the packed schedule, from touring to torturing oneself in high heels for 16 hours straight. The young girl's lips slightly moved with choked words, once again affirming that all current pressure was truly too much for her fragile resilience. Ho-gil suddenly burst into hearty laughter, as if he had just heard the most amusing joke in the world, mockingly repeating her complaints. He waved his hand, cursing the CEO as a cruel businessman for daring to cram the schedule when the situation was critical, ignoring Anna's highly suggestive silence behind him. But upon noticing a slight change in her expression, he hurriedly raised a finger to correct himself, saying he didn't mean what she was thinking. The space suddenly fell silent as the assassin's eyes grew unusually deep and solemn, triggering the sharp intuition of someone who always lived in the shadows. Unexpectedly, Anna's small hands tightly squeezed Ho-gil's fingers, a clinging action full of trust and a desire to be protected. Looking straight at him with eyes sparkling with fear, the young girl quietly poured her heart out, and earnestly begged the strange manager to stay and sleep with her during this dark night full of anxieties. Amidst the room filled with fan gifts and music records, a space that should have been happy was now enveloped in darkness and loneliness. Anna sat hugging her knees on the bed with trembling shoulders, looking at the manager sitting flat on the floor and desperately asking what she should do right now. The female idol choked back tears, confiding that every passing moment for her right now was no different from an endlessly prolonged nightmare. She was so obsessed she felt that the moment she stepped out into the street, the whole world would direct all its pointing and scrutinizing at her like a sinner. The vicious slurs from netizens were like direct clawing wounds, making her collapse completely under the terrifying pressure of public opinion. The image of the pervert from earlier and the sharp glares kept flashing back, choking her throat, causing her to feel only suffocation even if she tried to catch some sleep. Ho-gil listened silently with a highly solemn face, seemingly using an assassin's intuition to thoroughly understand the young girl's ultimate pain. He slightly glanced over and dropped a rather cold advice that if those things hurt her, it would be best not to look at them anymore. Immediately, the assassin returned to his usual joking demeanor as he picked his nose, wondering why she had to torture herself in such a painful job. Anna's lips slightly pressed together in extreme bitterness, silently affirming that the man in front of her truly understood nothing about the reasons she had to persevere to this extent. Ho-gil narrowed his eyes with a highly doubtful look as he listened to the gloomy confessions from the young girl. Anna suddenly stood up on the bed, bracing herself to assert that her intense passion for music and the stage was the only reason she was still trying to hold on with all her strength. But then tears streamed down her cheeks again as she choked up, admitting she always felt stared at by everyone around her as if they wanted to end her life. Facing that collapse, the assassin lawyer slightly lowered his voice and casually asked if that was everything tormenting her mind. Anna's eyes widened in sheer astonishment. She seemed to freeze at the overly direct and somewhat heartless question from the man in front of her. Ho-gil leisurely crossed his arms and sat flat on the floor, calmly posing a highly thought-provoking question about whether becoming an idol was truly the only path for her to love music. The space suddenly fell silent as the female idol could only stay stunned, her tear-blurred eyes looking deep into the sharp gaze of the strange manager. She knelt down and cupped her face full of suffering, silently lamenting that all her dreams and efforts over so long seemed about to shatter completely like soap bubbles. Unexpectedly, Ho-gil's hand reached out to gently touch her face. He sternly demanded she immediately stop thinking about the sharp thorns crushing her soul from now on. He gently put a sleep mask on Anna and began to explain the white bear effect, a special psychological method to help her officially escape the persistent nightmare. Ho-gil explained that the human brain was actually quite pathetic when facing negative thoughts. He believed the more one tried to suppress them, the more vividly they appeared. Standing by the bed, he advised Anna that the pain she was bearing was completely natural and suggested she try doing different things like wearing his sleep mask. The female idol could only silently wear the bizarre sleep mask, while Ho-gil pretended to apologize for using overly complex psychological terms to comfort a shattering soul. The space in the room sank into silence, leaving only Anna's soft call tearing through the night along with the sluggish reply of the assassin manager. Lying awake on the bed, the young girl softly asked if Ho-gil was right beside her, and he merely lazily confirmed he hadn't dozed off yet. Suddenly, Ho-gil sprang up, scratching his head in frustration. He suggested that if Anna had any questions, she should gather them and ask all at once or save them for 2 hours later so he could have some peace. The assassin's eyes suddenly turned sharp and highly vigilant, slightly glancing to one side as if he had just discovered an uninvited presence. While Anna was lying curled up in fear, a hand unexpectedly reached out from the darkness preparing to commit a sensitive act targeting the female idol. Realizing the abnormal situation, Ho-gil widened his eyes in utter astonishment, and immediately reached out his hand to react to an intrusion right at the bed. He decisively raised a wooden back-scratcher high, and firmly declared that no matter how trashy he was, he would never lay a hand on those who held the country's power. Ho-gil showed the old back-scratcher to Anna and offered to tell a late-night story to dispel the young girl's sleepiness. The story began from his school years with the appearance of an eccentric male teacher, a guy who always carried incredibly outdated ideals within him. That brutal teacher often showed off his crippled legs to threaten the students that this was the very dark future awaiting them. Facing that oppression, the student Ho-gil at that time bravely raised his hand and loudly declared he would officially drop out of school in protest. But immediately, a cruel thrashing rained down on Ho-gil's head, leaving him crying out for his mother in despair before realizing the heartbreaking truth that he never had a mother to begin with. With a bruised face and both nostrils plugged with white tissue, the child assassin swore to himself then that he would never let that trashy stick touch his body one more time. Not letting the oath fade into nothingness, Ho-gil recklessly broke into the teacher's office to steal that detestable weapon at all costs right in the middle of the night. Returning to reality with a highly proud face about his glorious exploit, Ho-gil made Anna simply chuckle and mock his so-called touching story. The assassin smirked slightly and revealed a highly surprising ending that on graduation day, he gifted the teacher a new stick so he could continue maintaining the thrashing tradition on the younger generations. Before falling asleep, Anna gently squeezed the strange manager's fingers to ensure he wouldn't abandon her in the darkness. The quiet night enveloped the high-end apartment building, where dim lights signaled a secret plan being silently rolled out. Ho-gil tiptoed off the bed with a highly cautious face, silently observing Anna's sleep to make sure he could leave without waking the young girl. The assassin's eyes suddenly became deep and highly thoughtful. It seemed the clues about the mastermind were gradually becoming clear in the mind of an experienced veteran. Looking at the small figure lying curled up on the bed, Ho-gil silently questioned the identity of the person who heartlessly harmed her, concluding that the force behind this was truly more formidable than he thought. Glancing slightly at the face falling into a late slumber, the assassin lawyer softly whispered a promise to protect her, and reassured her not to worry too much about the disasters ahead. With eyes burning with determination, Ho-gil silently affirmed he would personally clean up this entire mess to reclaim justice for the poor female idol. The sky lit up with sparkling fireworks above the magnificent Deshella building, marking the start of a high-class party full of scheming. Amidst the lavish space of the party, Ji-hoo received an inquiry call about evidence related to the deepfake plot from the other members of the group. The boy pressed his lips together, admitting he still hadn't found direct physical evidence, but immediately hinted at a highly promising new discovery. While sipping a glass of wine and highly focused on the phone, Ji-hoo announced that there was an earth-shattering secret about the true identity of the culprit that his master needed to hear immediately. Amidst the lavish party, indecent invitations rang out, causing Ji-hoo to start doubting the loyalty of the people around Anna. Pressing the phone to his ear, the boy silently deduced that in a perfect crime, the most important element was the motive, which was currently completely missing. Behind the women's restroom door, highly envious, cutting remarks rang out as the members complained about why the whole world revolved only around Anna. A girl bitterly admitted the music group was on the verge of collapse and they were forced to lower themselves to find sugar daddies to save the entertainment agency. Hiding in the shadows, Ji-hoo froze as he eavesdropped on the dark hidden corners. He questioned the identity of the person who heartlessly released the video to destroy Arya. The boy firmly asserted to his master that the key to finding the evildoer was clearly identifying the true purpose of this attack. Looking at the silhouettes of the two female idols hugging each other in exhaustion, Ji-hoo realized they were actually the ones most heavily affected after the scandal. On the other end of the line, Ho-gil gritted his teeth, analyzing the chain of conspiracies from the security guard to the assassin, and asserted the culprit was definitely another hidden figure. Gently closing the room door, the assassin lawyer spared no words of praise for his disciple despite being ruthlessly rejected by the boy. He secretly daydreamed about the upcoming pile of reward money. With a face still distorted from terror, Ho-gil announced he was just almost torn to pieces by a chimpanzee, leaving Ji-hoo in utter bewilderment. Ho-gil smirked as he mocked the assassin who just escaped from the zoo. He smugly asserted to his disciple that he was actually the one who smashed that fierce beast to pieces. Becoming more serious over the phone, he silently questioned why a B-rank assassin he once worked with was involved in this case. Ho-gil's eyes turned piercingly cold as he had a premonition that everything was gradually mutating into a terrifying conspiracy far beyond any initial preparations. At the party echoing with cheers, Ji-hoo still kept observing his surroundings with extreme suspicion upon hearing news that a mysterious wealthy figure had just appeared. In front of the police station late at night, the perverted criminal dazedly asked again to make sure when he was unexpectedly and unreasonably released by the authorities. He trudged down the street in a bewildered mood, quietly thinking that even though he was caught red-handed, he was still released, so it would be best to get out of here immediately. The scene suddenly shifted to a bus full of children cheering boisterously out of hunger and curiosity about the journey ahead. The young female teacher was helpless against the resounding chorus of "Yes, ma'am," from the little students, even though she had endlessly advised them to keep quiet on the bus. In another corner, a man wearing a fully covering hat was clutching a backpack tightly with a highly tense face, constantly reassuring himself that everything would be fine. Unexpectedly, the chimpanzee assassin Haitian loomed right above his head and dropped a deadly greeting, leaving the victim only able to widen his eyes in sheer terror. Haitian rested his feet on the bus seat, coldly reproaching the man for trying to escape without a word of goodbye, making the other tremble in fear. He roughly grabbed the victim's neck and casually reminded him to remember carefully who had a hand in getting him out of the police station. Despite the prey kneeling and begging for his life, swearing not to reveal the secret, the B-rank assassin maintained a highly sinister face. He unexpectedly executed a brutal neck twist, coldly declaring that death was the safest measure to prevent him from opening his mouth later. Meanwhile, a little girl in the back accidentally witnessed the bloody elimination, her eyes widening in sheer terror. Haitian put a finger to his lips gesturing to keep quiet, his treacherous smile seemingly wanting to devour the poor child's innocence. The little one could only nod hopelessly as she witnessed the devil completing the assassination in broad daylight without hesitation. He casually jumped out of the bus window, not forgetting to leave a highly sarcastic wish for a safe journey to the remaining people. The little students cheered in excitement thinking they just saw a flying man, completely unaware that the other man's soul had already left this world. At the Shella Hotel, brilliant fireworks lit up the night sky, officially opening a reunion fraught with danger. Ji-hoo was amazed to confirm over the phone that the man who just appeared was the powerful chairman holding the fate of the party. The resounding footsteps and luxurious white shoes echoed with authority, signaling the presence of a monumental figure who just stepped into the hall. Chairman Jin Gyun-hong revealed himself in an elaborately patterned suit amidst enthusiastic cheers, making Ji-hoo instantly sense a dangerous, murderous intent hidden behind the glamour. He flashed an arrogant smile under his sunglasses and raised a glass of wine to thank the guests, while hoping everyone would enjoy the fun in their own way. Whispers about the Jin guy's massive fortune and power dominating the financial world echoed everywhere, though Ji-hoo still secretly underestimated his appearance. Amidst the lavish space, the minions stood observing from afar and began to doubt whether the man before them truly possessed trillions of won as rumored. Looking from behind, the chairman looked no different from an ordinary person enjoying the party, completely concealing the nature of a predator. An incident occurred when a trembling waiter collided and dropped things, making the surrounding crowd hold their breath and worry for his fate in front of the chairman's expensive suit. With a highly tolerant face, Jin Gyun-hong casually put a hand on the waiter's shoulder to reassure him that such things often happen and he shouldn't worry too much. But just as the other felt relieved, the chairman unexpectedly launched a brutal attack, tearing apart the hypocrisy, officially exposing the face of a cold-blooded monster right in the banquet hall. Ji-hoo and the two female idols could only freeze as they witnessed the cruel assault erupting right in the middle of the lavish party. On the floor, the victim lay convulsing next to the shattered, bleeding bottle, turning the high-class space into a hunting crime scene. Jin Gyun-hong casually searched for things while reproaching the waiter for making him lose face in front of the distinguished guests, simultaneously dropping a sarcastic remark that he would apologize on his behalf. He coldly placed a thick stack of money on the waiter's wound-covered face, casually praising him for doing his job well. With a wine glass in hand, the chairman indifferently strode past the crowd frozen in terror, paying absolutely no mind to the person he just brutally beaten. He paused slightly and turned to look around, his eyes full of defiance, as if wanting to probe the reaction of everyone present in the banquet hall. The devil spread his arms wide and loudly questioned everyone's silence, asking if there was anything about this party that made them feel dissatisfied. Immediately, resounding applause erupted at the Jin man's urging to enjoy the fun as if tomorrow would never come. Ji-hoo shockingly realized the crowd had completely lost their minds by cheering for a perpetrator. He secretly resolved to leave here to call the police and rescue everyone. But right at that moment, Jin Gyun-hong closed in and placed a hand on a guest's shoulder. He narrowed his eyes maliciously and inquired what was making him feel uneasy. Jin Gyun-hong leaned close to the other's face with a sinister smile, threatening that if he continued this attitude, he would look no different from a disrespectful piece of trash. Noticing the situation taking a turn for the worse via the communication device, Ho-gil instantly ordered his disciple to quickly retreat from the party before things went too far. Ji-hoo froze in terror as a spine-chilling call rang out from behind, stopping the boy's intention to flee right in the banquet hall. Jin Gyun-hong loomed behind Ji-hoo with a wine glass in hand. He casually called out his name directly and made a highly shady offer for a private chat. Sweating profusely, Ji-hoo stammered to ask why the chairman knew his identity and even his secret connection with Master Ho-gil. The devil narrowed the distance, leaving the boy petrified in terror. He leisurely announced a lavish evening that he would soon arrange for both of them. Dozens of fearful questions flashed through Ji-hoo's mind about how this supreme power holder could understand all their secrets so well. While casually leaving, the chairman advised the boy to mentally prepare to receive interesting things that would soon be communicated. Jin Gyun-hong slightly turned around with a highly treacherous smile. He boldly declared this would be an incredibly pleasant night, and demanded Ji-hoo place his full trust in him. The scene suddenly shifted to the office, where Ho-gil in an elegant lawyer's suit was looking up at the sky in sheer weariness. He didn't bother hiding his disappointment, and pressed to ask what his disciple had caused this time. Striding through the dilapidated slum, Ji-hoo couldn't help but doubt the residence of the richest person in the country, while Ho-gil casually suggested that the old man probably owned this entire area. The lawyer pouted, reproaching his disciple for being too disrespectful lately, but the only response was Ji-hoo's indifference, as he believed his master was the one always spouting bizarre words. With a highly serious face, Ho-gil asserted he couldn't act normal when the surrounding atmosphere was gradually becoming unstable. He narrowed his eyes slightly upon smelling the strong metallic scent of blood radiating from the nearby pork shop, silently deducing that Jin Gyun-hong's money was definitely not clean. Passing through the dark alleys, a towering skyscraper appeared brilliantly under the sunlight like an arrogant symbol of the tycoon's power. Upon just setting foot in the main lobby, both were blocked by burly security guards, forcing Ho-gil to use the title of the chairman's guest to find a way to infiltrate. Facing the scrutiny of the security staff, the assassin lawyer proudly introduced his title even though the other side still insisted on a strict inspection. He casually accepted the search with an indecent joke, concealing the calculation boiling in the veins of an experienced veteran. Ho-gil's eyes suddenly hardened with vigilance as his sharp intuition signaled a deadly trap about to spring right before his eyes. Giving him no time to react, a security guard unexpectedly launched a brutal restraining move targeting Ji-hoo from behind, officially triggering a bloody purge at the enemy's lair. Ji-hoo struggled hopelessly and threatened to call the police if the guards didn't let go, while Ho-gil still stood silently amidst the encirclement of the giant men. The lawyer casually smiled and let the opponent search him, simultaneously not forgetting to remind him of the laws regarding theft and coercion in the criminal code. Unexpectedly, Ho-gil burst with power to take down the guard in the blink of an eye. He coldly listed dozens of charges from attempted theft to violent coercion, plunging the scene into screams. He tightly gripped the enemy's wrist, making him cry out in pain, his mouth constantly dropping mocking remarks about whether they intended to search his underwear too. Witnessing his master's spectacular counterattack, Ji-hoo could only stand frozen in amazement and softly utter a call for his uncle in sheer shock. Standing tall in the main lobby when the enemy had been completely subdued under his feet, the assassin still maintained a terrifyingly calm demeanor under the gazes of the remaining security staff. Ho-gil smirked with a highly satisfied, eye-crinkling smile. He casually praised the warm and enthusiastic reception the staff had just given him. Despite the guard lying groaning on the floor in pain, the assassin lawyer sternly asserted that this was the true definition of coercion by violence. He delivered a finishing blow, making a dry cracking sound echo once again, coldly asking if the other had ever considered the scenario where this search would fail miserably. With eyes burning with murderous intent, Ho-gil ordered everyone to let the child go immediately unless they wanted 4 extra joints in their fingers, while demanding those dissatisfied to line up to be taught a lesson one by one. The man wearing a blue embroidered shirt nodded slightly to confirm with a highly relaxed attitude. Jin Gyun-hong casually used a thick stack of money to scratch his head. He glanced at the other and asked if this was the renowned lawyer Byeon Ho-gil. Facing the questioning about daring to touch his secretary, Ho-gil casually protected Ji-hoo and didn't forget to drop a sarcastic remark about his disciple's easily bullied appearance. A sinister smile clearly showed on the chairman's face, along with a highly suggestive praise that this lawyer's demeanor was truly not bad at all. Amidst the subservient welcoming of the minions, Jin Gyun-hong unexpectedly flew into a rage and shouted at them for their disrespectful behavior towards the guest. The chairman instantly switched to a sweet tone to apologize to Ho-gil, while explaining that his subordinates essentially knew nothing about minimum rules of politeness. Jin Gyun-hong's eyes suddenly became deep as he hesitantly expressed his embarrassment for not knowing how to make a worthy amends. Unexpectedly, the tycoon's hand tightly gripped a cold iron bar, signaling a brutal act of punishment about to happen right on the spot. Ho-gil's eyes suddenly hardened with vigilance as the intuition of a professional rank assassin sensed a terrifying murderous intent bursting forth. Without a hint of hesitation, Jin Gyun-hong swung the iron bar hard to smash the guard's face and yelled curses at those who only knew how to use violence instead of listening to verbal orders. Jin Gyun-hong yelled, asking if the subordinate heard his words clearly, while Ji-hoo was terrifyingly covering his mouth and Ho-gil still maintained an unusually calm face. The crazy chairman casually rummaged through his expensive wallet and told himself that he seemingly went a bit overboard with the guard lying motionless on the floor. He leisurely dropped thick stacks of money onto the prey's blood-soaked face and hoped this would be an expensive lesson for the recent disrespect. Even with fresh streaks of blood still lingering on his face, Jin Gyun-hong still flashed a sinister smile, wondering if his sincerity had touched the other before extending an invitation for both to have dinner. The splendid chandelier lights shone brightly in the dazzling luxury room, concealing the dark schemes gradually emerging behind the discreet silk curtains. He casually used a knife to cut the steak drenched in bright red sauce and politely asked the special guests to make themselves at home. In the middle of the banquet hall housing even expensive supercars, Ho-gil coldly refused the drink out of fear of being poisoned, making the tycoon laugh in delight at the other's highly capable vigilance. Ji-hoo leaned forward slightly to silently remind his uncle to pay attention to the current situation instead of just displaying his recklessness so blatantly. But Ho-gil still casually stuffed his mouth full of food and directly questioned why Jin Gyun-hong secretly investigated his background so thoroughly. The chairman lifted a piece of meat with great amusement and expressed his admiration for a lawyer who doubled as an idle manager. While curious about the assassin's motive for working so hard, Jin Gyun-hong slightly smirked in a highly mocking manner and commented that Ho-gil's current management job must surely be very exhausting or serve as psychological therapy. The chairman stared suggestively, assuming that as a manager, the assassin lawyer must have witnessed Anna's most private hidden corners with his own eyes. Ho-gil coldly criticized the opponent as someone extremely good at degrading other professions, though he asserted he could temporarily endure it if Jin looked down on artists. But immediately, the assassin glared threateningly and warned that he would never tolerate anyone who dared to show a contemptuous attitude towards himself. Jin Gyun-hong casually waved his hand asking Ho-gil to shake off the hostility in his eyes. He began to explain the unbridgeable class difference between the two of them. While leisurely cutting the steak, the tycoon compared ordinary people to those who always had to gamble their entire lives on the lottery and pray to heaven for them to win. He arrogantly declared he belonged to a completely different class, someone who already held all the jackpot numbers in his hands before the game began, making the assassin secretly despise that arrogance. Ho-gil's hand tightly gripped the knife to the point of trembling upon hearing the devil demand he think carefully about the vast gap between a god. Jin Gyun-hong rolled his eyes frantically as he put the piece of meat into his mouth. He mocked what right a mediocre human had to compare themselves with a god like him. Amidst the lavish space displaying supercars, Ho-gil sternly warned the chairman that if he agreed to stop these filthy schemes right now, everything could still end peacefully. Jin Gyun-hong smirked with a highly calculating look as he commented that this offer was truly extremely attractive. Meanwhile, Ho-gil casually chewed his food while secretly thinking about the stubborn nature that had always clung to him since childhood. He frantically sank his teeth into the bloody meat as a way to relieve the boiling thirst for violence. With a face deformed from excitement, the assassin lawyer admitted he completely didn't know how to stop once he had started. The space suddenly shifted back to the dark alley, where confessions about the deepfake crime still echoed like a challenge. Ji-hoo kept urging his master while walking to use his true strength to immediately destroy the devil, but only received a highly regretful answer that he also very much wanted to do so. Ho-gil quietly leaned against the glass partition. He secretly analyzed that everything was far from simple because the enemy currently held absolute confidence. He narrowed his eyes, speculating that the chairman named Jin had already grasped all his whereabouts and true purposes when diving into the entertainment industry. With teeth clenched tight in anger, Ho-gil bitterly realized the opponent knew full well he currently had absolutely no concrete evidence to press charges. Ji-hoo still couldn't understand why someone possessing a massive fortune could brazenly commit crimes in such a blatantly terrifying way. The assassin casually laid out a cryptic philosophy that life would be truly boring if we knew every outcome in advance, much like strolling through a red-light district full of temptations. He winked mischievously and asserted that true joy lies in the thrilling moment of scratching the silver coating off a lottery ticket to discover the hidden fortune behind it. However, the atmosphere suddenly dropped when Anna stared at the photo of the red-haired man wearing glasses on the phone and admitted she was unsure of his identity. Ho-gil immediately recalled the party Anna once attended with her two colleagues, Hannah and Yejin, to evoke the fading fragments of memory in the young girl's mind. The image of the two radiant female idols at the event organized by the finance team returned, along with the confirmation that the mysterious man was the powerful chairman of that conglomerate. The lawyer continued to apply pressure, revealing that he was also a major investor in Anna's company, but she could only confusingly explain that she had to interact with too many people every day. Anna's eyes suddenly shrank in extreme shock as a horrifying detail unexpectedly flashed through her brain like a bolt of lightning tearing through the night. She frantically screamed in tears, asking if that powerful man was the very one who ruthlessly ruined her, forcing Ho-gil to hastily reassure her that nothing could be concluded yet. Anna dazedly bowed her head with eyes gradually tinged with darkness. She muttered in bitterness upon realizing an ironic truth that was beginning to clearly reveal itself. From a pressure-filled perspective, both Ho-gil and Ji-hoo maintained cold, stern expressions, silently preparing for a bloody purge to expose the true face of the perpetrator. The slow ticking of the clock on the wall seemed to further confirm the suspicion that this was not merely a random crime. While Ho-gil leisurely propped his feet on the desk and questioned the true motive behind the perpetrator's choice of smearing via deepfake technology, the laptop screen displayed a series of barefaced photos of Anna, a database that anyone in the company had the right to access for dark schemes. Staring into the void, the assassin lawyer silently calculated who had the highest probability of leaking these sensitive materials out. Ho-gil's eyes suddenly widened in astonishment when he discovered an extremely unusual detail that had just appeared right before his eyes. It was Anna's resilient messages affirming that she would never collapse but would use her sincerity to reconnect with her fandom. In the middle of the quiet practice room, the female idol sat on the floor and began recording a video telling her fans that she truly missed them so much after a series of stormy days. The live stream officially began. Anna looked straight into the lens, swearing that she had never done anything shameful and hoping everyone would trust each other a little more. With clenched fists and eyes burning with willpower, she boldly declared her firm belief that the truth would sooner or later be fully exposed to the light. Witnessing the young girl's resilience, Ji-woo couldn't help but express admiration, but Ho-gil narrowed his eyes in deep thought as an ominous premonition gradually enveloped his mind. A piercing scream tore through the quiet space as the office door was violently barged open, signaling a fierce storm about to crash down. The male employee rushed into the room in a panic with a phone in his hand, panting while announcing that the idol Anna was falling into a terribly dire situation. Ho-gil and Ji-woo stared at the screen in shock. They couldn't believe the perpetrator could unleash such a vicious attack in such a short amount of time. The assassin lawyer gritted his teeth as he read the malicious comments spreading like a virus, where the crowd began to believe those sensitive images were completely real. At the luxurious Prada shopping mall, authoritative shouts demanding to see the manager rang out, shattering the usual glamorous facade of the designer boutiques. The shocking video displayed Anna humiliating a poor female employee simply for not finding the desired clothing size, causing her angelic image to completely collapse. The idol frantically swung her hands to assault the other party, angrily screaming that she was not as easily bullied as what they usually saw on stage. With widened eyes full of lost control, Anna sternly ordered that the small-sized outfit be brought out immediately, completely ignoring the panic of everyone around her. The live stream was flooded with heavy criticism, as verification tools all confirmed this violent behavior was the truth and not an AI-generated product. Ji-woo covered his mouth in shock, fearing Anna's reaction if she accidentally saw these terrible images, while Ho-gil could only remain silent with a face heavy with calculations. Ho-gil slammed his hand on the phone with a confident expression. He silently concluded that the culprit was intentionally showing off his skills to challenge them. He casually put on his coat, left the desk, and raised a question about who could easily access the barefaced photos, making Ji-woo immediately suspect an insider at the company. The disciple's eyes widened in amazement as a terrifying hypothesis about the mastermind behind it all suddenly became clear in his mind. Smug laughter echoed from behind the mysterious director's office door, where filthy schemes were being secretly arranged. The chairman's office sign appeared along with a heavy sigh, signaling a direct confrontation about to break out. The Mate Entertainment headquarters appeared radiant under the blue sky, but inside was a fire ant nest riddled with deadly traps. Ho-gil strode arrogantly down the corridor and silently analyzed the one with ultimate power, the person who could decide everything without going through the manager. The sound of leather shoes striking the dry floor with authority served as a warning sent to the one hiding in the shadows. With a face burning with murderous intent and the absolute resolve of an assassin, the lawyer was ready for a bloody purge. Ho-gil stood imposingly in front of the high-level office entrance, casually affirming that the ultimate target was indeed the powerful director. Ho-gil stopped right in front of the chairman's door as his sharp assassin's hearing began to pick up strange, ambiguous sounds echoing from inside. He casually pressed his ear against the wooden door to assess the situation, narrowing his eyes calculatingly as the unusual rustling sounds became increasingly distinct. Ho-gil knocked lightly and called out to the chairman to report an emergency situation, making the man inside startle in panic and ask who was standing outside. The chairman frantically yelled, demanding him to get lost and threatening to take his life if he dared to step foot inside, but the response was only a sarcastic acknowledgement from the assassin lawyer. Despite the deterrence, Ho-gil casually threw the door wide open, leaving the tycoon astonished and demanding a reason since the door was tightly locked, to which he nonchalantly replied that it was exactly that shoddiness that drew him in. With a stone-cold face and eyes full of dominance, Ho-gil slowly called out, instantly making the atmosphere in the room become suffocatingly stifling. Witnessing the chairman sitting on the floor awkwardly shielding himself with a laptop next to a toppled chair, the assassin casually asked about the shady act the other party was performing. The panicked look and profuse sweating of the tycoon did not escape Ho-gil's eyes. He continued to interrogate about the special type of work the other man claimed to be doing in peace. Ho-gil sat arrogantly on the sofa and demanded the chairman put the computer down, then suddenly shouted, forcing the other party into silence when he tried to chase him out. The assassin's eyes suddenly burned with murderous intent and chilled to the bone. He ordered the demon in front of him to shut his mouth and start listening to his verdicts. The chairman's eyes widened in horror upon realizing his secret had been exposed by Ho-gil. He could only utter in despair that this situation had truly become too chaotic. Right at that moment, the designer boutique employee appeared on the news broadcast, sobbing and declaring that she was still psychologically traumatized and could no longer continue working in the service industry. The clip recording Anna assaulting the staff and docent continued to take social media by storm, leaving the idol to furiously scream that it was all just baseless fabrication. Anna trembling swore she had never set foot in that place and desperately asked why everything had gotten so terrible, while the lawyer stepped in just in time to comfort her. He looked straight into her eyes and affirmed that the key solution was actually extremely simple, leaving Anna bewildered and curiously asking about that plan. Ho-gil winked with absolute confidence and suggested that both go to the scene to verify, firmly asserting his belief that the female employee was just an actor putting on a show. As soon as they set foot in the Prada shopping mall, the surrounding atmosphere suddenly became stifling as all eyes converged on the people involved. Ho-gil and Ji-woo hurriedly confirmed the information about the altercation, prompting the female employee at the counter to sadly announce that her colleague had quit right after that fateful night. Faced with disadvantageous evidence, the assassin lawyer thoughtfully analyzed a sophisticated deepfake plot and silently affirmed that Anna was completely innocent in this matter. Ji-woo asked his master in shock what to do next upon realizing that even the security guards and store employees were dirty pawns in an incredibly perfect setup scenario. The related witnesses suddenly disappeared without a trace one by one, signaling a mysterious purge silently taking place in the dark. Ho-gil narrowed his eyes, concluding that anyone involved in this deepfake conspiracy would soon become the Grim Reaper's next prey. The direct target emerged under the name Director Song Ji-hyun, the one holding the most important links to the idol scandal. Despite Director Song's angry shooing, the assassin lawyer still coldly questioned the true whereabouts of the sensitive footages. Director Ji-hyun widened his eyes in shock at the question regarding who had purchased the image data, causing the atmosphere in the room to become extremely tense. The secret of the drive containing a series of Anna's barefaced photos used to create the fake videos was gradually dragged into the light by Ho-gil. The internal security system, originally intended only for employees, was deliberately made public, turning the idol's personal data into a commodity for anyone. The assassin's eyes burned with suspicion as he silently affirmed that this anomaly was undeniable evidence. Sweat poured profusely down Director Ji-hyun's face as Ho-gil exposed the fatal coincidence right before the day the first clip was leaked. All filthy calculations were completely laid bare when the release time of the second clip also perfectly matched the script drawn out by the perpetrator. Director Song shouted in a panic, pressing to know what exactly Ho-gil was implying when he casually brought up the company's drive access settings. The computer screen displayed an access denied notification because the file required Song Ji-hyun's permission, and the assassin silently asserted that only the chairman had enough authority to do that. Ho-gil leaned close to the opponent's face with horrifyingly wide eyes, growling a question about who he had sent that clip to, despite Song Ji-hyun's desperate plea that he had been hacked. Amidst the tense atmosphere, the phone on the desk suddenly vibrated violently, breaking the stalemate with an unidentified call. The assassin lawyer's eyes suddenly turned sharp, cold, and highly focused, as if he had grasped every subsequent move of his prey. Ho-gil coldly ordered Director Song to prioritize answering the phone first, making the tycoon trembling comply under absolute suppression. The caller on the other end demanded he move his car elsewhere immediately, leaving Song Ji-hyun bewildered and asking back while the other party urged him to look outside the building. The director trudged toward the window under Ho-gil's observation, constantly mumbling in confusion because he saw no sign of any car in that area. Song Ji-hyun pressed close to the glass and firmly confirmed that there was no car, but he was suddenly stunned to realize he seemed to be falling into a trap. Without giving the opponent time to react, Ho-gil suddenly launched himself into the air like a fierce beast, officially launching an attack from behind the enemy's back. Ho-gil lunged and tackled Director Song to the ground just as a sniper shot tore through the glass, turning the luxurious office into the scene of a botched assassination. Hiding behind the wall, the tycoon tremblingly asked if someone was trying to take his life, forcing the lawyer to order the other party to lie still to stay alive. The assassin's eyes suddenly became profound as he judged that the mastermind did not fire a second time, meaning the previous shot was merely a warning. Song Ji-hyun dropped to his knees on the floor, trembling and lamenting that he had done everything just to survive, plunging the atmosphere into despair. Casually walking amidst the shattered glass, Ho-gil sarcastically asked how many gunmen were ambushing and challenged the chairman to try dodging bullets if he could. The cowardly director groveled and begged, asserting that he had devoted himself entirely to the company and for Anna's sake, but that excuse only made the opponent more contemptuous. Ho-gil narrowed his eyes at the sinner with full of suspicion upon hearing the female idol's name mentioned. He silently evaluated the true nature behind those justifications. The assassin roughly grabbed Song Ji-hyun's collar, sternly ordering him to confess the whole truth and threatening heavy punishment if he dared to hide even a single minor detail. With tears streaming down, the tycoon began to recount what had happened 3 months ago, officially lifting the curtain on a cruel conspiracy. Memories returned with the image of the red-haired partner arrogantly holding a stack of cash, the one who casually affirmed his preference for cold hard cash because it never leaves a dirty trail. Director Song recalled the encounter with the mysterious man who claimed to be a loan shark boss that even the big shots had to be wary of. In the dimly lit office, the partner sat casually and declared he would not beat around the bush but go straight to the true purpose of this visit. He expressed his intention to pour capital into the entertainment industry and admitted that Song's company was always a top target, making the director feel extremely honored. A decisive finger snap signaled the start, marking the moment the truth of the shady business deal was about to be exposed. Song Ji-hyun was startled and stunned when he witnessed the item inside the object that was just opened right before his eyes. A suitcase filled with 2 billion won in cash appeared along with a promise to invest 20 billion more if the official contract was signed. The cowardly director awkwardly asked about his task, while the investor scoffed and demanded to see the current work results. The red-haired man leisurely tapped his head with the thick stack of money, affirming that he had to clearly grasp the company's internal situation before going any further. With a sinister smile behind sunglasses, he demanded Song grant access to the drive containing all artist videos and financial reports for appraisal. Faced with the intense temptation of money, Director Song could only blankly nod in agreement, officially surrendering the idol's secrets into the hands of the devil. The red-haired partner smirked and asked Director Song why he was so tense, then casually reassured him that it was no big deal. He asserted that he only needed to verify the artist's true talents, while showing special interest in Anna's case. The investor used the title of Asia Regional Ambassador as bait, affirming that Anna's image perfectly matched what he was looking for. He gave a cryptic smile and suggested a dinner party to strengthen their business relationship in the near future. Returning to reality, Director Song sobbed and admitted that he was blinded by greed, which was why he acted so thoughtlessly. Ho-gil sat on the floor with the sinner, exposing that the leak of Anna's barefaced photos was the crux that created this deepfake disaster. The assassin glared and demanded to know who was behind spreading the clip, asserting that they needed hard evidence to confront Byeon Ho-gil directly. Song Ji-hyun continued to shed tears of belated regret, stammering that the real problem was much more complicated than that. The assassin lawyer's anger erupted fiercely, yelling and demanding the other party confess the whole truth immediately if he didn't want to pay a heavy price. Ho-gil gritted his teeth, reminding the bastard to look at the female singer's career that was about to be completely ruined by his dirty schemes. Director Song tearfully handed the phone to Ho-gil and confessed that this was the very reason they couldn't gather any hard evidence. The assassin lawyer took the device with an astonished look, silently concluding that the mastermind was extremely cunning in intentionally setting everything up to avoid detection. The screen displayed Face Phantom, a fully anonymous encrypted chat app that made tracking the perpetrator's true identity hit a dead end. Memories flashed back to Ho-gil questioning Director Song about his despicable past behaviors, leaving the tycoon awkwardly apologizing in despair. Back to the present, the director suggested calling the police and going public. But Ho-gil immediately rejected it, arguing that the process would take up too much time. The assassin scrolled through the messages, forcing the drive to be opened from Face Phantom, clearly sensing the overwhelming power and pressure from the anonymous figure. Ho-gil's eyes suddenly widened in horror, as he silently evaluated that the person behind this was truly a severely sick pervert. The chat contents gradually revealed disgusting demands regarding the artist's bodily secrets, along with a promise to pay 500 million won to buy the director's silence. Ho-gil smirked with a malicious smile, asserting that he had found the key to execute a bold plan to turn the tables. With a bizarrely gleeful expression, the assassin lawyer frantically typed and told the other party to stay quiet so he could begin his infiltration into the enemy's lair. Ho-gil, disguised as Director Song, sent a message to Phantom, pretending the company was going bankrupt and wanting to quickly make a huge deal regarding Anna's underwear to save the situation. Ho-gil and Director Song held their breath, watching as the pervert Phantom questioned the authenticity of the item, forcing the assassin to deliver the decisive blow by promising secretly recorded footage of Anna changing clothes. The culprit laughed gleefully through the phone screen and didn't forget to sarcastically remark that this company was truly disgusting, seeing as even the chairman was a bigger pervert than him. With a bizarrely gleeful expression, the assassin lawyer accepted the 500 million won payment and asked for the address to come pick up the goods in person, while silently declaring that death awaited the opponent. Hollis Coffee appeared peaceful under the bright sunlight, completely concealing a dramatic ambush being secretly orchestrated inside. Amidst the crowded and bustling space, Ho-gil, in a waiter's uniform, pretended to clean up to secretly observe all the movements around him, waiting for the moment the prey appeared. Despite spending all day infiltrating, the assassin still hadn't seen a trace of a suspect, while he himself looked the shadiest with round glasses and a green apron. Ho-gil's eyes suddenly turned razor-sharp upon realizing the time was ripe. He sternly demanded the sinner hand over the evidence immediately. Phantom frantically dashed through the cafe upon realizing he had been targeted, creating a chaotic chase to the astonishment of everyone around. A fierce scuffle ensued as Ho-gil and his disciple apprehended the culprit, making the man scream, beg, and confessed that he did everything just for money. Ho-gil was startled and stunned when he noticed an unusual detail right in the middle of the crowded cafe, triggering an assassin's sharp intuition. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the empty spot on the sofa, where the paper bag containing the crucial evidence had just mysteriously disappeared. Ji-hoo frantically restrained the suspicious man and fiercely interrogated him about the bag's whereabouts, but Ho-gil yelled just in time for him to stop because they had the wrong target. The disciple's eyes widened in amazement as he listened to his master and focused his gaze toward the cafe's entrance. Face Phantom's true identity was gradually revealed by the silhouette of a young girl in a stylish outfit, tightly clutching the designer bag she had just swapped. Her beautiful appearance beneath the mask and intellectual glasses left them both frozen in shock, unable to believe the pervert all this time was a woman. Ho-gil launched himself flying over the tables and ordered his disciple to chase the prey at all costs before she escaped. Heavy panting echoed amidst the high-rise buildings, signaling a breathtaking chase fiercely taking place in the narrow alleys. Ji-hoo leaned against the wall, gritting his teeth and scolding his uncle, as his usual overconfidence had now led to a clumsy and pathetic situation. Ho-gil grimaced and screamed, announcing he had sprained his ankle, and urged his disciple to quickly chase after the culprit who was slowly disappearing from sight. Face Phantom, disguised as a stylish girl clutching a designer bag, dashed as fast as the wind, silently mocking the amateurs who dared to use petty tricks to outsmart a scam expert. She flashed a smug smile and waved goodbye, not forgetting to sarcastically wish the losers better luck next time since she already had the victory in the bag. But her smile suddenly vanished when her body was unexpectedly flipped upside down midair, her face contorted in terror at an unforeseeable turn of events. The girl crashed into a supermarket shopping cart and screamed in agony, questioning what maniac dared to push a cart into the middle of the road, while Ho-gil arrived just in time with a sarcastic apology. The assassin lawyer casually threw a towel over his prey's face, coldly explaining that the things he needed to move were truly massive, which was why it caused this unfortunate incident. Ho-gil leisurely called her a dear patient and forced her to rest, despite the girl desperately screaming that this illegal detention was completely against the law. He smirked with a cruel smile and asked in return whether the filthy things she had done to Anna could be considered legal. The dead of night enveloped Byeon Ho-gil's dilapidated lawyer's office building, where the loan shark signs still shone brightly as if to cover up a bloody interrogation about to begin. In the dim darkness of the office, Ji-woo asked in a low voice why his master was able to pinpoint the exact identity of the mastermind so quickly. Ho-gil looked down at the unconscious girl's face and smugly asserted that as a top lawyer, he had seen right through Face Phantom's true colors from the very first second he stepped into the cafe. Ho-gil and Ji-woo surrounded the female phantom, who was tightly tied to the table. He casually exposed her flaw when she only stared at the bag without touching her coffee, while deluding himself that she had secretly fallen for him all along. Upon waking up, the young girl immediately pointed her finger, yelled, and humiliated Ho-gil by comparing him to a rotting sea cucumber left outside for 4 straight days. The assassin lawyer gritted his teeth with his face contorted in outrage. He couldn't believe he was so heavily insulted that it drove him crazy over a comparison. Phantom crossed her arms arrogantly, narrowed her eyes at him, and loudly questioned the true motive behind the violent acts he had committed against her. Ji-woo fiercely interrogated her on whether her illegal online activities were ordered by a big boss, making the girl immediately resist and insist she was being perfectly honest. She sternly declared that she herself was the big boss and admitted she had never intended to hand those sensitive items over to any other man. With a bizarrely infatuated look, Phantom confessed her sick collecting passion, claiming that Anna was the most beautiful among all her clients. Ji-woo froze in disgust upon hearing the sickening requests to collect everything from the idol's socks to her underwear. He silently lamented that this world was truly too chaotic. The young girl struggled frantically on the table and demanded to be released immediately, while issuing a stern warning that she genuinely knew nothing about any other conspiracies. Ho-gil bowed his head in utter weariness with cold eyes, casually pronouncing the verdict that perverts like Face Phantom were truly beyond saving. Ho-gil silently advanced toward the restrained girl on the table. He nonchalantly ordered Ji-woo to begin the interrogation despite his praise fear. The young girl screamed frantically, demanding he stay away from her, her face contorted in panic upon realizing she had completely fallen into the devil's hands. The assassin lawyer clapped his hands loudly to get her attention, coldly stating that now they could finally have a serious conversation. Tightly wrapped in blue duct tape like a mummy, Face Phantom relentlessly cursed the rotting sea cucumber and demanded to be set free instantly. Ho-gil leaned in close and asked her to open her eyes to complete the procedure before going home, despite the opponent's swearing she would rather get married than cooperate. As soon as Face ID was successfully activated, the assassin flashed a smug smile, thanked her for the cooperation, and didn't forget to sarcastically bring up a 1 billion won dowry for the dream marriage. Phantom furiously demanded to call the police to lock up the filthy lawyer, but Ho-gil casually checked the newly unlocked phone with his disciple. Ji-woo widened his eyes in horror at his master, screaming and questioning whether he truly understood the gravity of what he had just done. The young girl arrogantly claimed the police station was her second home because of her beautiful looks, and challenged him to use the law to punish her if he could. The atmosphere suddenly froze as Ho-gil coldly brought up the act on special cases concerning the punishment, etc. of sexual crimes, officially dealing a fatal blow to the sinner's complacency. Ho-gil casually listed the charges of violating information networks and defamation, even though Phantom was still tightly bound and throwing sarcastic remarks about his suspicious looks. The assassin leaned close to his praised face and growled about a 23-year prison sentence, asserting that by the time she got out, her life would be ruined anyway. Phantom rolled her eyes in despair. She would rather die than go to prison just because there was no eyeliner there to maintain her beauty. Under immense pressure, the young girl sobbed and pleaded that it wasn't her fault, promising to confess the whole truth to beg for forgiveness. Ho-gil's law office sank into a stifling atmosphere as dark secrets were gradually brought to light. Phantom raised her hand to insist she was just a freelancer working for peace, but her whining made Ho-gil angry, ordering his disciple to tie her back up immediately. She explained that she only accepted highly paid jobs without caring about the illegal nature of the work. Phantom began to expose the anomaly, stating that the motive of her employer was not profit, but a desire to completely destroy Anna's life. The assassin lawyer's eyes suddenly became razor-sharp and calculating upon hearing the word Destroy. Silently validating her assessment, Ji-woo hastily concluded that Jin Gyun-hong was the mastermind, but Ho-gil coldly dismissed it and scolded Phantom for being useless trash, knowing she never really possessed her client's true identity. Phantom insisted there was no evidence because all transactions were via an encrypted chat app, making tracing the mastermind incredibly difficult. Ji-woo anxiously asked how to find their prey if there were no clues, but Ho-gil casually replied that he never intended to waste his energy looking for him. The disciple's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing his master announce a bold plan to make the culprit bring himself straight to them. Ho-gil smirked with a mysterious smile, revealing he would directly impersonate Face Phantom to lure the prey into a set trap. The assassin lawyer didn't hesitate to don a ridiculously absurd schoolgirl outfit that made the real Phantom sick with disgust, while Ji-woo could only sigh in frustration and beg his master to stop this ridiculous stunt at once. All three glued their eyes to the phone screen as Phantom frantically recognized the identity of the person who directly hired her to pull off these dirty jobs. The message's contents exposed the cruel scheme as the hidden culprit requested a final attack strong enough to entirely ruin Anna's career. Ji-woo gritted his teeth in fury. He silently concluded that the one hiding in the shadows was truly a madman bereft of all humanity. The horrifying truth emerged with a deepfake video staging Anna being forced to get an abortion, a ruthless trick meant to drown the female idol in the mud of public opinion. Ji-woo's rage exploded violently thinking about the trauma Anna had to endure, forcing Ho-gil to quickly calm his disciple down to prepare for the final purge. Ho-gil thoughtfully analyzed the situation, asserting that the trump card was now safely in his hands, and ordered Face Phantom to get back into position to start the plan. Memories opened up to the scene of Jin Gyun-hong lying back enjoying himself on a chair. He smugly asked about the progress of the sensitive video and swore to use it to bury the female idol's career forever. The pervert Jin Gyun-hong leisurely chewed popcorn, admitting he was extremely thrilled by games of destroying other people's lives as an elegant hobby. The tycoon directed a cold, sharp gaze down at the two men standing frozen, mocking the ironic reunion of two best friends at the execution site. Jin Gyun-hong exposed their massive debts of over $1 billion each and humiliated them as fools whose necks were being tightly choked by financial shackles. He casually delivered an ultimatum that if they couldn't repay their debts, their organs would have the honor of being packed and traveling all over the world. Seeing the two debtors drop to their knees begging to do anything to keep their lives, the chairman could only laugh at the cliché of these hopeless begging scripts. Suddenly he opened his arms to paint a bright picture of a lucrative deal, promising to help them wipe clean all their debts in the blink of an eye. Jin Gyun-hong continued to enjoy his popcorn with a sinister smile, asserting that the nature of this deal was actually extremely simple. Facing the devil's pressure-filled gaze, the two men could only tremble and hold their breath as they realized the moment to sell their souls to the devil had officially arrived. The two men stood frozen under the brilliant spotlights. Before them were two daggers driven deep into the floor like a proclamation of a life-and-death struggle. Jin Gyun-hong wolfed down popcorn with a maniacal look, casually ordering the two best friends to rush into slaughtering each other for his entertainment. One man sobbed bitterly and recalled their friendship that spanned 17 years. Desperately asserting that he could not perform this barbaric act. Suddenly a heavy black handbag was violently thrown onto the floor with a dull thud, signaling the appearance of a highly tempting card. The money bag burst open to reveal 300 million won in cash along with a promise to clear all debts for the winner, and allow them to leave with that money. The large denomination bills lay scattered across the ground like a testament to the corruption of the human heart, directly suffocating any remaining moral values. Though his mouth kept murmuring denials about human nature, a greedy gleam began to kindle in the eyes of the one standing before the massive fortune. Jin Gyun-hong smirked with a disgusting smile, leisurely enjoying his popcorn while waiting for the betrayal scenario to erupt exactly as he wished. The two men trudged forward under the chairman's observation from above, who casually questioned the debt-paying ability of the losers. Standing amidst the magnificent space of the theater, a man quietly bowed his head in torment, silently telling himself he must find a way to survive this fateful night. His fists clenched and trembling, the man bitterly admitted that if this continued both would die, and suggested letting one survivor bring the money back to the other's family. That ruthless idea suddenly became a guiding light for the one tightly gripping the knife handle. He silently affirmed this was the right way to think in this desperate situation. Disregarding 17 years of camaraderie, he rushed forward with a face contorted in panic, officially launching a fatal strike aimed straight at his best friend. The other man's eyes widened in utter shock, unable to believe he was ruthlessly betrayed right at the execution site. The ruthless dagger thrusts were repeatedly swung along with heartbreaking screams, turning the magnificent space into a bloody arena of selfishness. A belated tear rolled down his cheek as he realized he had sunk too deep into the mire of sin, his mouth continuously murmuring painful curses. Jin Gyunhong sat high above, gleefully enjoying his popcorn, smirking and mocking the miserable fools for still deluding themselves about the existence of true friendship. The tycoon casually ordered his henchmen to ignore Ho-gil, affirming that the assassin lawyer was also just a fish busily biting at the bait. Meanwhile at the office, Ho-gil was highly focused on executing a computer network infiltration plan, silently warning of an unforeseen danger awaiting the perpetrator ahead. The match ended with the image of the survivor kneeling in a pool of blood, tightly clutching the money bag, a disastrous outcome that even he could not have imagined. Phantom widened her eyes in horror, unable to believe her ears, and shockingly asked why she had to involve herself in a game this crazy. She gritted her teeth while resentfully pulling the white sock onto her foot, bitterly complaining about the bizarre request the assassin lawyer had just forced her to perform. Sitting quietly in the schoolgirl uniform, Phantom feared that if she didn't wear it, the entire plan would collapse and all the blame would be dumped on her head. Memories of the brutal purges returned, as the assassin silently affirmed the perpetrator was eliminating all witnesses one by one, from the idol's residence to the company director. The image of Ho-gil powerfully tackling his opponent appeared as a testament to the recklessness and decisiveness of a man who always mastered every dangerous situation. Ho-gil leaned close to Phantom's ear with a sinister smile, coldly threatening that she knew full well who would be the next prey if she refused to cooperate meekly. Phantom gasped in shock upon seeing her master pull out a cardboard box covered with bright red heart stickers. He casually introduced this as his special preparation. The box bearing the words, "Spread the love," was slammed onto the table, making the assassin confidently assert that this was the only weapon strong enough to capture the mastermind. Jihu along with the whole group held their breath, looking inside with highly skeptical eyes, silently questioning why things had to go to such an unbelievable extent. With eyes burning with determination and full of calculation, Ho-gil stared at the mysterious content inside and sternly affirmed that she would definitely need it. The dead of night enveloped the Mate Entertainment building, where sinful shadows were silently converging to prepare for a highly ambiguous transaction. Phantom stood trembling in the director's office as she recalled Ho-gil's command about having to handle the incoming person by herself, her mouth continuously cursing the crafty assassin lawyer. A spine-chilling call suddenly rang out from behind, making the girl startle in shock, the mysterious man questioning whether she was Phantom, and wondering about the reason to see her face in person. The young girl's eyes widened in utter consternation, her heart pounding rapidly as she sensed a massive aura of murderous intent gradually enveloping the office space. The intruder revealed himself as He-shin, a B-rank assassin possessing a hand strength 5 times that of an ordinary human, who was looking extremely surprised that his opponent was not an ordinary child. He casually rested his hands behind his head and threw a sarcastic remark upon realizing the person he met was not a smelly old man like what he had imagined all this time. Facing the cold-blooded monster, Phantom could only tremblingly beg him to spare her, and promise to hand over whatever he wanted to be left in peace. He-shin smirked with a disgusting smile, slightly tilting his head and looking skeptical at the excessively easy submission of the little girl right in front of him. The atmosphere suddenly became stifling as Phantom silently lamented her miserable fate, feeling as if she was being cornered in a losing game. Before He-shin's aggressiveness, the young girl could only desperately step back and try to explain, signaling a bloody purge about to erupt at the enemy's lair. Phantom suddenly remembered a crucial detail, her eyes widening in sheer terror upon realizing the backup plan that the assassin lawyer had secretly arranged. In her memory, Ho-gil handed her the heart-stickered box and firmly asserted that this was the very thing she would definitely need to save her life. The young girl tremblingly placed her hand on the box bearing the words of love, silently hoping this gift could soothe the enemy's fury. Phantom frantically rushed toward He-shin, offering the box while begging for forgiveness and promising to hand over all the money inside in exchange for peace. The assassin He-shin smirked and mocked the obsolete habit of using cash but still leisurely accepted the calculating sincerity of the little girl. Suddenly his smile vanished when the inside of the box turned out to be entirely bananas, making Phantom turn pale and curse the craftiness of Byeon Ho-gil for pushing her to her death. Hae-shin coldly questioned the meaning of this pile of fruit, forcing the girl to desperately explain that she herself was also just the victim of a despicable plot. Phantom sobbed and called out to her mother for help in extreme fear, swearing that she was being perfectly honest before the murderous intent filling the room. Hae-shin gritted his teeth as he felt heavily insulted, silently judging that this was a direct challenge from his opponent. The assassin Hae-shin wolfed down a banana with eyes burning with madness, coldly declaring that expressing one's feelings was a man's privilege and preparing to unleash a brutal punishment. A hand decisively snatched director Song Ji-hyun's nameplate, officially triggering a daring plan right at the main lobby of the building. While Hae-shin was still leisurely chewing the banana with highly evil eyes, he casually teased Phantom, making the young girl tremble and suppress resentment. Suddenly Ho-gil appeared from behind, swinging the nameplate high like a weapon, coldly mocking his opponent's excitement, while he himself felt extremely sleepy. The assassin lawyer's eyes burned with murderous intent, Ho-gil sternly declaring that just looking at Hae-shin's face was enough to make his fist want to explode instantly. Hae-shin suddenly collapsed miserably with the banana still in his mouth, unable to expect that Ho-gil was smart enough to secretly slip sleeping pills in beforehand to end the match quickly. Phantom looked in horror at the B-rank assassin lying motionless while the lawyer was casually searching him, Ho-gil coldly affirming he didn't want to waste energy fighting a filthy monkey like him. Before the girl's question about the strike just now, the assassin casually regarded it as a well-deserved warning lesson because this guy dared to boldly ruin his meal. Ji-hoo silently sighed, thinking about the need to recruit a new intern for the office, even though Phantom was furiously screaming and questioning his master's ridiculous actions. A piercing scream tore through the quiet space of the night, signaling a failed escape of the poor-faced Phantom. Ho-gil roughly dragged Phantom along despite her struggling and begging to go home, sternly affirming the mission was not yet completed and forcing her to continue following him to the end. Ho-gil was dragging the bound Phantom behind him. He silently assessed that the entire drama just now was merely a way to investigate Hae-shin's connection to the murders, even though the girl relentlessly cursed his slickness. The assassin narrowed his eyes to check the phone of the unconscious Hae-shin, silently complaining that all communications were encrypted, making the search for clues about Jin Gyun-hong hit a complete dead end. Ho-gil's eyes suddenly flashed with a glimmer of hope when he discovered a minor detail in the call logs, firmly believing this was the crucial link leading to the tycoon. The dark space of the dilapidated basement appeared with discarded empty bottles thrown around carelessly, making the assassin lawyer wonder about the reason someone would choose this wretched place as a hideout. The two silhouettes trudged through the narrow corridor, Ho-gil casually throwing a sarcastic remark about the lack of compassion for animals when Phantom feared an assassination plot aimed at her. Suddenly Ho-gil froze with a face contorted in shock, the sharp intuition of a top assassin telling him that a danger was near. He signaled the girl behind to be quiet and pressed his body tight against the metal door to scout the situation inside the mysterious room. With a face burning with murderous intent, Ho-gil sternly ordered Phantom to directly take action, despite the girl desperately resisting because she didn't want to plunge into danger. Disregarding her complaints about fear, the lawyer still coldly forced his opponent to knock on the door to lure the insider out according to the prearranged script. Phantom could only hold her breath and gather all her courage to prepare to face the devil, while Ho-gil silently mocked that her beautiful idol-like appearance was the most perfect bait card. Phantom tremblingly admitted she had no other choice but to execute the risky plan of the assassin lawyer. Inside the room cluttered with trash, the man frantically clutched the suitcase and screamed, asking who was breaking into his hideout. Sweat poured profusely down his face, full of bewilderment, silently wondering what purpose the person standing outside the door ultimately carried. Phantom, disguised as an innocent schoolgirl, feigned crying that she was kicked out of the house by her brother, successfully tricking the prey's vigilance. The man revealed a highly shady face and indifferently invited the young girl into the house, completely unaware that he was about to fall into a deadly trap. Suddenly Ho-gil appeared right at the door crack and sternly requested to enter as well, leaving both people inside stunned in astonishment. The lawyer roughly pushed the door open and brought out the phone, coldly questioning whether the opponent recognized the identity of the person in the photo. As soon as he saw Jin Gyun-hong's picture, the man suddenly widened his eyes in terror upon realizing the truth of the matter was completely exposed. Ho-gil stood arrogantly looking at the prey kneeling amidst the heap of trash, despite him desperately screaming and begging, asserting that he knew nothing. Phantom furiously unleashed a ruthless stomping strike, making the bastard cry out in agony while he still stubbornly protected the dirty money he possessed. Ho-gil reassured the prey that he did not eat human flesh and demanded he confess the identity of the one who provided that dirty money. Despite the cowardly bastard swearing he knew nothing, the assassin lawyer still leisurely flashed a mysterious smile like enjoying a game of cat and mouse. Ho-gil casually held up a lighter and threatened to incinerate the pile of money, making the man frantically confess that Jin Gyun-hong was the mastermind behind it all. He screamed in pain about the efforts he had put in to possess that fortune amidst the dark space of the hallway. The assassin's eyes suddenly became razor-sharp, Ho-gil silently judging that Jin Gyun-hong was just a beast unworthy of his mercy. The horrifying memory of the two best friends slaughtering each other returned as a testament to the unforgivable crimes of the tycoon. Ho-gil strode through the wretched neighborhood and affirmed that although Phantom was just a pawn, Jin Gyun-hong was the one who had truly lost his humanity. He thoughtfully calculated upon realizing that the people swept into this investigation loop seemed to have no direct connection to Anna. The image of the mysterious red-haired demon appeared, giving Ho-gil a premonition about an invisible but incredibly tight link being hidden. Looking at Anna's haggard face on the bed, the final question remaining was the true reason the devils wanted to push the poor girl to her death. Ho-gil strode through the wretched night neighborhood and casually picked up the phone when he saw a call from his disciple, curiously asking what Jihu was facing. On the other end of the line, Jihu screamed and questioned the reason his master didn't pick up and announced a massive trouble, making the assassin frown and reply with total indifference. Ho-gil's face suddenly contorted in terror upon hearing the bad news from Jihu that the idol Anna had abruptly vanished without a trace into the night. The high-rise building stood silently under the pitch-black night sky, concealing the horrifying incidents about to crash down on the poor girl's life. The sound of shoes striking the tiled floor with absolute resolve amidst the dark space signaled a footstep trudging toward the awaiting pain. Anna emerged with a razor-sharp gaze and a face full of determination, silently resolving to protect what was left against the dark forces. The moment she stepped into the house, the young girl was stunned by the chaotic scene and told herself she absolutely must not collapse for the sake of her weak mother. Witnessing her mother sitting amidst the broken furniture, Anna painfully uttered the question of why her mother had to endure this sight alone. The female singer furiously screamed about the ruthlessness of the debt collectors as they continuously harassed them despite her family's efforts to pay off almost all the principal debt. Looking at the guitar bearing her name smashed and lying lonely beside the shattered TV screen, Anna bitterly realized that all her dreams were ruthlessly crushed by the devils. Looking at the guitar bearing her name smashed to pieces amidst the rubble, Anna bitterly realized that all her musical dreams and passions had seemingly been mercilessly crushed by the devils. Her mother could only slump to the floor, sobbing helplessly, choking out an apology to her daughter that made Anna's heart feel as if it were pierced by tens of thousands of knives. The young girl knelt down and tightly embraced her mother, gently comforting her to wait patiently a little longer because the time for her to shine on stage was very close. With eyes burning with determination, Anna swore to herself that even if it cost her life, she would definitely bring a comfortable life for her mother. Standing silently in the middle of the cold night street, Anna stared blankly at the business card in her hand and silently questioned the dangers lurking ahead. Her eyes glued to the name Jin Gyun-hong on the luxurious black card, silently analyzing the shady connection between this tycoon and the recent disasters. At the office, Ho-gil narrowed his eyes, questioning Anna if she truly didn't recognize the identity of the person secretly manipulating her career. The idol stared in shock at the photo of the red-haired man on the phone, stammering an explanation that because she had to interact with so many people, she couldn't remember them all. Ho-gil coldly exposed that the guy was not only a financial boss but also the company's most powerful investor, holding the key to the idol scandal. Anna's eyes widened in sheer astonishment as a crucial piece from the past suddenly came back vividly, signaling a shocking truth about to erupt. Anna gasped in shock upon accidentally discovering a crucial clue right under her feet. It was the business card bearing the name Jin Gyun-hong, the head of the powerful financial team, lying still on the table. The young girl tightly gripped the card in her hand and secretly made up her mind that she must go there directly to clear everything up. Standing before the skyscraper radiating a gloomy aura amidst the night, Anna looked up with extremely cautious eyes. Suddenly a cold voice rang out from behind, announcing that he had been patiently waiting for her presence for a very long time. The tycoon Jin Gyun-hong revealed himself with an arrogant smile, expressing his joy at finally meeting the female idol. Anna's eyes widened in horror when officially facing the evil perpetrator standing right in front of her. In response to her question about how he could anticipate her movements, the demon casually used a thick stack of cash to scratch his head in a mocking manner. He smirked and firmly asserted that he always knew every step of hers would soon lead into the preset trap. Jin Gyun-hong ignored the tension as he dropped a highly shady invitation to the dinner his mother had just prepared, officially dragging her into the devil's lair. Anna was stunned upon noticing something extremely strange, her eyes wavering with insecurity as she faced the red-haired demon Jin Gyun-hong. Amidst the magnificent space of the dinner party, the chairman casually asked if the food suited her taste, making Anna force a smile and admit there were many dishes she liked. Jin Gyun-hong arrogantly waved for his mother to bring more food to the table, asserting she was an excellent chef and would be very happy to see the honored guest enjoying the meal. The idol nodded slightly, commenting this was the signature taste of regional cuisine, silently telling herself she must politely greet the person who took the effort to prepare this dinner. As the next dish was served, Anna continued to praise the deliciousness of the food, completely unaware of a horrifying truth about to be exposed. Suddenly the young girl froze upon seeing the face of the server, her face contorting in shock to the point her breathing instantly became heavy. Anna's eyes widened to the fullest in utter astonishment, as if her heart had just been squeezed by an overly cruel arrangement of fate. Looking at the haggard figure of the woman in an apron, Anna stammered out a heartbreaking call for her mother, instantly turning the room's atmosphere freezing cold. The female idol fixed her gaze on her mother in disbelief, silently wondering why her poor mother appeared at this devil's lair as a servant. Jin Gyun-hong flashed a sinister smile and clapped in applause for the highly dramatic coincidence, casually questioning whether the two were indeed mother and daughter. Jin Gyun-hong casually revealed that he had generously paid off Anna's mother's debt and forced her to work here to pay it back, making the idol freeze in shock. The demon smirked smugly behind his sunglasses, asserting that she had now officially become his second mother in a highly ironic way. Anna froze in complete astonishment, silently asking herself what other terrible things this tycoon was plotting against her family. Jin Gyun-hong leaned close to Anna's mother's face and dropped a sarcastic remark about whether he and the girl should start calling each other siblings, making the atmosphere suddenly stifling. Unable to control her anger, Anna swung her arm and shoved the chairman away to protect her mother, despite him letting out a fake cry when unexpectedly resisted. The young girl fiercely grabbed her mother's hand and demanded that they both leave this hell immediately to find a way to resolve everything. Suddenly a thunderous slap broke out, tearing through the silence and pushing Anna to the floor in her own utter bewilderment. The female idol's eyes filled with pain and disappointment upon realizing the person who just struck her was the very mother she deeply loved and respected. Jin Gyun-hong ground his teeth with eyes burning with madness, silently enjoying the broken family drama he had painstakingly orchestrated. Anna's mother stood blocking her daughter and screamed, demanding she kneel and apologize to Chairman Jin immediately, officially turning the reunion into an inescapable nightmare. Jin Gyun-hong smirked slightly, beginning to perform a highly realistic and cold calculation right in front of the idol Anna. He casually converted her mother's wages into a salary of 30 million won a month, a figure ordinary manual laborers would never dare dream of. The tycoon leaned down, looking at her with overwhelming eyes, questioning if a poor woman would ever get to touch such a massive fortune. Jin Gyun-hong leaned close and dropped a bitter, sarcastic remark that even Anna herself had never had the chance to possess that much money. He exposed the harsh truth that she had not yet received any payment due to the massive debts accumulated since her trainee days, leaving Anna completely frozen in shock. Memories of the teddy bears returned along with the haunting of the 1.7 billion won gambling debt her late father had ruthlessly left for the mother and daughter. Anna recalled her unstable yet warm childhood when the two of them worked together in a cramped room, where she once wondered about the rich's definition of happiness. The young girl silently confessed that at that time, her mother always believed as long as they leaned on each other, money was no longer an important issue. Her mother's diligent hands working every stitch served as a testament to an ironclad belief that family bonds could be stronger than poverty. Looking at her mother's radiant smile from the past, Anna painfully realized she had been trying to deny the cruel reality that such belief was actually incredibly fragile before the cruelty of money. Beautiful childhood memories rushed back as little Anna tightly hugged her mother in her warm embrace, ignoring the jokes about the soon-to-be broken doll. But the brutal reality of poverty had turned that gentle face of the past into a worn-out woman, currently trembling in despair. Anna knelt on the floor, her eyes burning with hatred as she growled, accusing Jin Gyun-hong of being the despicable bastard who created the deepfake clips to ruin her. She screamed in despair, demanding the demon answer why he so ruthlessly pushed her family to such a dead end. He smirked with a mocking smile, casually replying that if the truth was revealed early, this game would no longer be fun. With the arrogant attitude of someone in power, the tycoon spread his arms wide and declared he would grant her a special hint about the true nature of humans. He reached his powerful hand toward the silently bowing Anna, firmly asserting that no one could maintain their steadfastness before the power of money. Jin Gyun-hong laughed triumphantly and exposed the bitter truth that even her pride became meaningless when faced with his massive fortune. The devil leaned close to the poor girl's ear and whispered a spine-chilling truth, that he had used money to buy off even a mother's most sacred love. He walked leisurely and continued to sow obsession with a mysterious question, forcing Anna to search back for the horrifying memories she had accidentally forgotten. Jin Gyun-hong smirked sinisterly. He casually held up the pink cosmetic bottle and began dropping temptations about a promising advertising contract. Anna's eyes suddenly widened in shock when she suddenly realized the true identity of the tycoon was the very person who sowed terror in the past. She firmly uttered an absolute refusal, her eyes burning with contempt, making the atmosphere in the room instantly extremely tense. Director Song panicked, sweating bullets. He frantically waved his hands, begging Anna to stay calm and not foolishly ruin the company's big business. Amidst the luxurious office, the chairman used the bait of double pay to force the female idol to accept being the representative face for his financial empire. Anna stood straight and sternly declared that the group area would never lower their dignity to promote a loan shark company. Despite the director's deterrence, the idol coldly turned her back and used practice as an excuse to quickly leave the highly ambiguous transaction. But just as she was about to step outside, Anna suddenly stopped and tilted her head slightly, signaling a direct declaration of war about to erupt. Her eyes overflowed with contempt as she questioned how the tycoon used money to buy people's hearts, and coldly affirmed that such an action was truly pitiful. Director Song frantically grabbed Jin Gyun-hong's hand to apologize, trembling and swearing he would personally punish this insolent girl to keep the peace. Jin Gyun-hong's eyes suddenly widened in astonishment, as if he had just witnessed something beyond all his calculations. He slightly tilted his face up to the sky and casually muttered that everything was fine, because these variables were naturally a common thing in the game. Anna stood tall facing the tycoon, screaming to question if it was just because of an advertising contract that he so ruthlessly ruined her whole family like that. Jin Gyun-hong smirked slightly, repeating those words with a highly contemptuous attitude as if to emphasize the pettiness of the things she was worrying about. The demon suddenly went mad, screaming in her face that what she called normal was actually just trash to someone who had to skulk around the bottom rung of society. He maniacally mocked Anna's cheap idol status and growled, asking why a lowly singer dared to look down on the renowned Jin Gyun-hong. With eyes burning with frenzy and bulging veins on his forehead, he asserted that before his financial power, anyone would be forced to bow in submission. Suppressing her pain, the young girl coldly demanded he set the conditions in exchange for freedom for both her mother and herself. The devil smirked with a highly sinister smile, leisurely declaring there was a very simple method to wipe clean that massive debt in the blink of an eye. Standing arrogantly before the trembling Anna, Jin Gyun-hong coldly pointed at the floor and ordered her to kneel to begin the humiliating transaction. Jin Gyun-hong triumphantly forced Anna to admit how cheap her legs were right at this moment. Facing the excruciating humiliation, the young girl could only silently bow her head and wonder if doing so would truly end everything. Anna swallowed her pain, slowly dropping to her knees on the floor to begin the bitter transaction with the demon. But at that very moment, a firm hand stopped her just in time and asserted that this sacrifice was more than enough. Jin Gyun-hong halted, his eyes glaring with annoyance upon witnessing the uninvited guest daring to ruin his fun. The lawyer Ho-gil appeared arrogantly, casually remarking that this place was far too filthy for Anna's knees to touch. The tycoon smirked slightly, challenging Ho-gil, loudly affirming that from the land to the people here, everything belonged to his absolute ownership. Ho-gil coldly stood in front to protect the girls, ready to face a life-or-death situation gradually becoming clear. Chilling clicking sounds rang out as a squad of armed henchmen suddenly rushed in to surround them, declaring that the outside world would never know what happened here. Standing in the midst of death's siege, the assassin lawyer slightly bowed his head, silently calculating that there were exactly 13 gun barrels ready to take his life. The assassin lawyer silently assessed that if it were just him, it wouldn't be a big deal, but the presence of innocent people around had become a major obstacle. Anna's mother tremblingly begged the demon to spare them, ready to take all the blame on herself in exchange for peace. Anna stood tall facing the enemy, firmly declaring she would agree to do all the filthy advertising contracts he demanded. Jin Gyun-hong laughed in sinister delight, scratching his head and mocking the fact that the female idol finally submitted so unexpectedly fast. He casually grabbed a lock of the young girl's hair and threw a derogatory remark that her commercial value had plummeted miserably after the recent series of scandals. The devil smirked, threatening to force both mother and daughter to work themselves to the bone to pay off the debt, while uttering an arrogant acceptance. Anna suddenly raised her phone and affirmed she had recorded all the accusations to prevent the opponent from going back on his word. Ho-gil quietly observed Anna's expression, speaking up to ask if she truly saw and understood what she was getting herself into. With absolutely resolute eyes, the female idol admitted money was exactly what she needed the most right now and requested her master not to interfere with her choice. Anna coldly ordered the old man to quickly head back, while Jin Gyun-hong still leisurely uttered a highly suggestive goodbye that he wouldn't be going far. Ji-hoo was stunned when Ho-gil suddenly swung his arm to stop him, preventing the boy from interfering in the female idol's decisive moment. The assassin lawyer, with a stern look in his eyes, affirmed that this was the path Anna had chosen to protect her loved ones. Watching the young girl's silhouette trudging away, Ho-gil coldly told her to live well and didn't forget to remind her about the fee that must be transferred this week. Jin Gyun-hong laughed so gleefully that his mouth hung open in a disgusting manner, secretly gloating as he witnessed the downfall of those who dared to defy the power of money. The quiet night enveloped the dilapidated lawyer's office building, where advertisements for debt and black market credit still shone ironically. Ignoring the tense atmosphere, Ho-gil frantically stuffed his face into the bowl of black noodles and urged everyone to eat quickly before the noodles got soggy. Ji-hoo and the girl Phantom just stood there frozen in contempt, loudly questioning how their master could calmly swallow all that food in this situation. With her face smeared in sauce, Phantom screamed, blaming the lawyer for pushing Anna into a tragedy and demanding that he get dressed to go to the police station immediately. Ho-gil calmly explained that even though that Jin guy was trash, he had helped Anna and her mother wipe out their debt, while also opening up opportunities for her to get valuable contracts. The assassin lawyer painfully lamented about the 1 billion won bonus that just flew away and ordered his disciples to quickly get more noodles to fill the emptiness in his heart. Phantom looked at the lawyer in shock, unable to believe that his stomach could still hold that massive amount of food. While Ji-hoo and his colleague diligently rummaged through the cardboard boxes for black noodles, Ho-gil leisurely demanded that they search more carefully. Suddenly a dry sound rang out, making both of their eyes widen in terror as they realized the only way out was completely blocked. They frantically banged on the door and screamed the sea cucumber guy's name to demand he open it, but the only response was a cold firmness from the other side. Ho-gil leaned in close and whispered a reminder to his disciples to hide carefully in this secret bunker to escape the bloody pursuit of the Jin guy's assassins. Standing quietly in the middle of the office filled with old files, the assassin claimed he had arranged for the police to come here if he disappeared for more than a day. Ho-gil slightly bowed his head with eyes burning with calculation, secretly affirming that the power of money was exactly what he needed most to start this life-and-death gamble. The cruel reality returned with the image of Anna sitting blankly, bitterly admitting that she was forced to accept a contract full of humiliation. The young girl suddenly stood up, screaming about her passion for music being choked to suffocation by the very glamorous stage she had always loved. Tears of despair rolled down as Anna stared deep into his soul and questioned if he could ever understand this heart-wrenching pain. Ho-gil silently stepped back behind the bunker door, ignoring the suspicious gazes of Ji-hoo and Phantom watching him. He calmly told his disciples not to eat all the food while Phantom's angry scolding about his selfishness still echoed from inside. Sitting in the middle of a room filled with heavy weapons, Phantom sighed wearily about the annoyance of this hiding spot while Ji-hoo remained in thoughtful silence. The boy's eyes suddenly widened in horror as he secretly guessed the crazy plan the assassin lawyer was about to embark on. The quiet night enveloped the skyscraper, where the dim lights signaled a terrifying storm that was about to sweep through. As soon as they saw the stranger's silhouette, the burly guards immediately put on fierce faces and issued threats, demanding he step forward quickly to be punished. Ho-gil, sporting a tight, rugged black tactical suit, casually slicked back his hair and said they didn't need to come all the way out here to give him such a warm welcome. With the arrogant demeanor of a professional predator, the assassin leisurely counted down 10 seconds and made a humiliating offer for them to escape. A henchman with a stark white bandaged arm rushed forward madly, growling about the terrifying nightmares he had every night since the lawyer broke his arm. Standing proudly in front of the building's main lobby, Ho-gil coldly asked for Jin Gyeon-hong's location, even as the guards deliberately tried to stop him, claiming their chairman was very busy. A pathetic henchman had just uttered a mocking remark about his chairman's leisure when Ho-gil silently closed in from behind with a terrifying murderous aura. Without giving the opponent time to react, a crushing punch smashed right into the guard's face, sending fresh blood splattering and completely deforming his face. The assassin lawyer immediately unleashed an extreme sweeping combo, taking down a slew of surrounding henchmen in a mere flash. The remaining thugs just froze in terror as they watched their comrades be miserably defeated by a single, highly dangerous man. Ho-gil lowered his center of gravity with great power and coldly questioned his opponent's back, asking if he really needed a reason to show up here. With eyes blazing with the will to fight, he firmly declared that he was present as a manager coming to demand justice for his idol. Suddenly, Jin Gyeon-hong's sinister smile appeared clearly, accompanied by sarcastic praise for the renowned lawyer's arrogance. The assassin still casually strode through the deadly encirclement, as he admitted he had almost forgotten to give Anna the account number for the final settlement. The tycoon screamed madly through the communication device, insulting his subordinates as a bunch of idiots for letting Ho-gil run wild alone in the lobby. The atmosphere suddenly became suffocating when the Jin guy suggested that everyone present start an exciting, bloody game. Jin Gyeon-hong casually promised a 500 million won bounty to whoever could take Ho-gil's life first. The henchmen rushed forward madly like moths to a flame, screaming and asserting that the lucrative sum definitely had to belong to them. Standing silently in the middle of the encirclement, the assassin lawyer slightly smirked and coldly asked if they knew where a human's fatal flaw was. An arrogant muscleman flexed his body to show off his muscles, claiming his defense was impenetrable. Ho-gil revealed a mockingly sinister expression, casually replying that they should see just how flabby that solidity truly was. He suddenly unleashed a brutal kick straight into the enemy's groin and sarcastically remarked that the feeling was truly too soft. The guards could only freeze in terror as they bitterly realized they had discovered their opponent's danger far too late. With a hysterical smile, he affirmed that he was exactly the kind of person mediocre types like them could never face. Ho-gil launched himself into the air like a phantom, spreading the nightmare of the presence of those even more terrifying than monsters. A brutal finishing blow erupted, tearing through the silence and officially wiping out any last hope of resistance from the greedy henchmen. Ho-gil lunged down from above like a fierce beast, growling in assertion that the financial conglomerate's subordinates were actually nothing more than the worst kind of trash. The lawyer assassin delivered a brutal stomp, crushing all resistance from the crowd of guards in a powerful rain of shockwaves. The gun-wielding henchman smirked sinisterly, sarcastically saying that the idol Anna had sunk too deep into temptation, and promised to give his opponent one last chance. Maintaining his arrogant attitude in his tactical suit, Ho-gil casually ordered his enemy to kneel and apologize immediately if he still wanted to keep his life. The thug madly brushed off the warning, growling that he was the one who held the power of life and death in the palm of his hand. Suddenly, the barrel of the gun in his hand shattered into 100 pieces under a lightning-fast strike, making the fiend only have time to utter an exclamation of utter shock. Ho-gil slightly pursed his lips mysteriously, hiding his ruthlessness behind a calm facade before officially delivering his final judgment. The assassin lawyer dashed forward with a fist blazing with murderous intent, scolding his enemy for being an idiot who heartlessly rejected the sole mercy he had offered. A brutal sterilization kick erupted, tearing through space and officially stripping away the henchman's manhood in an agonizing pain that pierced the heavens. Ignoring the pathetic wailing of the defeated, Ho-gil trudged toward the building, leaving behind the ruins and a belated apology to the victim's wife. The luxurious space filled with expensive supercars appeared as a testament to the absolute power of the Jin tycoon. In the middle of the room, Jin Gyeon-hong was screaming madly into a microphone with his face distorted from extreme excitement. He arrogantly declared that the contract had been signed and this cat-and-mouse game was officially over, witnessed by Anna. The fiend slightly tilted his head to look into the void, coldly stating that he truly couldn't understand the young girl's stubbornness. Standing opposite her enemy, Anna firmly questioned whether refusing a dirty sponsorship contract was truly such a horrific crime. Jin Gyun-hong slightly turned his back and dropped a derogatory remark that the idol still refused to face the harsh reality right up until the very end. He suddenly closed in and growled, asking if Anna truly didn't know what grave mistake she had committed. The fiend slightly pursed his lips mysteriously, hiding his deep calculations behind the exterior of someone who holds the power over life and death. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his arm, throwing a small object toward her and coldly challenging whether she finally understood what was going on. Anna was stunned into silence as she looked down at the CO Anna name tag lying coldly on the floor, officially closing a chapter full of deceit. Anna widened her eyes in panic when she accidentally saw a familiar object lying coldly at her feet. It was the Daelim High School name tag bearing her own name, an old piece of memory suddenly returning with haunting clarity. Jin Gyun-hong gave a slight smirk and announced that he had also started everything at that very same school around the same time. He casually tossed another name tag bearing the name Hyunsu onto the floor, officially exposing the truth about the tycoon's past. The fiend arrogantly claimed that was also where he used to study, the place that buried the darkest secrets of his life. Anna was dead silent in sheer disbelief, secretly denying the harsh reality, as the terrifying puzzle pieces began to connect. Painful memories from many years ago flooded back, showing a group of students viciously beating up the poor teenager Jin Hyunsu. The ringleader screamed, accusing Hyunsu of daring to use deepfake to smear his girlfriend, and ordered his underlings to record the entire execution scene to humiliate him. The quiet space of the storage room seemed to witness a massacre of the soul silently taking place under the overwhelming force of violence. The beating ended with the attacker confiscating his phone and threatening to force Hyunsu to pay monthly protection money if he didn't want this evidence clip to be leaked. Hyunsu lay sprawled on the floor after the beating, his ears still catching the echoes of his classmates, casually discussing keeping the incident quiet so they could continue profiting from the dirty money. The teenager suppressed the pain, clutching his bleeding arm, silently cursing the bastards who considered torturing him a despicable pastime. The following days turned into a living hell as he became completely isolated, having to trudge along amidst cold shoulders and scornful glares as if he were trash. Standing in the silent hallway, Hyunsu hatefully swore that he just wanted to burn everything down and die together with the ones who pushed him into the darkness. Suddenly CO Anna appeared like a ray of light. She called his name and informed him that he had dropped an important item, leaving Hyunsu utterly stunned. The future idol held the name tag out in front of him and urged him to quickly take it instead of just standing there in a daze. Holding the old item in his hands, Hyunsu silently wondered why a famous trainee who rarely even came to school could remember his identity so accurately. The following days became a bit easier as Anna would always smile and greet him whenever she walked past his class, even though she often ran away mysteriously right after. The young girl was the only comfort in Hyunsu's dark life, but that fragile peace couldn't last for long. Returning to his seat, Hyunsu was shocked to see a strange name tag sitting squarely on his desk, signaling a new incident about to unfold. Hyunsu quietly tightened his fingers around CO Anna's name tag, secretly recalling the rumors that the girl had transferred to an art school to prepare for her debut. The haggard teenager with glasses slightly bowed his head to look at the safety pin in his hand, bitterly realizing that she had intentionally left this item where he could most easily find it. But the hellish days cruelly continued as the bully's powerful kicks rained down continuously, knocking the teenager sprawling in the middle of the locker room. Clutching his bleeding face in utter helplessness, he secretly prayed every day to escape into the military, clinging to the fragile hope that he wouldn't have to die in vain. Until the dim ceiling lights of the hospital appeared before his eyes, Hyunsu secretly felt triumphant, realizing that his resilient endurance had finally paid off with insanely huge luck. Sitting on the hospital bed with his face wrapped completely in white bandages, he glued his eyes to his phone screen and smugly affirmed that the incident had turned him into a billionaire, officially paving the way for a rebirth. His swollen eyes narrowed slightly with calculation, secretly thinking about a twisted, bonded destiny that he had always craved and silently waited for all this time. Through the small screen, the image of a radiant Anna holding a guitar and busking on the street appeared vividly, awakening all the lust and insane possessiveness inside the demon's mind. A sick smile gradually cracked across the wounded face. The fiend gave a slight smirk and silently made a chilling promise that he would soon come to find her. Shattered memories gave way to the present as the Mate Entertainment Company building loomed under the sky, where Jin Gyun-hong was speaking in a calm voice, demanding that Anna obediently listen to what he was about to reveal. Director Song and Chairman Jin sat across from Anna in a luxurious office to discuss a financial advertising contract with double the compensation. Meanwhile, the chairman's surname Jean was secretly nervous and weighing dozens of greetings to see if the idol girl would still recognize the bullied victim from the past. The atmosphere suddenly froze when Anna softly pursed her lips and apologized in preparation to make a highly decisive choice. Jin Gyun-hong smirked slightly and pushed up his glasses smugly, casually gesturing for her to go ahead and express all her thoughts. But his smile vanished when Anna firmly declared that the area group would never accept an advertisement for a loan shark company, no matter how high the price was. The young woman coldly stood up and excused herself to go to practice, leaving Director Song panicking and calling her name in sheer helplessness. Suddenly Anna stopped right by the door, her back exuding a clear contempt for the man who was using money to manipulate everything. She slightly turned her head back and dropped a bitterly sarcastic remark, questioning whether this was how he had been using money to buy people's dignity all this time. Director Song frantically grabbed the tycoon's hand to apologize and make excuses for her ignorance, but the devil merely replied coldly that everything was fine. Hidden behind his calm facade was a face distorted by fury. The devil Jin Gyun-hong frantically cursed Anna as a bitch, and swore to make her pay dearly for this arrogance. Memories flooded back with the image of the innocent schoolgirl Anna handing her name tag to her male classmate along with the assertion that he used to like her. But her radiant smile when she waved goodbye back then had now become an obsession that made the tycoon's heart bleed. Jin Gyun-hong ground his teeth with eyes burning with madness, secretly swearing that he would turn the girl who once looked down on him into an absolutely submissive slave. Returning to reality, he maniacally rushed over to question Anna about why she dared to forget his existence, or if she was just deliberately acting to avoid the past. Anna stood stunned in the dark space, silently confessing that she truly couldn't remember the bitter words he had once endured. Facing the sharp gaze behind his glasses, she firmly asserted that those very fragmented memories were what made her feel the most ashamed. The devil smirked slightly with a sinister smile, secretly wondering if she had truly understood the cruelty of this game yet. Jin Gyun-hong leisurely declared that in this place with no surveillance cameras, he would wipe her existence off the face of the earth in just one short week. He coldly outlined a humiliating retirement script and asserted that this world would quickly find a replacement the moment she disappeared without a trace. Despite Anna frantically screaming and begging for freedom, the tycoon casually ordered his henchmen to drag her away to prepare for a brutal purge in the background. Anna was tightly restrained by the henchmen, screaming frantically and demanding that they let go of her immediately. Suddenly from above, the assassin lawyer Ho-gil crashed through the glass window, creating a terrifying raid amidst a rain of shards. His sudden appearance made Jin Gyun-hong widen his eyes in terror, while Anna's eyes were filled with astonishment mixed with a glimmer of hope. Ho-gil landed powerfully, slamming his body straight onto the expensive gold-plated supercar right in front of the enemy, officially sparking the purge. The henchmen could only stand frozen looking at the ruined scene, silently marveling at the sheer madness of the man who had just appeared. Kneeling on the crushed car roof, the assassin casually looked at the dent and sarcastically remarked that it seemed he had just made a tiny scratch. Jin Gyun-hong frantically tore at his hair, screaming in agony over the only car of its kind in South Korea being destroyed and blaming everything on the opponent. Amidst the chaos, Anna looked up at her savior with teary eyes, tremblingly calling out her uncle's name with absolute admiration. Ho-gil maintained his arrogant demeanor, casually rummaging through his pockets and asserting that as a reasonable lawyer, he needed to show his sincerity after destroying property. Before the tycoon's bewildered face, Ho-gil coldly presented the object in his hand and ordered the opponent to accept this apology gift. Ho-gil provocatively raised a blurred middle finger and asserted that it was the greatest sincerity he had for the tycoon. He held the contract in his hand and sarcastically remarked that this was indeed a wonderfully fantastic slave agreement. Citing Article 110 of the Civil Code, the assassin declared that any agreement made through fraud or coercion could be annulled. He turned his eyes toward Anna and pressed her on whether she had truly voluntarily signed this contract full of injustice. Jin Gyun-hong burst out laughing, mocking lawmakers as useless trash and threatening to show the thug lawyer the impotence of those dry laws. The devil casually asserted that this so-called slave contract only truly existed when the insiders themselves felt it was unfair, then squinted at Ho-gil provocatively. He leaned in close, enticing Anna with a compensation of 100 million won per month, a figure that an ordinary person would have to trade 10 years of labor for. With a sinister smile, Jin Gyun-hong asked in return whether this was still slavery when the benefits were so incredibly lucrative. Ho-gil frantically screamed, demanding that Anna not listen to the cunning words using money to cover up illegal forced labor. Anna stood silently looking at the contract, her eyes wavering at the enchanting terms laid out before her. Jin Gyun-hong smirked slightly, praising Anna for her humanity, and asking if she felt truly alive when faced with temptation. He spread his arms wide and boldly declared that money is the universal key that can erase all anxieties, from illness to the pressures of life. The devil roughly grabbed her chin and forced her to envision a madly happy future if she agreed to submit to him. His eyes grew profound behind the glasses as he casually recounted how he himself had once struggled to crawl up from that hell. Cruel memories rushed back with the image of teenage Hyunsu being brutally assaulted and having to endure insults that poverty was a sin. The bullies trampled him while declaring that sinners like him deserved to be beaten, ordering him to continue enduring this torment. Amidst the cold shoulder of his friends, Hyunsu silently bowed his head, admitting he was a lowly pauper and bitterly talking about his father who was in debt due to gambling. To escape the clinging poverty, he had to sell his labor at construction sites with such despair that he just wanted to end his life immediately. Just when he was exhausted, a call from the police came in, making him panic thinking he was being arrested, but it turned out everything was related to his father. The only inheritance the father left for Hyunsu was a massive gambling debt worth 2.8 billion won. Standing in the middle of a room filled with trash, he scolded that if he was going to die, he should have done it properly instead of leaving behind nothing but garbage. Suddenly, he discovered an old phone lying bare among the discarded items on the floor. He thought to himself that this item couldn't even sell for 3,000 won as he saw countless debt collection messages constantly popping up. But a second later, Hyunsu suddenly froze in sheer amazement when he saw something unusual. He wondered what trick his father was playing again when he saw a Bitcoin app along with unimaginably massive strings of numbers. It turned out the father had secretly bought up to 50,000 Bitcoin from more than 10 years ago. With the current exchange rate of over 35 million won per coin, he began converting the assets. Hyunsu screamed crazily at the figure of 1.5 trillion won along with tens of billions in monthly interest. He tremblingly placed his hand on the mouse and silently affirmed that he could now completely change everything. Hyunsu's eyes burned with determination, silently affirming to himself that he would reset this miserable life to claim what rightfully belonged to him. With a face entirely wrapped in white bandages after surgery, Hyunsu hatefully swore that he would annihilate all those who had once trampled on him, without sparing a single one. Standing in the middle of a brightly lit night street, he silently declared that he would show those bastards how terrifying success could be, and the ringleader would be the first target. Jin Gyun-hong, in his elegant new appearance, sat among the beauties, casually ordering the two girls to quickly get lost to prepare for a reunion. He slightly looked up at the waiter who was frozen in shock and reminded him that it was the opponent who had actively sought him out. A sinister smile appeared clearly on his lips along with a social greeting after many days apart, making the atmosphere suddenly suffocating. He arrogantly asserted that he came here to return the favors from the past and asked whether the opponent still remembered his identity. Cruel memories rushed back along with the revelation that he was the beggar Hyunsu who used to be brutally beaten day and night, leaving the waiter only able to gasp in shock. Jin Gyun-hong casually patted the enemy's face and sarcastically remarked that his despicable face hadn't changed at all, even as the opponent tremblingly asked how he managed to infiltrate this place. He smirked slightly, revealing a lucrative part-time job and tempting the former henchman to join in to make money, officially kicking off the dramatic revenge plot. Jin Gyun-hong gave a disgusting smirk, offering 1 million won for every hit, leaving Anna only able to tremblingly ask what she had to do to escape this situation. Memories of bloody beatings came back. He swung the bat wildly and counted each strike amidst screams demanding to mercilessly annihilate the enemy. With a face distorted by excitement, the devil realized that with just a little money, he could manipulate everything to his will. The scene shifted to the present as he appeared flashily among beauties, enjoying a regal life and absolute power on the night streets. Standing on a brightly lit high podium, Jin Gyun-hong spread his arms wide to receive the crowd's cheers and madly declared himself the king of this world. Back in reality, the tycoon roughly grabbed Anna's chin and challenged her to imagine a happy future if she accepted submitting to him. He let out a ghostly laugh, asserting that just thinking about it was enough to make him feel excited, despite the despair surrounding the young girl. The image of the time when Anna was an unknown idol, having to perform in a quiet basement, came back as a reminder of her impoverished past. She once had to wander and sing on the streets without anyone or even the roaming dogs bothering to pay attention to her singing voice. Even when she had reached the peak, the devil still coldly asked how long that fame, traded for sweat and youth, could be maintained. Jin Gyun-hong ruthlessly dug into her emotional wounds, sarcastically saying that Anna would have to spend her whole life sneaking around fans while her life remained nothing but a pile of garbage. He leaned in close to the poor girl's face with a triumphant smile, claiming this was the exact moment for all her past hardships to be worthily compensated with money. Before the overwhelming enemy, Anna could only bow her head and bitterly admit that the words spoken by the tycoon were indeed not wrong at all. Suddenly Jin Gyun-hong's eyes rolled up in sheer astonishment as he noticed a sudden change in the attitude of his prey right before his eyes. The female idol unexpectedly erupted in anger. She crushed the contract and shouted firmly that this was essentially just a cruel slave agreement. She took a decisive step and coldly declared that she couldn't care less who the opponent's true identity was, because he was the one who had driven her to this state. Jin Gyun-hong still casually ignored the accusation, warning Anna not to try to manipulate him psychologically and ordering food to be brought out because he was feeling hungry. Without a moment of hesitation, Anna launched a surprise attack, smashing the plate of food right into the tycoon's face and scolding him as a pathetic nerd. Amidst a flying shower of vegetables, the idol girl poured out all her long-accumulated hatred into a resounding roar that shattered the silence of the room. Standing silently with a face smeared with garbage, Jin Gyun-hong merely let out a mysterious sigh, signaling that a brutal explosion was about to take place. Ho-gil raised an approving finger and announced he had turned off all the camera systems, urging Anna to smash the bastard one more time. The security guards rushed over in a panic to rescue the boss, but Jin Gyun-hong quickly waved them off to stop them because he didn't want them interfering. He held his face and laughed madly behind his glasses, sarcastically saying that the girl had just personally flushed her last chance down the toilet, and declaring it was too late. The atmosphere suddenly turned gloomy as a group of bald butchers unexpectedly appeared, their hands clutching sharp blades ready for a purge. Standing silently amidst the dense encirclement, Ho-gil had to face the inevitable death sentence from the cold-blooded tycoon. The henchmen growled, bringing up their compensation and expressing their impatience to finish off the lawyer quickly so they could get their hands on the money soon. Facing gun barrels and blades, Ho-gil still arrogantly asserted that no matter how many of them there were, the outcome for him would be only one. Jin Gyun-hong slowly sat down and sinisterly revealed another malicious plan, asserting he had sent people to hunt down his close associates. The image of two loyal partners falling into danger appeared like a cruel psychological blow aimed straight at the lawyer's resolve. Ho-gil's eyes suddenly hardened with murderous intent. He silently cursed the tycoon's filthiness but still coldly asserted that the lives of those people had nothing to do with him anyway. Ho-gil casually dropped a sarcastic remark that he had long fired that underling and now he was just a poor lawyer standing opposite his enemy. With a highly serious face, he demanded the tycoon speak directly to him instead of wasting effort searching for his partners in vain. Meanwhile at the shelter, Ji-woo looked at the empty box in panic and yelled that the uncle would go crazy knowing the whole year's stash of black noodles had been devoured by Phantom. Jin Gyun-hong smirked sinisterly as he announced he had people thoroughly searched but found absolutely no trace of anyone at the office. The opponent's confidence left Ho-gil momentarily stunned, silently amazed by the devil's sharpness as he recalled that the guy never believed a word he said anyway. He leaned his face close with a sickening smile and began forming a venomous hypothesis that the building over there was definitely hiding some secret room. Standing looking at the law office from afar, Jin Gyun-hong loudly declared he would carry out an extremely simple plan of completely wiping out this building to end everything. Amidst the quiet night on the rooftop, an assassin silently prepared gasoline cans and gripped a lighter in his hand, ready to execute the brutal arson mission. Ho-gil frantically swung his fists fighting back the henchmen and yelled, questioning Jin Gyun-hong how deep into the mud he intended to sink by daring to despise the law's tracking. The devil casually made an arrogant hand gesture, starting to perform a cold calculation about using 3 billion won to buy the absolute silence of the arsonist. Jin Gyun-hong made a highly sinister hand gesture, threatening Ho-gil that if he dared to lift even a single finger, the law office would instantly be reduced to ashes. Anna screamed in tears, begging him to stop and promising to do anything out of fear that Ho-gil and Ji-hoo would be in danger because of her mistake. Standing silently in the dark space, Ho-gil maintained a mysteriously pensive face that made everyone doubt what he was truly thinking about. Ignoring all the begging, Jin Gyun-hong frantically screamed orders for his subordinates to annihilate the lawyer immediately. The knife-wielding henchmen dashed forward like predatory beasts, forming a deadly encirclement aimed straight at Ho-gil's position. Anna could only scream in utter despair as she witnessed the dangerous scene surrounding her uncle. Jin Gyun-hong laughed gleefully and arrogantly, triumphantly pointing forward as if he already held victory firmly in his hands. Suddenly the smile on the tycoon's face vanished, replaced by a stunned expression due to an incident completely outside his calculations. Anna's eyes suddenly widened in amazement at a shocking truth that had just been exposed right at the scene. Jin Gyun-hong looked into the void in terror, stammering to ask himself what the hell was going on while a cold voice unexpectedly called his name. Ho-gil smirked and revealed his true identity, loudly declaring that he was the powerful chief lawyer of the Byeon Ho-gil law firm. With an agile movement, he casually strode through the encirclement, while the tattooed henchman began to fall into a state of utter chaos. Jin Gyun-hong's eyes trembled violently behind his glasses. The tycoon began to sense a terrifying instability gradually engulfing the scene. In the dark space, Ho-gil spread his arms mockingly and boldly questioned the reason why they had turned to slaughtering each other. Fatal knife strikes continuously rained down along with greedy screams asserting that all of that lucrative money must belong to them alone. Splattering fresh blood tore apart the fake loyalty, turning former teammates into savage beasts madly stabbing each other in the back. Jin Gyun-hong frantically screamed for them to stop. He panically pointed at Ho-gil and asserted that the lawyer was the one who needed to be killed immediately. Sweating profusely, the tycoon rolled his eyes in sheer astonishment and pressed on about what the hell Ho-gil had done to create this bizarre scene. Ho-gil coldly stared right into his opponent's soul and casually repeated the exact philosophical words about the power of money that Jin Gyun-hong had once proudly uttered. He casually held up a pre-marked stack of cash and asserted that in this world, money is the only language that can sway any will. Ho-gil arrogantly raised the stack of cash in his hand, triumphantly declaring that there was nothing in this world that money couldn't solve. Jin Gyun-hong's face twisted in terror behind his glasses. He stammered to question how much money that dirty lawyer had used to buy off his henchmen. Ho-gil casually used the stack of money to scratch his head with a disdainful look, while the tycoon was still frantically screaming to ask where he got that massive amount of money. The red-haired devil rolled his eyes in sheer astonishment, as if his heart had just been squeezed by an overly absurd reality unfolding right before his eyes. Amidst a scene littered with corpses, Jin Gyun-hong screamed to question the dirty trick Ho-gil had just pulled while the lawyer leisurely sat enjoying some popcorn. Wearing 3D glasses and loudly crunching on popcorn, Ho-gil mocked the opponent's timidity and urged him to go ahead and ask questions if he felt curious. A butcher silently approached the big boss and growled, demanding he immediately hand over the 3 billion won compensation as promised earlier. Jin Gyun-hong cried out in panic when the henchman suddenly changed his mind, terrified by the demand for up to 100 billion won for the assassin lawyer's life. The sharp blade pressed against his face made the tycoon turn pale. He could only scream, demanding a satisfactory explanation as he was reminded by his own subordinate about the promise to the last survivor. Jin Gyun-hong's eyes dilated in sheer terror as he realized he had completely lost control, just as an authoritative voice rang out demanding everyone focus their attention on them. Jin Gyun-hong looked up at the large screen in shock, his face contorted in amazement at the appearance of uninvited guests. Words inviting wealth appeared provocatively, accompanied by the image of a woman casually crossing her legs with full authority. It was none other than Phantom, who boldly declared she would kindly explain everything while Master Ho-gil still sat idly watching the drama. The red-haired tycoon could only stammer in utter despair, frantically questioning what kind of sick joke this was. Phantom signaled for her partner to shut up so she could handle it entirely, secretly smug at seeing the prey had completely fallen into the psychological trap. The entire chaotic scene appeared on the screen along with the declaration that General Jin Gyun-hong would give the assassins a chance to change their destinies. With a radiant smile full of mockery, the young girl asserted that just sitting still would be very boring, so the chairman was going to host a little game. Jin Gyun-hong sat silently observing everything, The nature of a cold-blooded predator hidden behind his flashy clothes was gradually being clearly revealed. He sat arrogantly on the golden chair and loudly proclaimed himself the holder of monetary power, ready to spend money for a bloody performance. He coldly ordered the butchers to slaughter each other, and asserted that the last survivor would receive a compensation of 100 billion won. The cruel truth was revealed when the tattooed henchman announced the filming had ended, officially turning the secret dialogue into evidence against the big boss. Sitting arrogantly on the yellow Lamborghini, Jin Gyun-hong had once proudly asserted that 100 billion compensation was just a small matter for his power. He burst into hysterical laughter, the ghostly laugh echoing through the space like a final mockery directed at the poor. The devil squinted sinisterly and boldly questioned the opponent in return whether any man would truly believe he would pay that amount of money. Standing amidst the encirclement of assassins, Gyun-hong panicked and begged them to believe him, asserting that the whole thing was just an elaborate scam. The henchmen started losing patience upon realizing they were being deceived. They growled and interrogated their big boss, leaving the tycoon only able to tremblingly look for a way out. He screamed in despair that the scheming lawyer had used deepfake to smear him, but the butchers had completely lost their minds due to the betrayal. Ho-gil leisurely removed his 3D glasses and smirked arrogantly, coldly asking Jin Gyun-hong how it felt to dig his own grave with his own hands. Ho-gil smugly asked his associates about his acting skills, secretly comparing himself to Park Bo-gum, leaving Ji-hoo speechless and threatening to kill the old man. Phantom was incredibly impressed witnessing the lifelike deepfake video, admitting that this scheming master truly possessed the intellect of a monster. Jin Gyun-hong frantically questioned how Ho-gil could create that fake video, while the lawyer casually chewed popcorn and mocked his opponent's stupidity. Memories flooded back with the image of Ho-gil in an elegant suit, secretly observing and collecting data right at the banquet table under the loose protection of the bodyguards. With a sharp, cold gaze, the assassin secretly affirmed that he had recorded all of Jin Gyun-hong's gestures without anyone knowing. Ho-gil gleefully revealed that he had meticulously analyzed everything from his opponent's pores to his nose hairs to create the most perfect replica of Jin Gyun-hong. Amidst the magnificent space, the lawyer used that very deep-fake video to sow suspicion and turn the dinner party into a bloody arena. Ho-gil sinisterly used Haitian's phone to send that fake video to the bloodthirsty North Korean assassins, officially triggering the explosive fuse. A series of messages confirming participation in the purge popped up, signaling a night of terror as the butchers believed their big boss had truly betrayed them. The entire scene of the bloody civil war unfolding right before his eyes, Ho-gil arrogantly declared this was the art of using barbarians to deal with barbarians. Ho-gil smugly bragged about his top-notch acting skills in front of his teammates, driving Ji-hoo crazy enough to demand to kill the old man while Phantom kept criticizing his despicable taste. Meanwhile, Jin Gyun-hong was surrounded by knife-wielding butchers, frantically screaming and explaining deepfake technology to the bewildered, murderous barbarians. Sweating profusely, the tycoon desperately begged them to believe him and firmly asserted that the person in the video was not him at all. The bold assassin approached with a knife and coldly demanded the opponent provide solid proof, leaving Gyun-hong at a dead end not knowing how to prove it. The tycoon's eyes suddenly trembled violently behind his glasses, bitterly realizing that he and all his subordinates had been spun around like pinwheels by lawyer Ho-gil. Amidst the chaotic scene, Ho-gil casually wore 3D glasses and sat enjoying popcorn, even as the henchmen began changing direction to demand the chairman hand over the massive compensation. Gyun-hong panically pointed his finger, accusing Ho-gil of being the one behind orchestrating the fake video, but the lawyer just feigned innocence and asked back about the definition of a pancake. He ground his teeth and reached into his coat pocket, growling a declaration that he still had one final move to turn the tables before ending everything. The image of the arsonist assassin holding a lighter on the rooftop flashed back as a threat to completely burn down the law office according to Jin Gyun-hong's sinister plan. Suddenly the tycoon's eyes rolled back in terror upon noticing an unexpected incident, stammering in shock as he realized the true nature of the situation. Jin Gyun-hong frantically searched all over his body upon discovering that the phone containing all his dark secrets had suddenly vanished without a trace. Amidst the dead silence, a hand casually raised the device along with a sarcastic reminder about the polite etiquette of a true gentleman. Ho-gil leisurely chewed his popcorn and demanded the opponent turn off his phone so as not to disturb the show, making the tycoon frantically scream and curse the damn lawyer. In his despair, The devil turned to blame everything on Seo Anna and bitterly assumed this tragedy happened only because she had accidentally forgotten him in the past. The female idol froze with eyes burning with rage, growling a demand for the sinner to repeat that name one more time if he still wanted to keep his life. Without giving the tycoon time to react, Anna unleashed extraordinary strength as she raised a metal chair high, preparing for a brutal punishing blow aimed straight at the enemy's head. Facing death, Jin Gyunhong could only utter a bitter curse as he realized he had completely lost control of this deadly game. A thunderous smash rained down, tearing through the silence, turning the arrogant tycoon into a cowering figure beneath the young girl's wrath. Anna innocently asked her master whether her recent action constituted assault, but Ho-gil casually denied it since this scene inherently had no witnesses. The young girl stared silently into the void with sorrowful eyes, secretly affirming she did nothing wrong and painfully questioning herself whether loving someone too much was a sin. Jin Gyunhong clutched his head in utter despair, secretly cursing himself for stepping into this dirty game of love only to now suffer the cold shoulder of everyone. Anna stood silently with a sharp, cold gaze, secretly asserting that no matter how hard it tries, a monster could never become human. He screamed in pain, demanding she stop looking at him with that contemptuous gaze, and swore to destroy Anna immediately if he ever got the chance to turn things around. Amidst the dark space of the ruined party, Ho-gil leisurely sat observing the cowering tycoon and sarcastically remarked that it seemed his job here was done. The tattooed butchers silently advanced toward Jin Gyunhong with blazing murderous intent, signaling a new beginning full of blood and tears for the betraying big boss. He panically knelt and begged, promising to pay the entire compensation amount, but the assassins only coldly questioned whether they were still stupid enough to be fooled once again. The story gradually closed with the image of a calm sea surface at night, as police began questioning the mysterious disappearance of Jin Gyunhong when his cryptocurrency transactions were suspended. The expensive floral shirt drifted slowly on the waves as a final testament to the downfall of a financial empire built on deceit. The trial for the shocking scandal took place swiftly under public pressure, where all the dark truths were gradually brought to the light of justice. Although Phantom's crimes were immense, thanks to her cooperation, her demonic AI deepfake technology was finally fully exposed to the entire world. Because it was a first-time offense and showed signs of repentance, Anna decided to generously forgive the one who harmed her right at the trial. Standing nearby, Ho-gil wondered why Phantom was shedding tears while she resentfully asserted that she was crying because the lawyer was too cruel. Before the cold prison gates, the truth was revealed that forgiveness was only a generosity of the soul and did not erase the legal punishment at all. Inside the cell, Phantom frantically screamed and cursed Ho-gil, making the surrounding inmates back away in panic. The moment she heard someone was coming to visit, Phantom immediately jumped up and secretly affirmed that the person was none other than the hateful lawyer. But Haitian's appearance in a white suit with a giant bouquet of bananas made Phantom terrified, begging the warden to take her back to her cell immediately. She screamed through the glass, demanding the monkey get lost and enjoy that pile of bananas by himself instead of continuing to bother her. At the office building, the news about female idol Seo Anna deciding to show leniency to malicious commenters began to be widely announced. Watching the news bulletin on TV, Ji-hoo relentlessly praised Anna's heart of gold while Ho-gil still leisurely rested his legs to relax. The lawyer suddenly screamed in regret for not being able to lock those bastards up for 500 years, making Ji-hoo question the true professional ethics of his master. Hannah and Yejin knelt down in sincere apology, admitting that their blind jealousy had led them to commit wrongful acts against their sister. Anna coldly demanded a promise that there would be no more harmful wasabi pranks from now on, prompting the members to hastily agree to make amends. On the quiet street under the dim lights, Anna walked silently and unexpectedly caught sight of her mother sitting dazedly on the steps. She stood up in a panic upon seeing her daughter, her eyes filled with guilt as she continuously uttered belated and choked-up apologies. Despite her mother sinking into self-blame over not being qualified as a parent, Anna just indifferently cut her off with an announcement that she was feeling hungry. The young girl's indifference left the mother stunned, but Anna firmly repeated her request before quietly walking past her. The atmosphere suddenly became lighter when the mother promised to cook her specialty kimchi stew, accompanied by the idol's reminder to put in plenty of meat. Under the brilliant shower of cherry blossoms, the future of Anna and the Byeon Ho-gil law firm seemed to be warmed by rays of hope. Suddenly, a haggard-looking phantom kicked the door open and barged into the office, frantically demanding to find the sea cucumber guy after months of being tormented by the monkey Haitian. She swore to destroy Ho-gil immediately, leaving Ji-hoo to only sigh in exasperation looking at the complete collapse of the scheming female assassin's image. Ho-gil smirked mysteriously and asserted he had been waiting for this moment for a long time, while the opponent was still bewildered, questioning his true intentions. As a top-tier lawyer, he felt he needed to catch up with the increasingly advanced world of technology, leaving Phantom frozen by his cryptic words. Standing before a massive treasure trove of knowledge, Ho-gil turned his back and loudly declared he really needed a hacker who was smart, beautiful, and possessed profound vision. He bluntly demanded Phantom become his partner, but she immediately protested fiercely, swearing she would rather serve thugs than work for him. Ho-gil angrily pointed his finger at the young girl and hurled harsh scoldings due to the uncooperative attitude of someone he had just stepped in to save. He firmly asserted that there was only one person in this world who gathered all those monstrous qualities, and that was her, officially pushing Phantom into an agreement fraught with ambiguity. Ho-gil unexpectedly burst into gleeful laughter like a madman, secretly smug about his new schemes while Ji-hoo just sighed looking at his master's perversion. Phantom silently pondered the offer and was secretly amazed to realize that the assassin lawyer seemed to have truly accomplished an impossible plan. The atmosphere suddenly became tense as an urgent news bulletin announced the complete collapse of Blue Coin, turning the massive fortune into zero. All three silently watched the shocking news, Ho-gil mocking people's blind obsession with cryptocurrency while Ji-hoo secretly wondered about the miserable fate of those behind this scam. Ji-hoo was stunned to hear the bad news about the miserable fate of the fortune his master had always desired. Ho-gil was so shocked that his entire face contorted. He could only stand frozen before his disciple's sarcasm that after all those losses, he wasn't human either. He screamed in pain as he admitted to dumping his entire compensation into the investment, and swore to hunt down and completely destroy the bastards who dared to scam him. Standing in front of the shabby office, the assassin lawyer frantically demanded to return to the path of a butcher, despite Ji-hoo advising him to catch the monkey Haitian before causing a scene. Meanwhile, strange silhouettes began appearing in front of the building, relentlessly mocking the existence of a law office in a slum and suspecting it was just a scammer. With unyielding will, the devil once again broke his chains to crawl up from the earthly hell as proof of an authoritative title. A revival more radiant than anyone else's took place right on the dazzling stage, where the group area once again shined under the cheers of tens of thousands of spectators. Before the media lenses, Anna faced a question about how she could stand up strongly after the horrific deepfake scandals. The idol merely shook her head slightly and casually asserted she actually didn't do anything major, leaving Ji-hoo somewhat flustered by his older sister's composure. Ho-gil leaned in close to his associate's ears and mocked Anna's excessive modesty, officially closing a chapter fraught with dirty schemes in the entertainment industry. Anna scrolled through the message notifying a scheduled delay and secretly affirmed that her standing firm wasn't due to modesty but because someone had saved her life. The female idol gently took off her earphones, surprisingly mentioning the savior who was taking on the role of manager along with the heavy responsibility of being her personal lawyer, the one who was always present during life and death moments to reclaim justice for her. This bizarre combination of two titles made anyone feel surprised about the existence of such a mysterious figure like him. The image of a battle-hardened Ho-gil crashing through the glass window flashed back as a testament to the undeniable formidability of this man. With an arrogant smile and a familiar provocative gesture, he secretly proved himself to be an incredibly terrifying existence. Anna radiantly shined on the dazzling stage, secretly and boldly calling her benefactor by an authoritative title, an assassin lawyer.